and welcome to everyone. Just remind you that the meeting will be recorded, and but before we go into the formal business of the meeting, it would be remiss of me not to acknowledge the tremendous success the region has had and has played in the preparations for the Commonwealth Games. Last week's baton relay visit to Dumfries and Galloway was an historic and unique event and a real opportunity to showcase what our region has to offer. The day was a great success, due mainly to help of all the statutory organisations supporting local organisations, businesses, volunteers and colleagues in our council. Without this multi-agency approach and support, the Queen's Baton Relay would not have been possible and certainly nowhere near as engaging. As leader of Dumfries and Galloway Council, I would like to express my warmest gratitude to everyone who played a part in making the relay visit to our region a success. It would be impossible to thank everyone, each and every group or individual who played a part, as the numbers involved with such an important day for our region was significant. This willingness, combined with the enthusiasm shown, demonstrated in true community spirit of everyone from Langham to Stranraer and in between, and the pride people have in our region. Particular thanks should go to the 370 volunteer stewards who gave up their day to ensure safe passage of the baton and helping make the 19th of June an exceptional day. And I would ask that we formally note our thanks to everyone involved. Prior to the relay, the Council, in partnership with the Duke of Edinburgh's Award, also co-hosted the first ever Commonwealth Youth Summit here in Dumfries. It was the largest youth work event of the Commonwealth Games Legacy 2014 and saw over 200 young delegates gathering at the Dock Park in a temporary campsite for 4 days between the 6th and 9th of June. The young people participating came from 11 different Commonwealth countries, from Australia to Canada, Mauritius to Malawi, and from 29 local authority areas across Scotland. Participants were all active leaders in their own communities, many of whom are undertaking a Duke of Edinburgh's Award. Therefore, the programme focused on leadership and volunteering. The Commonwealth Youth Summit again helped put us on the map. The many young people and their representatives who I met over the course of the 4 days from across the Commonwealth praised the warm welcome they received. The quality of the programme and the entire organisation of the summit, they praised every one of them. Investing in our young people so that they have the skills and abilities to get a good start in life is a priority for our council. So I'm pleased that we were given an opportunity to host the event, enabling our local young people to build relationships with their peers in different countries and be inspired to be leaders and volunteers of tomorrow. Again, as well as our own staff, this event wouldn't have happened without the tremendous support from individual volunteers and partners who freely gave up their time, skills and resources to support this fabulous summit. These include Hollywood Trust, Arlington Peace Sanctuary, Lottery Celebrate Fund, Upper Nisdale Junior Pipe Band, Clare Kerr School of Dance, ScotRail, Van Gogh and the many host families who have welcomed their Commonwealth delegates in their homes for the remainder of the programme. Thank you. I'd just like that to be noted as well. Finally, not related to Commonwealth Games, as far as I'm aware anyway, I would like to make a presentation to one of our own councillors, Councillor Jill Dykes. This is to acknowledge the success she has had in obtaining a certificate in corporate governance from the Chartered Institute of Public Finance and Accounting, CIPFA. I'm told that the course programme she followed was intensive and involved completing a project plus 7 modules in topics including hallmarks of effective governance, business risk, and corporate values and behaviours. I'm not sure whether last week's debate between herself and Councillor McCautry at the Nisdale Area Committee public meeting was part of her course. On a serious note, I do wish to congratulate Jill on behalf of the Council for her tremendous achievement in achieving a pass with distinction in corporate governance, and it's a type of personal development we could all learn of. Okay, can I have the Sederunt, and any apologies, Alex?
Thanks, Leader. There are 44 members present. I have an apology from Councillor Gilroy and Councillor Collins. I understand that Councillor McGregor will join the Council later on. Thank you.
Thank you. Any declarations of interest? No? Right, sorry. Jim?
Yeah, it's just in the police plan, obviously being a former police officer. I'm not declaring an interest, but just noting that I am a former police officer. However, the contents of the report, I don't intend to be leaving the meeting.
Okay, noted that. Item 3, this is a minute of meeting of the 27th of March. This is up for approval. I move the minute. Can I have a seconder? Okay. Thank you. Item 4, which is the Unaudited Accounts 2013-14 report by Head of Finance. This report sets out the Council's unaudited annual accounts and the Pension Fund's unaudited annual report and accounts for the financial year ended 31st of March 2014. These are being presented to the Council to ensure compliance with the Local Government Scotland Act 1973. The Council will then be submitted to the Controller of Audit prior to the statutory deadline of 30th of June 2014. The unaudited accounts will be made available for a 3-week period from late July until early August in Council libraries and in Council offices in Dumfries and in Kirkcudbright and Stranraer for public inspection. The member consideration of the Council's accounts will be undertaken mainly through Audit and Risk Management Committee. As part of this, PricewaterhouseCoopers will present a report on the audit of the accounts to the Audit and Risk Management Committee on the 25th of September 2014. An action plan will be part of that report and will be taken forward through the Audit and Risk Management Committee. However, I appreciate that not all members are on the committee and may have questions or comments, so I'm now going to ask Paul Garrett to give a brief overview of the accounts and to answer any points members may have.
Just a couple of points, thanks. First, to recognise that the excellent work done by Fiona McLaren and her team in terms of managing the final accounts process, which is a major exercise. One that was made that bit more challenging this year through the need to extract the police and fire services from the Council's financial statements. One result of that work that members will be interested in will be that members are aware that we've had a deficit in our balance sheet for the last few years as a result of pension shortfalls. The removal of the police and fire services means that the almost £400 million pensions deficit for police and fire officers has now been removed from the Council's financial statements, and we're now back in a position whereby our net assets exceed our net liabilities. As the leader said, the detailed consideration of the accounts will now be undertaken through the public inspection process and also through the Audit and Risk Management Committee, but happy to answer any questions that members have at this stage. Thank you.
Members, Ian?
Just to record my appreciation for the work of the Finance Department, as always.
Ian?
I would certainly echo those sentiments, but one that keeps coming to mind every year is an obvious one is the DG First has a £34 million budget there. With it being the delivery arm of the council, just wonder how does that stack up? Is that just static costs? I bring it up every year and I think I know the answer, but just to be reassured.
No, that's actually a reflection of the value of the commission services that are undertaken by DG First, whereby we transfer the budget from the commissioning service to the deliverer.
Is it okay if we just come back on that one, Leader? Just,
yeah,
just in regards to that, why is that, Paul? Why does it not show up in Plan Environment Services, Social Work Services, Education? Why does it not show up in their budget? Why does it show up in DG First?
What we do, it's not so much an issue for the accounts, but what we do through the activity-based budget book and through the management information that comes to members is actually show in both services the results of those commissioned activities. So you can actually see in education, PHE and so on, the value commissioned services transferred to delivery service. But it's important, I think, when you're looking at the financial performance of DG First, to see the value of those budgets that come across. So we try and make sure through the management information that's clearly stated for members.
Okay, anyone else? Can we move to the recommendations? We're asked to note. Can we note? Thank you. Moving on to item 5, which is Proportionality Committee Arrangements Report by Director Chief Executive Service. This report provides updated information in relation to the political groups on the Council, including the change of name of the Dumfries and Galloway Council Independent Conservative and Unionist Group to the Dumfries and Galloway Council Conservative and Unionist Group. The resignation of the SNP Group from Chairman and Vice Chairman positions, and it also outlines a change in proportionality to be applied to committee membership following the changes to the administration, the detail of which can be found in the appendix to the report. As members are aware, it is up to each group to determine their membership of each committee, and the proper officer will seek nomination from groups in accordance with the standing orders. Following the resignation of the SNP, I indicated that in the interest of stability and to drive forward the budget setting process and significant changes this will mean, the Labour Group would continue in administration. That is, of course, unless there are any other groups or groupings who wish to put forward proposals at this stage to form the third council administration of this term. Can I ask if any other group wishes to table any proposals? Yeah.
It's certainly not a slate, Leader, but it's at the appropriate time I'd like to be brought in just to speak about a further recommendation potentially and when we should revisit this. I agree with the sentiments of the report. We should note the fact that it's happened. It's happened and that's it. It's a matter of fact. I won't be critical of that. I've been there and done that. I've got that T-shirt. So I think we need to move forward, but I would like to think that this would be revisited in early October, Leader. I'll come with that at the appropriate time.
It will be revisited, yeah. Okay. No proposals on that basis. Can you ask the officers to bring a report to a future meeting detailing outstanding posts to be filmed? And could I also ask members to consider what outside bodies they are members of and notify the appropriate officer should they no longer wish to be members of those groups, and we can arrange to film all outstanding posts at a future meeting. In the interim, there's a lot of work to be done and decisions to be made, so where there is a vacancy for chair, this will be filled by the vice chair, and in relation to subcommittees, a chair will obviously be appointed to the relevant meeting. Can we agree the recommendations to note? Ian?
I'll just come back on the point I made earlier. I mean, I would move officially that we do come back and revisit this with full council in early October after the referendum.
Well, I don't want to put a date in it, because we might come back before that, which will be probably, but okay. Everybody's coming in now. Alistair, then Jill.
Thanks very much indeed, Leader. Your reference, as it were, to people intimating they no longer wish to serve in outside bodies, do you wish that, or do you mean that that should be done through the relevant groups, or do you, are you suggesting, in fact, that each individual member should take it up, as it were, with the Director of Chief Executive Services?
Each member.
Each member.
Yeah,
Thank you.
If they wish to.
Grateful
just
for
so
the
clarity, you know, and so we don't keep revisiting and revisiting.
Grateful for the clarification. Thank
you.
you.
Jill.
Thank you, Leader. I hear what you say. I think for the stability of this council, it's important that we address this situation as soon as you possibly can. So I would intimate that, in my opinion, it should be sooner rather than later.
Okay. Can we note? Thank you. Item 6, this is an improvement action plan for integrated children's services. This is coming back of the inspection report. It provides members with findings of the recent joint inspection and integrated children's services in Dumfries and Galloway, and the full report can be found in Appendix 3. As members will be aware, the report is a result of an inspection carried out in Dumfries and Galloway Community Partnership area between November 2013 and March 2014. The report was published on the 16th of April 2014 and contains the findings of the inspection and a number of recommendations. The Care Inspectorate required an action plan to be submitted by the 6th of June 2014. This plan will be monitored by inspectors and will be subject to follow-up meetings provisionally scheduled for December 2014. The action plan is attached at Appendix 1, and the new structure chart for children's services is in Appendix 2. Members are being asked to endorse both of these. As members are aware, with our partners, we have already established an improvement team to take forward the action plan, and I'm pleased to say that Pat Shearer has been appointed lead officer of that team and interim chair of the Child Protection Committee. Welcome back to the Council chamber, Pat. I regard this issue as being a major priority for action by the Community Partnership, which obviously includes this Council as a partner. As a new chair of the partnership, I have asked to be updated at least on a monthly basis on progress on what action is being taken to tackle the weaknesses highlighted in inspection, as well as the regular updates that will be provided both to the partnership and any relevant Council committee. Colin and Pat are here to answer any questions from members. Can I ask Colin or Pat whether you have anything you want to add to the report or just answer members' questions?
Thanks, Leader. Given the fairly comprehensive nature of the report and recognising the strong attendance at the members' seminar, I don't think we would add anything at this stage, but would of course be happy to answer questions on the paper.
Open up to members. Jane?
Thank you, Leader. It's just the issue, I think, about item number 12 on page 31, which is about the clarification of governance between the various bodies and committees. Now, Leader, you actually added in, I think, probably the relevant phrase, which is, and any relevant council committee. But I think it might be useful for the committees. Certainly, I sit on Social Work Services Committee, and I don't think we've actually had, arguably, the information as to how this flows through, because this inspectorate report, it was badged as being in the domain of the Community Planning Partnership, but nevertheless, and I think there's been a sort of element of detachment by members. We have obviously attended seminars, and members did take part in that and took an opportunity, but I think there is actually maybe a joining up of the circle here. I'm not completely clear when it talks about Children's Services Executive Group, Chief Officers Group, Community Planning Partnership. It's not explicit, Leader, in that action there about the importance of council committees. And I think that should be made clear for members' guidance.
Yeah, Pat.
I think the challenge with the action plan itself is it's quite brief in terms of the issues, and certainly recognising the importance of the Education and Social Work Committee, and that report will go there also as required. But recognising that, for example, on NHS side, there may be other elements similar where we report into them also, but you're absolutely right, we do recognise the importance of these committees.
Do you want to come back in? Okay.
No, but I think it would be helpful at the next committees to have an idea of the timetabling that we will receive this sort of information. Thank you.
Gavin?
Certainly for all members, I'll in conjunction with Pat and Colin, prepare a timetable setting out exactly where the report will go, both within the Council and in the other various statutory bodies, so members have oversight of everything.
Andrew?
Thank you, Leader. It's on page 27 when you're looking at the improvement team and what it consists of. We have the education officer still to be identified. But the point I'm wanting clarification on, and that is when you're looking at the provenance and experience and history, is that not a criteria that should have been in that box anyway, so we know how we're matching the person to the criteria required for the team?
Yes, first point, education officer has been identified, Audrey Lowry. We're just running a bit behind time in terms of updating all aspects. And yeah, in terms of the clarity of matching that experience across, yeah, I'd acknowledge that, and we can make sure that.
Sorry, Ivor.
Thank you, Leader. I think one of the things that came out of this was it caught us slightly by surprise because of the fact that at the start we thought we were doing everything well, but when we drilled down into it, it became apparent that not everything was being done as well as it could have been. That's maybe being kind. What reassurance can you give us that when reports are coming to us, we can be assured that it is accurate, and how are you going to be able to make sure that the work between the two groups, which I think was identified as being slightly ad hoc rather than structured, is going to be in place to make sure that we actually do address the issues? Because, you know, it did come, not big, you know, we had reports at strategic partnership before that everything in the garden was rosy, and then the actual linked up what wasn't happening as well as it should have been. How can you make sure that we as a council can assure ourselves that it will happen?
Go on.
Yep, thanks, Leader. And I think in terms of the big picture, but I'll ask Pat to add a bit of detail around this. I think the assurance that members need to have is that things are different now, and that things have changed since the limited success of the child protection inspection in 2010. The reason I think that reports were coming forward giving reasonable reassurance previously was because we weren't fully concentrating on vulnerability. So when partners were working together, we tended to be looking at the universal side of things. And the recent Audit Commission report and Audit Scotland's report will tell you that, in fact, Dumfries and Galloway does very well for the vast majority of its 20,000 children. What we weren't focusing well enough on was the vulnerable children, and that's the difference this time. The next Children's Services Plan will concentrate solely on vulnerability. It will be on corporate parenting, keeping children safe, early years, and GIRFEC implementation. That gives us a very different focus, but the bigger picture in terms of organisation, reporting and performance framework will also give you that reassurance, and I'll pass over to Pat to say a few words about that.
Okay, thanks very much. You're right, it is really important that when we do reports that we actually reassure you and that you are confident in the information contained within. From the start, in terms of the challenge that didn't operate effectively within the Child Protection Committee, we've gone through the process currently of reviewing the Constitution, sitting down, ensuring that individuals who are part of that committee recognise that they're not simply there to represent their single agency, but they're very much there to make the partnership work, and that there is an approach of challenge and support in that committee. Associated with that is a recognition that to enable us to support and put informed reports forward, we've got to be consistent in developing our management information, of which there is a great deal out there, but we need to channel that in a consistent way, which will then also inform our performance framework. We're developing a clear and comprehensive performance framework. In addition to that, we are also focusing heavily on quality assurance. That's already started. For example, we've had 3 separate audits already of our files on the Child Protection Register. One internally from managers, the second one led by an independent expert from elsewhere, which involved a commitment of an entire week from all agencies doing cross-file reading, which actually sets us up much better for the future, both in terms of that experience of audit, but also the learning points coming out of it. And last night we had just completed going through every file on the Child Protection Register. And what that will do is it produces clear confirmation of issues that we knew existed, and will inform our training plan going forward. So effectively, to come around and answer your question, there will be regular audit and quality assurance. We will probably have that on an increased basis over the next 18 months until we are confident all the processes that we've set down are having the impact and effect that they should have. The reports will be very clear and transparent to you, and through that challenge it will exist at all levels in terms of in the Child Protection Committee itself, at CSEG, which I think is a great addition because it's so much more responsive to the needs that we currently have, and also from chief officers, but recognising through the committees that we will be supplying reports to, the increased visibility and transparency and challenge that will come through that will also add significantly to that reassurance that we are doing the right thing and that you can be confident about the reports.
Just one wee bit to clarify. You said over the next 18 months we would have increased auditing of the quality stuff. After the 18 months, how can we be assured that we won't slip back?
No, you're absolutely right. What we're trying to build in is ensuring that there is a sustainable plan going forward. And part of our business plan every year through the Child Protection Committee will be about a consistent audit approach. But what I'm recommending that we do in the next sort of 12 to 18 months period is increase that audit, recognising we have had vulnerabilities and that we want to continually test to see that all the changes that we're putting into place are actually happening. So in the future, there will be a regular audit cycle, but probably not in the frequency that we are currently doing it, and will do it over the next 18 months. So, yeah.
Okay, Roberta.
Thank you, Chair. The findings of the Inspectorate make very serious reading. Out of the 9 quality indicators, 5 were deemed adequate, 3 were weak and 1 unsatisfactory. The report identified that improvements recommended in 2010 had not been actioned. The Children's Report advised that because of poor quality reports, they had to frequently request further information. The CPC did not take independent advice when faced with a pattern of non-accidental injury to a very young child. The report is a litany of very poor practice. The report also highlights the need for a Child Protection Committee that works effectively as a partnership. As a corporate parent, I take the criticisms of the service very seriously. I am, however, reassured that before the report was published, that actions were put in place to implement immediate improvements, beginning with the creation of a new leadership arrangements for integrated children's services. I attended a briefing in the Stranraer Academy regarding the improvement plan and found the presentation and group work tedious, informative and committed. Several ideas were put forward by the groups. 3 suggestions particularly resonated for me. One was the notion that all groups, including the third sector, should use the same referral forms as DG. The second suggestion was that in each of the 4 areas, there should be a designated named person who would be the main contact for all child protection issues. The final but equally important point was one made by a young social worker. She reported her concerns to a senior, and her concern was not taken seriously and was dismissed. Professional disregard is the elephant in the room. We need to take all the expressions of concern for a child seriously, at the same time recognise that as human beings, we want to instinctively believe that everything will be okay. But we need to check the evidence, not rely on the optimistic, it will be okay. The rule of optimism has to be continually challenged. I am grateful for the professional and immediate response to the Inspectorate reports and endorse the actions taken to improve integrated children's services.
Thank you. Willie?
Yeah, Chair, I note what Pat said in terms of the processes and indeed that they are having the impact that they should. I can say to Pat that those or the recipient of the service don't feel that it is having that impact in terms of the process so far And I know you could say it's in early stage, but nevertheless, I think I said at the seminar that we don't have the luxury of time with those vulnerable children, the families facing that, and indeed the effect that it can have on the whole family from any child who's either severely disabled or indeed have learning difficulties. And I think on page 31, where it refers to under item 11, review of the role and remit, I think a crucial importance to this is that our named persons know and fully understand what their roles and remits are in terms of GIRFEC and calling children's meetings. But not only calling children's meetings, but also having the right people there, the right agencies. And I'm pleased to note that housing has been taken on board, where there seems to have been a falling off of the table in terms of social work and the remit on housing. So I'm pleased to know that. But what I would like from both gentlemen, and indeed I noted earlier that Jeff Ace is with us today, that there is a working not only between education and social work, but health are at the table and that they are playing their full part. And I think the Chief Executive has described it, where social work and health don't all, social work and education need to get their act better together, but health also has to be brought to the table and be work. I'm sure they don't need brought to the table, but that they are at the table and that they are working, because GIRFEC is an important thing, but the recipients of the service have to know, and I don't think they're getting that message just now. So I'd like an assurance that we are moving this much quicker than what's been happening just now.
Okay, Colin.
Okay, thanks, Leader. Yeah, there's no doubt that we don't have the luxury of time. It'd be hard to imagine us being able to have any more urgency about how we've been trying to develop here. We've taken a lot of actions from even before the report was published, so we do recognise what you're saying, Councillor. I can say at first hand, I am aware that we've got head teachers and principal teachers and deputies in schools, for example, who are now calling GIRFEC meetings. We recognise that the training has gone in, but the confidence that they might have to run those effectively and ensure that everybody's there to assess needs is something that we need to build further, and we've appointed some officers to support there. So I'm recognising what Councillor Scobie is saying, but also recognising the work that's going in, very focused on that agenda. If I can maybe also just pick up on Councillor Tuckfield's, one of the points that she made. We've had very, very well attended focus groups from staff. There's one going on at this moment. There will have been 5 by tomorrow that will have probably taken in about 200 or 300 staff from all across all of the services. They've been very well attended, really good feedback, good ideas and good evaluations of the progress that we're trying to make, and that indicates some of the things that Councillor has spoken about.
Yep, just to pick up on one or two of the points there, and trying to ensure that we make as quick an impact as possible. Part of that process has been about reviewing all the existing plans to make sure they are as good and effective as they can be. And as I say, we completed that process last night. There have been some adjustments, feedback to staff on the ground about some adjustments that are required to be made. But I also am very conscious of, for example, any developing concerns. We have a process in now, an initial referral process, which ensures that the key agencies are properly involved, because that was a significant weakness before, where originally it seemed to be that police and social work were the two ones that came together, missing out health quite frequently, whereas it is now a fundamental requirement that all three meet, and therefore we get as good and comprehensive a picture as possible. We recognise there's a lot of work to be done to actually reinforce that, and we've got ongoing meetings regarding that. We're weekly assessing the concerns that are coming in and how effective that engagement is across the three agencies. Could I also say that the comment that was made there about health are very, very much at the core of this with us, in terms of working to resolve the problems, but very much working to develop and support our plan. So I'm in absolutely no doubt about the proper engagement of the key agencies. And beyond that, the third sector, getting them properly engaged is is something that we're looking at all the time. You made mention of housing as well. They are quite clearly critical, and it's about having good and strong links to them. We recognise that.
Okay, Craig.
Thank you, Leader. As members are aware, this council has recently appointed a new Chief Social Worker and Head of Children's Services in Lillian Kringles. Now, I appreciate that Lillian has not as yet started in that position, but I was interested to know as to, because we've had to put this improvement plan in place as soon as possible, and it is here for us to look at today. I was interested to know as to whether this council or the improvement team has contacted Lillian to get her input into this plan, and as how they see her post being incorporated within the improvement team, and therefore taking her suggestions towards the new plan.
The question is yes, but I'll let Pat expand on that.
Yes, we recognise the important role that Lillian Kringles will have. I've already met with her. I've gone through the action plan. We're sharing with her as it continues to develop, and she is developing her own ideas to supplement and complement the plan that is there. But she is very much involved with it and behind it.
Okay, David.
Thanks, Chair. I hear what you say, and we talk about people at the table, committee meetings and all that sort of thing. But my concern is the people out there who are providing the service, the childcare service, and the independent sector especially. You've got them based in schools where they're more easily contactable. But it's the independent sector. Can we be assured that any training that's done, you'll try and get at least one person for each independent sector involved in the training during the course of the main training, and that comes in as well with an information sharing protocol. I think they need to be assured of contacts if they have issues with any children. They've got somebody they've got direct contact with. I think that's very important. That was raised at one of the seminars I happened to attend. So if you could give us an assurance on that, it would help, please.
Pat?
Yep, we recognise the importance of that. We have been successful in having some representatives from the third sector at our focus groups, but that's very much, as I acknowledge, just a start. It's about having them properly engage with us, making the information sharing guidance and protocol really work, and understanding that they have to be involved in our training as well. So yes, I fully appreciate and understand the need for the third sector to be properly engaged, and that's very much in our plans.
Thanks, Leader. Most of what I've got to ask actually has been asked and answered. But just to build on the last part that Councillor McKee raised there, I'm noticing in here that there isn't a lot of dealings with the parents and carers. Where do they come into the planning, given there's a carer strategy which is out there in the big world?
You're absolutely right. We do make reference in our plan to that, but it's almost it doesn't demonstrate the whole scale of the challenge in there that we recognise. We understand that as a really important, but particularly around about the quality assurance element as well, that we're getting feedback from people who are engaging in the service that what we're doing actually works for them. So that is very much a developing bit of work, and you know, I don't underestimate the challenges that we'll have in trying to ensure that we very much get good and consistent feedback in that area, so we can improve our plans.
Yeah.
Thanks, Leader. My questions have been answered, but I'll just go over them very briefly. 4.6 in the report refers to regular reports and implementation of the plan. We covered, I think Councillor Maitland-Haslam touched on that. I think under recommendation 2.3 we should reinforce that and be absolutely clear in the direction where they reported to and when. And recommendation 2.2, Leader, doesn't correlate with 6 under impact assessment with me when I try and weigh them two up. it says quite clearly that as this report does not propose a change in policy or the formation and adoption of a plan, and quite clear in recommendation 2.2, endorse an improvement action plan. So how does that impact assess it? It should have been impact assess. It probably has. Is that a typo, or is that just a neglect of duty?
Pat first, and then Alec.
Want me to take that? I think what's clear from this is that every single part of this action is designed to support the most vulnerable. Therefore, it's inevitable that any equality impact assessment is likely to demonstrate that quite clearly. At this stage, much of this is about the planning. Some of it's about the actions already taken, but we would like to get to a stage where all of the new processes are in place, the new management arrangements are in place, the improvement team has developed the full plan and reached a stage where we're able to say, right, what impact has that had at that stage? And that's when we would equality impact assess.
Thanks, Leader. Happy with that. But under recommendation 2.2, I wonder if we could pick up just exactly when and where and that, because I feel personally, I was only made aware of this about 5 weeks ago by my fellow councillor, Councillor Tuckfield, and because of that, I feel it's all, again, I feel my duties as a member to actually see this, and if it was coming in front of me at council, I should have picked up on it. So I'm taking personal responsibility of that. So under recommendation 2.3, I'd like to see exactly where and when we see that.
And I think that, thanks Chair, that's where the Chief Executive said that he would set out a timetable for that, and there's a full commitment to do so.
So you have that commitment with regular reports, and as the Chief Executive said, he'll come back with a timetable. Where's the best? Yeah, we need to come here with it. Yeah.
I think given that the report relates to the strategic overarching partnership, there are partners in it. I think probably I'd be asking the Chief Executive to bring something back to the full council in the first instance, and that would set out a timetable of reports to committees, if that were acceptable, Leader.
Okay, any other questions? No? Can we go to recommendations? 2.1, note. 2.2 and 2.3.
Can we be implicit and say the full council there, please, Leader? I just agreed, yep.
Yeah, be noted that, yeah. Okay, moving on to item 7, Immigration, Health and Social Care report by the Chief Executive. This report outlines the model of health and social care integration to be adopted in this region in partnership with the NHS, Dumfries and Galloway. The report follows consideration of these matters by the Social Work Services Subcommittee on the 29th of May 2014, together with the NHS Board Subcommittee meeting as a Community Health and Social Care Partnership Board. The Public Bodies Joint Working Scotland Bill was published on the 28th of May 2013. The underlying principle being that health boards and local authorities must take joint and equal responsibility for the delivery of nationally agreed outcomes for the health and well-being of communities. The proposed model has been fully discussed at a number of member seminars, as well as the Community Health Social Care Partnership Board, Social Work, and the Strategic Partnership, and on and more. Gavin, do you have anything to add, or can I just open the meeting up for members' questions?
I think it has been well trailed. I think that just a couple of points of additional information. I think we have a really good understanding of what works from the work that's been undertaken in intensive change and putting you first. So we have a good understanding of what local teams need. Some good work in Annan and over in Wigtonshire of what we take it forward from there. This just sets the framework that members are agreeing. There is considerable detailed work to be done, led by staff teams and professional teams, and actually putting the flesh and the bones of how this will actually deliver at the front line. But we're not starting with a blank sheet of paper. A lot of this locality working and interaction has already been tested. through the Putting You First initiative. So, but there is still a considerable piece of work to do to meet the government timetable for the launch of next year.
Okay, Alex.
Thanks, Leader. I received an email at 10:30 last night from Unison Social Work. I undertook to circulate it to members. It deals in considerable detail with the detail of the proposal rather than the proposal in principle. There is a briefing note with it which explains to members where we're going. I did give an undertaking that I would present it to members, but I think Unison understand that what members are dealing today with is not the detail of the proposal, rather the principle, and allowing a lot more work to go on, which will obviously be reported through the Social Work Subcommittee and Social Work Committee as necessary. So it's for members' fullest information. I don't think it requires, with respect, Leader, debate today. I think I'm just giving it to members for information with a covering note, which was drawn up this morning, just detailing how far we have gone in discussions with staff. There have been staff groups and meetings on a regular basis over the past 12 months on this.
Members? Jane?
Leader, I think I hope I speak for all members in welcoming this and really hoping that this is a successful project at the outset. I wonder if through you I could ask about the role of the Chief Operating Officer within the NHS, who in recommendation 4 is to be the Chief Officer of the Integration Joint Board. I'm just wanting to talk about the capacity of people to be able to manage right across the Chief Operating Officer in the NHS and this particular piece of work, because this is an enormous change, I think, and really will require a change in mindset and an absolute grip on detail. It won't be enough to say, I do hope that's working. It will require real drilling down, because it is a change in working. And I welcome the area involvement, but I just want to ask for reassurance about the capacity to deal with this huge piece of work.
Jeff, can I bring you in?
Thanks, Leader. If I can give a little bit of background at the moment, the Health Chief Operating Officer has one general manager underneath her to cover primary and community care across the whole of the region. So what we're envisaging here is in aligning social work with primary and community care, we would actually introduce 4 locality general managers and have a regional general manager above them. It's quite a marked contrast to some of the integration schemes that members will be aware of elsewhere in Scotland, where the main investment is probably going into director level posts. What we're saying is actually we need to strengthen the locality management structures to allow as much redesign and decision making at a locality level before it actually needs to be escalated. So we think we've got the balance of where we're putting resource appropriate for the needs of Dumfries and Galloway, and certainly gives the Chief Operating Officer role a significant increase in support below her.
Jane, one more again.
And could you possibly help us with respect to the new hospital? Is Julie also responsible for the new hospital? I mean, this is that's a huge project in itself, and I wonder if I could have them some assistance with how that capacity is squared with this activity.
Julie is our Chief Operating Officer, is the project sponsor. I'm the project owner of the DGRI project, so I chair the project board for this project. It is reaching a very interesting time at the moment. As you'll probably be aware, we're shortly to move to one preferred partner, and we will be at financial close in January of 2015. After that, it's essentially a building project, and we have a full project team in place to manage that. There is not significant work on that project then until our move from DGRI in 2017-2018. So from a chief officer point of view, the intensity of the work on DGRI has probably just passed, and we are moving into a different stage of that project.
Okay, Alistair.
Thanks very much indeed, Leader. As far as I'm concerned, a fundamentally important piece of work. It's absolutely imperative that we all participate to make sure, in fact, that this operates effectively. My question, sir, is in relation to paragraph 2.3 and the recommendations. I would suggest, in fact, that yes, it is indeed a crucially important role that area committees are being given. And my issue, sir, would be, first of all, I would be seeking the assurance that these reports are presented to area committees in as user-friendly a fashion as possible, and that in addition to that, Leader, an objective assessment is made, as it were, as to whether or not these area committees require any further training, for want of a better term, in carrying out effective scrutiny in relation to this particular area. I think it's absolutely essential, Leader, that that is addressed as a matter of urgency, sir. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. I think that in my discussions with Jeff and in the wider programme board, for me this was the absolute prize of the local accountability at the teams. I think what we would say, it would be very simple, because actually we would intend that the interaction between the area committee is with the local team. It is with the people that represent you, the local GP, the local clinical lead, the local nurse, local social work lead. So therefore, there will, what we're hoping over a period of time, there'll be a relationship between that local team and the committee, and where you're not receiving reports, you're actually engaging in dialogue with the team around the performance. The second issue is that we need to make it clear that following this, there will come before the Health Board and the Council an integration plan, the scheme integration. That sets out how it's going to work, and that needs to be approved up to government level as well. That's where the detail. Before that, we will need, Jeff and I will need to engage with the Council and others on what should be on the area committee. That obviously will be a decision for members. How would you want that supplemented to take into account perhaps local patient representatives or other views, given the fact that the professionals will all be in front of you? That's a decision, obviously, for elected members to shape within their individual area. We have examples of where we've done that with education, but obviously it'd be for members. So part of our work and integration plan for Jeff and I will be engaging with members of how you would want that to be shaped, so that we can come back for the decision to take it forward. But for me, you will not be able to, the training will be essential. This is going to be a complex area. It's an area that actually training on both sides. NHS staff would not have been used to that level of scrutiny and accountability. And what we need to do is make sure that we're able to get into that effective dialogue as quickly as possible, because at the end of it, there will be our most vulnerable older adults, in particular, in the receipt of the services. So we'll be working very intensively with the project team, with members, so we fully understand how we can best satisfy that scrutiny, important scrutiny and performance monitoring role.
Alistair.
Thanks, sir. Grateful for the response, Leader. Looking forward to the challenge in a Wigtonshire context. Thank you.
Ivor.
Thank you, Leader. I think this is a welcome report that's here. We've been handed this additional paper, which, whilst listening to the questions and answers, I'm struggling to read at the same time. Would it be possible to have an adjournment just to go through it, or is it irrelevant on this paper but not irrelevant on the future one?
I think, Leader, I'm not trying to prevent members from considering the paper. The paper was received last night. It goes into a considerable amount of the detail of the integration and the detail taking things forward, rather than the principle of it. Staff are engaged in the issue, and I think perhaps the intention was to make sure members, well, that I agreed and undertook a course of action which I agreed I would do with the trade unions. I think, Leader, you're absolutely right. This is something that we'll need to take forward, and what I would intend to do, we don't have time either to provide a detailed response to each of the points, and I think what I would intend to do is provide members with a detailed response to each of the points which have been raised in the letter, and carry these forward into future reports, rather than try to address it on the hoof today, But I did give an undertaking, I would give it to members, and I have concluded that undertaking. Sorry, Leader.
No, I think it's important to take that information on board, but, you know, it's not relevant as I see it at the moment, you know, for that type of consideration, and I wouldn't expect members to do that, and we're setting a very, I don't know why it's came in at the last minute like that. If the unions has concerns, they should have expressed them beforehand, and, you know, it's had the paper well before that, but it's there for information. Is that on the same point? Yeah.
Yeah, it's just to say, so we're not having to read this, and before we make any decisions on this report, we can take this paper away and look at it after committee. Because obviously they're making specific points against things that are on our paper, so I just wanted to be clear that what we're saying here is that we don't need to read this at the moment prior to determining the recommendations on the paper.
Leader, can I help? Councillor Dykes has hit the nail on the head. The letter's been given to you. It raises points on the detail of the implementation rather than the proposals which are in this report before you. We will provide members with a detailed response, a copy of a detailed response to each of the points raised, and as the integration comes forward, the points will be addressed over a period of time. You can't address them today, in my view, Leader.
So basically we can take it away and read it after committee, and it is not relevant to the paper that's in front of us today.
It'll end up, it's entirely up to members to make a decision on it, but no, is it relevant? Yeah. Sorry, Archie.
Thanks, Chair. I mean, I'm actually looking at the report that was handed us just now, and looking at 2.7 in the recommendations, note the detail what required to prepare and consult on the development of a local integration scheme as required by legislation. Now, that's already in the recommendations, but this is a letter from Dumfries and Galloway Council staff. There is no response from NHS staff. And I'm just wondering, within that recommendation, that there is going to be, and I think Councillor Geddes mentioned earlier on, the training side of things. Is there an awareness and a communication plan to ensure staff are aware of what's actually going on with this integration? There will, of course, be the negotiation that's going on, the consultation and that going on, but I just wanted to make sure as part of that training, communication and awareness is actually there for those staff as well.
Jeff?
From a health point of view, we have, as members are possibly aware, an employee director that is actually a non-executive member of the board. They sit on our integration board and disseminate information back through the partnership bodies. My employee director is actually a Unison member for health and is very comfortable with the direction of travel that we're taking here.
We have a programme board in which the person who wrote this letter is on it. So therefore, we already have the staff and trade unions. Jeff and I spoke to all the senior adult services social workers not 2 weeks ago in the Monday morning. I think they do raise points about that members may want to consider, but my view is there are points of integration, and if anyone can tell me that we have not been consulting to death on integration up to this point, that I'll take it back. The points they want to know, in fact, some of the detail is still emerging from the government as what services may and may not be in. And in fact, I think the latest change to it was only about a week ago when other services. So there is still considerable clarification coming forward on what needs done. But at the heart of the programme board, the trade unions, both health and council, sit on it. And actually the work to deliver this is going to be led by frontline staff. So, but obviously it's for members to consider whether or not they wish to consider it. But actually the unions are sitting on the programme board and did have an advance copy of the proposals and have been involved in the development of it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair. I think actually I've read through this, and as I understand it, from my point of view of being on the partnership board,
what we're being asked today is adopt the body corporate model and establish an integration joint board, which will consider all the stuff that's within here. And I'm rather surprised to have had something like that at such a late point for the reasons that the Chief Exec's just given. So I'm more than happy, and in fact, and I would acknowledge the work that's done by has been done by the NHS officers and the Council's officers has been extensive and, to my mind, long protracted and very well worthwhile, with an extremely worthwhile conclusion. And I would commend these recommendations unreservedly.
Okay, Archie, do you want in for something else? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Jim?
Thanks, Leader. A question on Appendix 1 on page 89. What I'm seeking is the rationale behind the decision not to give the third sector representative a vote on the integration joint board. Because after all, a lot of the care is going to be provided by third sector partners.
Is the voting membership made up from the health service and the local authorities? There is a representation from other sectors. I think there's a minimum of 3 voting members, a maximum of 5 from both the health board and the council. And other members, I think there's 6 other members, and we can bring other members on board as and when needed. For it. Yeah, and it's not something that we have any agreement over. It's the law that this happens that way. So, okay, Jim.
Leader, I assume what you're saying, this decision was out of your hands.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chair, and the reference was made to the area committee, the monitoring role as contained in 2.3, but I'm trying to relate 2.3 to 3.15, the focus of the integration locally as directed by the Shadow Health and Social Care Partnership is for all adult health and social care services and support to be closer to the individuals in our local and rural communities. Resources and assets will therefore be required to be pooled at a local level to allow decisions to be taken with and involving individuals at local communities. And I just try to square that with the role of the area committee in terms of its monitoring role and what will exist for or to accommodate 3.15. I say that against what the Chief Executive said not so many minutes ago, in terms of the stripping out of the services that will come under the Community Health and Social Partnership Board, as it currently is under the Community Health and Social Care Partnership Board, then the social work element of that is a subcommittee of social work and relates back to social work. So, interestingly, to the paper, it would be what will be the functions and remit and responsibility of social work in terms of services that will be left and what will be stripped out. So I think critical to this one as well is what will be the role of social work in the overall services and indeed the Shapehort 1 services are stripped out. So there's the local level in terms of 3.15 and how do you take decisions at such a local level, and the role of the area committee and that of social work committee as well.
Right. If we take it back, once we've agreed how we will do it, which is integration plan, we also then next step is to agree a strategic plan that covers older adult services, which sets out the role of the health board and the council will be to set its commission in that document as to what it wishes the new independent joint body to do. So therefore the role of any committee structure will be to shape the plan with colleagues and get its commission in That's how it works. So therefore, we need then to review in this council what that then leaves in relation to committee functions and structures, and to reshape it. So, and that is the law. The two statutory pieces are the strategic plan. So the integration plan tell you how it works, and then the strategic plan of what it is that the individual body is charged by the two statutory bodies to deliver. So we do not delegate, we do not get rid of our statutory responsibility. We actually have a different operating body to deliver it. So the real input from the Social Work Committee, Adult Services Committee, what committee the members decide, is in shaping our commission and request. The job of the Area Committee will then be to see that that strategic plan is getting delivered at a local level. One of the issues we've had in the past is the variation, the variability of local delivery. Now, that actually could be a strength for us moving forward if we plan that way, because local resources and capacity will be different, are different. The structure, the layout of our assets is different, and opportunities in the third sector are different. The Area Committee obviously is our democratic accountability, and how Jeff and I in particular see we can get that democratic accountability as low as possible. What we're saying in the document at 3.15 is that the person you will be talking to will have all the budget available. The budget will not be held further back up. It will be delegated down to that local area and transparent to the Area Committee as to how it is being spent in your area. The Area Committee will not have the power, will not have the delegated power for it, but actually the people you're talking to will have the budget responsibility for it. And what Jeff is saying, in the models we're talking about the Chief Operating Officer, information will be available at the whole of health spend. That's not available elsewhere in the country, but by having the Chief Operating Officer as the lead officer at the top, the whole of the spend of health is available for scrutiny by the Integrated Partnership Board. That's a prize not available anywhere else. But for absolute clarity, all of the people standing in front of the Area Committee will be the people responsible for all of the budget, the pooled budget in that area, and it will be transparently reported to the Area Committee as part of the performance reporting.
Okay, members can... Oh, sorry, Ian.
Thanks very much, Leader. Just a really small one in regards to, I think I've asked this one before, but I think our group's looked at this, we completely endorse what's being proposed here. We've been well consulted on it, so we do agree with it. In regards to the shadow board, moving on to the fully integrated board, just remind us again how that will consist, what the makeup, I think it's 7-7, but just give us an outline a little bit how that will work, please.
Jeff?
Sorry, that's my understanding is there will be an equal membership. I think there's still some legislation, as Gavin said, another revised tranche came out last week looking at the particulars, but I think an assumption of around about 7-7, maybe slightly fewer each, will be the ultimate makeup of that board. But we'll simply await what the final instruction is on that. There will certainly be equality between the two bodies. There is some debate as to whether health members must be non-executives or can be executive directors as well, such as a medical director or a nurse director. But again, we'll simply follow what the legislation says on that.
The two main pieces of what's still being thrashed through at national level. One is conflict resolution. How do you guide if it's a 7-7? Who takes the final decision? What happens if the two sides can't agree to one strategic plan? And we laugh, but you can imagine if there's 5 councils and 1 health board, that could be a real possibility. And the second issue is assets and liabilities. Obviously, if we have set up a separate statutory body, where does the Liability Act lie if there's a mistake at the front end? Because it's quite clear, if I've got responsibility for social work, Jeff's got responsibility for health, but if we've actually got a separate statutory body, and chief legal officers in Scotland are working their way through exactly where the liability, because obviously before I come to members with the integration plan, I want to give you absolute assurance on what members put onto this board will actually have liability for. and where the liability would sit, particularly since we're mixing two systems that have never mixed before. So these are the issues we'll need to work through. As I said, that they are far thornier in other areas than they are here. But you know, the very idea that you put 7 and 7, and then how do you take the casting vote, is something that we're still waiting for the guidance to come through. I think we will have a pragmatic solution. I think the challenge will be how we get the health board and the council to engage around the strategic plan effectively as one body. That's something we'll need to work through with members about how we facilitate that discussion to ensure that the objectives and outcomes are actually shared objectives and outcomes at that starting point. But again, that will come forward to members. We're going to work on that over the summer and bring some proposals back to the board and the council how we would take that forward.
Okay, Dennis and Andy.
Thanks, Chair. As far as I'm concerned, this report has been something like 4 to 5 years in the making to get us to this point. And at stages 2 and 3 years ago, I've never really thought we were going to get here. But over the last few meetings of the Community Health and Social Care Partnership Board, it became quite obvious that we were really getting to the point of something very special and very exciting. And I think everybody on the board, as far as I can recollect, has now signed up unanimously to this way forward. So following on what Councillor Dick said, I would agree with him that this is the way forward. We've got to take this, and we've got to let the real work start on how we then make this progress. And so I think this is a superb paper and should be accepted by the Council.
Thanks, Ronnie. Two things here. If I can just refer back to the thing about the trade unions, because I had my hand up and waving furiously at the time and obviously missed. Well, I know I've lost something. I've lost that much yet. There's a dangerous precedent here if we accept and debate a paper submitted by a body who's already got 2 seats on the formal consultation process. And Mr. Haswell's advice was absolutely spot on in that. And that consultation is embedded in the whole process. And I would suggest that actually should be the answer. It should go back to Unison, do it through the proper channels. Right, no, try and circumvent the channel. And that's as a lifetime trade unionist. That's okay, I still remember my principal, I'm still a paid up member. Right? Finally, this is an excellent report, got to say that. Yeah. And the culmination of a lot of hard work, as like others have said, not only by the staff of the NHS and the local authority and others who have been contributing to this, but also the elected members and the NHS non-exec members who actually spent a lot of time debating this, reading it, following it for years now. I've only done it for 2 years, and it's nearly controlled my life for 2 years. But what we do need to do here today is agree the principles, right, to allow the project board to actually progress and take account of the secondary legislation that's coming almost daily, right? So we shouldn't be boring down here into the detail. We should actually be saying, okay, we agree this in principle, let's move this forward, and the rest of the stuff will come forward to us in due time, and then we'll consider it piece by piece as it comes through.
Okay, can we go to the recommendations? Can 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4, 2.5, 2.6 and 2.7? Thank you. If we can move on to item 8, which is in the report by the Chief Executive. This is the Chief Executive's end of term report. I think it shows that the Council has been moving in the right direction in relation to our priorities and commitments. However, the report also looks forward, and there is no doubt that the region continues to face a number of challenges. Economically, Dumfries and Galloway remains in a deeply difficult position. We have the unenviable record as the lowest paid region in Scotland, and unemployment, particularly amongst young people, is consistently above the national average. That's why the centrepiece of our budget in February was a new employability strategy, which included proposals to invest more than £1.5 million over the next 3 years to create 400 new apprenticeship opportunities for young people and the long-term unemployed within the private and third sector. In future budgets, we are determined to build on these proposals. We will have to do this in the face of £30 million of government cuts over the next 3 years on top of the £30 million we have had to save in the past 3 years. However, when we made tough budget decisions in February, we were guided by a commitment to protect the least well-off and vulnerable citizens, and for as long as I am leader, this council will continue to be guided by such a commitment. That's why, even when faced by cuts, our budget in February was able to increase funding for social work by over £2 million, recognising that with an ageing population and growing demands, more support is needed to provide the care local people need and deserve. We also made a commitment to roll out the living wage to 500 additional private and third sector employees through our contracting process, and have invested significant extra resources in protecting people from the impact of welfare reform. I am proud that we were the first council in Scotland to make a commitment to pay discretionary housing benefit to every victim of the bedroom tax, to make sure no one lost out as a result of cuts in the housing benefit. We now need to focus our efforts on the development of the region's first ever comprehensive anti-poverty strategy. If two of our main priorities have been to build the local economy and support and protect the most vulnerable, a third has been to ensure that we give our children the best start in life. That's why our recent capital budget set aside such significant sums to deliver the Dumfries Learning Campus, as well as begin the delivery of the Dumfries Learning Town project. It is a testimony to the commitment to work as an inclusive council that both the revenue and capital budgets were agreed by councillors unanimously. I have consistently said that no councillor, no political group, and in fact the council as a whole does not have a monopoly on good ideas. I am therefore committed to work with all groups on the council to build on achievements in the attached report. But in the weeks and months ahead, this council also needs to look beyond this chamber and ensure that views of local people are very much at the heart of the decisions the council makes. The challenges we face will undoubtedly need everyone working together, starting by reshaping council services and refocusing our priorities in line with the economy and jobs, the protection of the most vulnerable, and operating as an inclusive council and giving children the best start in life. I believe that this report is the most important one we will consider this year. It will be an opportunity to shape the way in which our council will operate for many years to come. I'm therefore now going to ask Gavin to go through the report and then take questions and comments.
Thank you, Leader. Over the last few years, the hard work of our staff, our partners, particularly the third sector, the Council has been able to make good progress in delivering the outcomes in relation to many of its commitments. This, as the Leader said, has been achieved against the backdrop of severe and ongoing financial constraints. Many new commitments were added during the year, and our officers have worked hard to adopt and progress these. Though we recognise there is more work to do. The corporate management team are here to answer any questions on the priorities and commitment reports, and I'm sure, because not everything is where we'd want it to be, and I'm sure they'll be able to answer your questions. Although we are moving forward, I must highlight the wake-up call we received in the previous paper in relation to need to improve the effectiveness of our interventions in relation to our most vulnerable children and young people. And I've been pleased at the level both of member questioning but also member support, and many of you turned up to the staff focus groups so that we can start to absolutely show that leadership right from the top, that actually our people rightly expect better than we have done when we get together in partnership. And I think that we need to maintain the focus, and as you say, I'm providing regular briefings to the Leader, and will back to the Council on our progress in this matter. However, as the Leader has said, the world doesn't stand still, and in paragraph 4.1 I do summarise the key issues that we face in the coming years, and there are challenges ahead. Although the Council has made good progress and opportunities in investment in the Learning Town, our investment in broadband, these are key infrastructure investments that we can build on and build out from across our region. However, the cumulative effects of these challenges and more legislation coming our way, and combined with the volume and range of current committed activity, cannot be sustained, in my view. Add that to the backdrop of £30 million of real-term cuts, we need to do something different. Incremental change and further efficiencies will not allow us to meet these challenges. Whilst we must reduce the volume of activity, we must protect what's important to our local residents. I think that, again, we need to listen as well as shape. I believe this needs the Council to be more explicit in relation to the relative importance and prioritisation of the commitments so that we can direct our reducing resources. In short, I believe we need smarter and fewer priorities. I also believe that to effectively deliver our outcomes, we need to reshape our Council. In the paper, I lay out the arguments, but we need to bring services closer together. We need to focus them on our priorities, our duties, but the customer as well in our local communities. This work, I believe, will generate real opportunity for efficiencies, real opportunity for some cross-cutting service reviews, focusing on much larger outcomes and larger service budgets. It will also allow the opportunity to build some innovation by engaging with the staff as they pull together with colleagues perhaps that have sat not just in other buildings but in other towns, and generate more and better sustainable outcomes. I would therefore ask the Council to agree to review its priorities and commitments, to give us and our partners a sharper focus, and also remit me to develop detailed proposals for members' consideration to reshape our Council and a supporting programme of change delivery. I'm happy to take questions, Leader.
Okay, we've got Graham.
Thanks, Leader. It's a fairly comprehensive report. You know, some very hard-hitting facts and some home truths here. Obviously, the Council's to save £30 million over the next few years. If you're looking at 6.9 on page 116, members have been clear that they wish to protect frontline services. Well, you never know. After September, we might suffer a yes vote. Things will be worse. But one thing, can I have guarantees from the Chief Executive that there'll be no job losses and a minimal impact on job losses in the region and frontline services? The yes vote. Thank you.
I don't intend giving you a yes or a no. Members set the policy direction for the Council. The paper coming on the financial strategy is based around no compulsory redundancies. It depends what you regard as frontline services. We have staff working really hard in the so-called back office in which you cannot deliver a frontline service. So I think in reshaping the Council, we need to reevaluate exactly what is important and what is a frontline service. A lot of it, I have not come across pockets of staff who set out not to work hard that day or deliver. So I think that's decisions for members. What I'm asking for is much clearer prioritisation. The Leader has set out the start of that process in his speech. But if you cannot take £30 million out and maintain the number of staff that we have, that's a stark reality. But I believe, given this paper and the paper that Paul's about to bring with the tools that you give me, I can manage that over a 3-year period without compulsory redundancies, as long as everything stays the same, and I get the leadership and support of elected members.
Alistair.
Thanks very much indeed, sir. I think the greatest of deference to Graham, this is a massively important issue for the Council, and while I have no problems, Leader, with sort of political tomfoolery on occasion, I would hope that we don't trivialise this today. But that wasn't the point I wanted to make. It's something altogether much more prosaic, for want of a better term, but important nonetheless. Chief Executive has referred on a number of occasions, Leader, to the issue of a remit being granted to him, and it's referred in paragraph 6.7 of the report, sir, and also 2.4 of the recommendations. And purely for the avoidance of doubt, Leader, I'm seeking clarification. This would not be a remit with powers, it would be a remit to do the pieces of work and to report back to the council. I think I'm correct that that would be the case, Leader. And in addition, sir, as it were, I think, and again, not being semantical, I notice that in paragraph 6.7, in supporting an inclusive council, and you yourself have already referred to the concept, Leader, I would seek to discuss with political groups. I would suggest, sir, all political groups should be the message that should be got out. It's only one word, and it's a small word, but it's a hugely important word, discussing as part of that process, Leader, with all political groups and reporting back to the council. Thank you.
When I was speaking earlier, I said working with all groups. I don't know if you really missed that or not, but I did say that. And
I'm suitably reassured, sir. Thank you.
Okay, and you know, the proposals, do you like? I mean, these won't come back to members.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Thanks, Chair. It's certainly a matter of satisfaction to see a report of this strategic importance come before the Council. I think it's absolutely fundamental. I think it will represent a framework for the budgetary decisions over the medium to longer term, and I think it's a culmination of the directions and priorities of both the administrations that have existed in this Council over the last couple of years, not least of all through the budgetary process. And I would say it's a testament to both administrations. And I do hope that whatever the shape of the Council, that this is the framework that we can go ahead with.
Thank you. Colin?
Thank you, Leader. I take it back to about a year ago. I think it might have been about this same time when this report was brought last year. I think it might have been 2 or maybe even 3 administrations ago. I get a little bit lost with them. But it was actually the leader himself who held the document up and said, why do we need to spend as much money on all these glossy reports being produced? And although I welcome the report, it is in the body of the paper, and surely that should be enough for members not to have it reprinted in glossy colour. I see this at so many committee meetings, and I bring the subject up so many times because I'm very mean. Why, when we've got something in the body of the paper, does it have to be reproduced in colour at more expense? Surely the little shapes in the paper in the exception reports are enough for members without having to be in green and yellow and red. I can follow it, and I'm not the brightest of sparks, so I'm sure everybody else can. There's another point I would like to bring up, that the Chief Executive said we should listen to the people. Well, I think if we listen to the people, they would not want us to spend so much money internally on printing documents, mobile phone bills, etc., and they would want more money spent on cutting their grass and sorting potholes, which in point 6.6, bullet point 4, the Chief Executive reduce management and overhead costs and protecting frontline services, which I totally applaud and approve, but it doesn't seem to happen. We seem to be spending more and more money on management costs and less on the ground troops. I go back to page 18 in the first part of the report number 6, which, to highlight my point about management costs, were establishment and improvement group, the establishment of a professional reference group, and the recruitment of Patrick Shearer as lead for improvement. How is that reducing management costs and reducing overheads when we seem to be always recruiting more people to fairly highly paid positions?
Just on that last one, I think it's important. When I say about priorities, it's one of the main priorities is protecting the vulnerable, and you know, by protecting the vulnerable, you put in resources to achieve that. And I'm not going to answer the rest of them.
Thanks, Leader. A couple of points, I think, and I'll just catch where I am. See, in paragraph 4, there's a load of bullet points here. I'd like to see leisure and sport in there somewhere. The west of the region gets approximately 4 times the amount spent to the east of the region if you break the areas down. And I think leisure and sport and people's physical health, mental health, so on and so forth, it's a preventative thing that we could have, as we look forward, it's something we could have certainly looked at and took that seriously. in regards to paragraph 6.6, the second last bullet point, it refers to paragraph 6.4. I think there's a correlation between the two. It says, remove the structural commissioning and delivery divisions. The potential for overlap and gap service are no longer viable nor affordable. Just could you tell me exactly what that means? I think I understand it, but I'd like to hear it, please.
How do I put this now? Our commissioning and delivery model has commissioning in one part of the organisation and in many occasions delivery somewhere else. What we're saying is that actually, to me, commissioning is something you do at the start of a business plan period to set your objectives. You have a very small monitoring team. But actually, the operational delivery, to be effective, we need the constant connection between what is you're wanting to buy and actually what is being delivered. We in many terms have two separate parts of the council that do that. So therefore, it's not clear to members, not clear to staff who's actually responsible and accountable for it. What I'm saying is it's perfectly possible to have the Chinese wall of commissioning and delivery in the same area, so the people who are setting out what they want to buy actually have access and control of how it's actually being delivered to ensure it's there. That, I believe, now that we've established the principal commissioning delivery, we've established the commissions, bringing the two much closer would allow that fleet of footness that we don't see in a number of prominent press areas at the moment. And I just think that that's the type of area I'm talking about, that actually, once you've established in the business plan what it is you want to buy, then that resource that developed it could start to go on about how and shaping and ensuring it gets delivered. And I think we have that gap just now, and a structural gap, and I would look to try and bring those as close as possible so that those with the skills to understand the need also apply their skills to delivery.
Please, just so I fully understand what's being said, are we saying we're doing away with commissioning and delivering, or is what you're actually saying, from my understanding, is that we're bringing them close together? Commission and delivery will still be there, there's an ethos, there's a policy of the council, still working to that, but the departments will be close, will work in closer harmony. Is that what you're saying? And also, just when I'm on, in 6.4, I thought you might have touched on, I think it references in there from memory, a lack of a direct and community customer services. Just what does that mean in regards to the whole broader picture?
Sorry, could you repeat the last one?
Paragraph 6.4, it refers to, we currently have a vacant director within community customer services. Just if you bring that into context, please.
A number of our staff will be moving off to work under the professional management of integrated health and social care. Provides opportunities in one area. We'll obviously be looking to realign the management arrangements of adult health and social care. On Director of Customer and Community Services, we still have an extant decision to fill that post. We're still carrying the post. What I'm saying here is that that's an opportunity not to fill it, that if I'm talking about a broad shape of 4. Now, I've got to be very careful that members need to take the decisions and that there are people at the back end of this. So I'm being quite careful in what I say. But that opportunity, so what I'm saying is I would not be looking to bring forward any proposal to fill that post on a permanent basis at this time to members agree the future structure. And commissioning delivery, absolutely we'll have commissioning delivery. It's worked really effective. But to use some simple language, we have a situation where something goes wrong, it's a bad boy did it and ran away. Well, I would want the same person to be accountable for both. So therefore you cannot blame another part of our own organisation or a close partner for a failure. So that absolute clarity. But yes, the commissioning model works really well. It helps members focus on what they want to buy, but they also need the absolute clarity and the accountability of the delivery as well.
Yeah. Sorry for coming back, but I did make a point about leisure and sport. Absolutely satisfied with the answer that the Chief Executive's given us. Leisure and sport, I do think it should have a higher profile as what's been outlined within this report.
I would have to say that's part of the priority discussion that members need to have. If you wanted my opinion, I believe we should be moving that service to focus on our children and focus on our elderly. If we got physical activity into our elderly population, we keep them in our homes and keep them out of hospital. But that would be the type of debate I would be wanting to get and allow members to have to help shape the priority. Because, you know, we have only got a resource. Where it goes, how it's shaped, that must be part of the discussion the leader's calling for.
Okay, Andy.
Thank you, Leader. I commend, in actual fact, this report. I do find it really fairly comprehensive. The one thing I would like to highlight, though, and that is under 4.1, where you have 8 bullet points. I would like an additional 9th bullet point, and that is where we can be building a transparent and accountable authority with a robust appeals process for those challenging council policy and processes. Would the Chief Exec be in agreement with bringing forward such a report and how we could put in place and implement an appeals panel?
Yeah, that'll be a decision of members. It's not for the Chief Executive, that. Yeah.
Yeah, just reference my last statement. It's remiss of me not to have acknowledged the vast amount of work done by the council officers in achieving what this report represents, and I'd like that on record.
Thanks, George.
Thanks, Leader. This is maybe a point maybe that Alistair Speedy would maybe like to take up. I think it's on, yeah. It's about the community benefits from wind farms. I don't see any reference to that in the priorities and that in this booklet. And it's an area we set up a subcommittee of phase, must be a year ago now at least. And I think we've had 2 meetings, the last one being, it could be last October. It's been that long ago, I don't even remember what members were on it. In fact, I remember Finlay Carson was on it, but I was just wondering, where are we with the community benefits from wind farms?
Alistair?
Thank you, Leader. There is a report to the Economic and Environment Infrastructure Committee on the 7th of July, which updates members where we are and basically refers to the current best practice guidance that's been published by the Scottish Government. So we'll be asking members to consider their position with reference to that best practice guidance.
Okay, Craig.
Thank you, Leader. The Chief Exec points out within the report the challenging times ahead that this council has to face, and I think we all as members acknowledge that and need to find a way to work forward to do that as the report sets out. In responding to the challenges, the Chief Executive has already stated that we need to reshape the Council's services. He believes that that is a way forward. And in 6.6, he states in adopting these proposals would mean that we would adopt a do it once and do it well approach, meet the needs of service users, approach that puts customers first and protecting frontline services. Under the communities heading, he talks about working with local communities to meet these aspirations. Now, I can completely agree with those sentiments, but I am disappointed that the Council does not already have these aspirations embedded within its working ethics. And if that had been so, then some of the cost savings that we are looking for might have been slightly easier to achieve than they have been in the past. And I was just wondering how the Chief Exec would intend to get these principles embedded into the staff of the Council to take these future priorities forward.
I think to say no staff member sets out to have that result. Part of it is the way we put, in particular, I would say the Customer Community Services department together. It wasn't constructed in a way that made those connections directly across. It effectively took the individual blocks that currently existed and put them under one name. So what we had was, in my view, plenty of potential to do community engagement for a purpose, community capacity building for a purpose. But that was not how it then got to. What happened was they sort of continued on the professionally led approach. And part of that actually has been within the children's service approach as well, that actually the needs of the professional got ahead of the need of the client customer. what we've found in our staff focus work, particularly around that Jeff and I have been working on with Colin around the staff, is it's not a huge amount of investment to flip that, to get them to understand that actually having that dialogue, it will mean that some of the work that we do in members may cherish in the local area and community engagement capacity building may have to change. Because what we've not done is what are we building the capacity in the community for? So it could be to take services, it could be to take control of your own life. So what we've found in the children's services is we can get there. What I need to do is a proper change programme that then gives the tools and the authority and the confidence down to the front end and being able to flexible. And part of that will be putting elements of resource under more local control. You know, I've heard the comment about management. Part of the issues we've had with some frontline service recently is the lack of supervisory management at the front line to know what's going on. Now that will need to be compensated to deliver significant overall savings, but I think we can do it. I think if we can get in certain areas some of that localism back with members' discussion, because it's not every service that needs it, we can do it. So I'm encouraged, and I'm sure Colin would say we're encouraged by the work we've been doing with children's services staff, from teachers right across to health visitors and senior clinicians, that we can make it. I think we need to give the leadership that we've not given in the past, and I'll hold my hands up to that. And I think that's what I mean by reshaping the council with a programme of change. The change needs to be about how we engage, how we listen, how we tell some honesty to the public that we don't have the ability to deliver everything everywhere. But we do that after we've listened to that and been able to take it forward. So it would be a journey, it wouldn't happen overnight, but shaping the council and having the council shaping towards that customer delivery would be a great start.
Thank you. Willie?
Thank you, Chair. I'll refer to what the Chief Executive said, 4.1 in his bullet points. And the first one is the build on the post of work and address of the impact of welfare reform, and indeed your remarks, Chair, and I recognise the good work of the Welfare Reform Subcommittee in terms of how they tackled the bedroom tax and indeed made it available. Easy access in terms of 2014-15, which is not the same throughout the whole of Scotland, and indeed there is a lobby today in Glasgow City Council where we need to get to the Scottish Government to make sure that we have the resources that were released under the raising of the cap, or at least a means of delivering that. But what I do welcome is your remarks on anti-poverty strategy, and welcome an early report on this one, where indeed I think we've got some 44% of our population or people out there who are suffering fuel poverty, and we must address that issue in terms of the effect that has on the whole family in houses that are damp, uncomfortable, cold, and everything else. So we need to bring that forward as quickly as possible as a priority, and I welcome your remarks, Chair. I'm turning to my second item, and where the Chief Executive refers to the delivery and implementation of a new regional economic strategy. And I look at the document on page 45, where some of the parts, Dock Park, were not hitting targets, others were in progress, and some 50 to 60%. What I would hope in this new strategy is that we deliver more than one project per year, where the resources have been identified, and that we maximise the spend and the delivery of those projects. And specifically I refer to the Stranraer Regeneration Action Plan, and I know as an area committee we have this before us on Wednesday, and I would hope that we're able to progress this much further under this new regional economic strategy, indeed where the money is available in that respect. My further point, Chair, would be to the education and the documents on education, and recognise the worker education and the bullet point that the Chief Executive has highlighted. But I think on this one, I think we also have got to recognise the work of education, but make sure we can maintain this. And I look at page 12 in looked after children, and specifically to areas of deprivation, recognised areas of deprivation, where we did reduce the additional teachers from 14 to 7, and I would hope that indeed on looking at that as a priority, we don't reduce it any further, particularly to areas of deprivation. And I look for that assurance, Chair. The other one is just to respond to children's needs. I think we got a presentation this morning that we should be looking for the improvement and development of those services.
Thanks. Thanks, Ollie. Can I have Colin? No? Okay, that's fine. Jim?
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of points. The first one's commitment 4.7 and 4.8 on page 38 and 39. I'm absolutely delighted to see that we are indeed progressing the regeneration strategy for Upper Nissay, but I wonder why it's not tied into strategic business locations as well, and whether maybe that's something that will progress, because we have a company that's one of the biggest employers in all the Upper Nissay, and we have an estate, an industrial estate there, and yet it talks about what's it called, a charrette, which is part of the development of the strategy. But I just wonder why it's no in line with the other areas of Gretna, Lockerbie and Annan as a strategic business development area. But maybe the Chief Exec can address that. The other thing is the derelict building strategy. I see we have a development on that and we are progressing that. It's nice to see as well, and I hope we get a solution to that soon. And that would allow us maybe to deal with the issues right across the region. And the last is priority 5. I know full well that CCTV has been developed there, but I would take this opportunity to mention the fact that the last bullet point in page 51 in priority 5, where we continue to campaign to the National Service of Police Scotland, Scottish Fire and Rescue Service, secure core staff within the region. I think that's important. I think we need to ensure that although we maybe centralise the service, we don't centralise staff, and that we have a service that is fit for purpose and delivers for this area. And I think that message needs to be passed to the senior officers of police fire who are here today with us. We'll get the opportunity maybe to talk about their plans in a minute, but it's important that they know that we require a commitment to have members of their service permanently in our location delivering for the community.
Okay, Ivor.
Thank you, Leader. I think one of the things the Chief Executive said earlier was we should be honest with the public out there about what we can deliver, etc. Now, when reading through the thing, I think there's one word in there that I have a wee bit of difficulty with, where we're looking under the communities under 6.7, working with local partners and local communities to meet their aspirations. Now, we can aspire to a lot of things, and I think if we're working to meet aspirations, we could struggle. I think we should maybe be looking to their expectations. You know, things like, I expect my dustbin to be lifted, but I aspire to have a swimming pool next in my garden. Now, I don't think I'll ever get to the aspirational thing, but I would hope that my dustbin would be lifted. And I think with that, if we're looking to do that with the new service, how we actually work with our partners to make the service better at local communities, we need to get out to the local communities so we understand their expectations and possibly some of their aspirations where we can meet them. And I think that's one of the issues that we have. We've seen it possibly over the last 2 or 3 budget setting issues whereby expectations haven't been met and we've had to sort of look at them again. The other point that I would like to raise is it's always good to see efficiency in the council, and one of the things that I was taught at my time management course was if you put on your computer a couple of letters, it brings out a sentence. However, under 2.2 of the recommendations, I think it's been a bit of cut and paste here, where we're looking forward to last year, 2013-14. I find that rather difficult to do.
Okay.
So I can't proofread and I get my dates wrong. So about my aspirational. But points noted. I think that the first thing we need to do is have a clearer evidence that we meet the needs, and then we'll move on to the expectations and aspirations.
Okay, Jane.
Thank you. I think I'm not, as I go out of here, Leader, I'm not 100% certain about the actual process. Councillor Geddes raised the issue with respect to this coming back, because there is too much here, I think, to simply say to the Chief Executive, yes, that's absolutely splendid. When you come back in September, we expect you to have thrown everything up in the air and come down with a different shape. And we all set off again. I don't think that members can let that happen without it coming back. Now, it's not entirely clear to me how it's going to come back. I mean, I can see that there would be an opportunity for political groups to speak to each other. Of course, they must, about priorities. The administration's led out quite clearly through the leader today what they consider to be their priorities. And I don't think any of us would disagree with that. It'll be the detail at the end that'll be really difficult. And I think the opportunity of using the liaison meetings with the Chief Executive should be taken. I think also, ideally, we should have some sort of coming together before we take a decision. And I'd like to be sure, through you, Leader, that that's how it's going to be taken forward. As I say, I'm not totally clear. I understand from Councillor Geddes' intervention that there will be doing this without powers, but I think it ought to be explicit how members actually take their part in the process.
I was very conscious in writing it. It's not for me to tell members how to take forward their business. I think that what I know what I would like to do. It's for members to decide how they would want to interact and feed into the process, because we could go to members of working groups. We could go to, and I'm not sure that what you're looking for. I think it's the dialogue around the wants and needs and how we'd pull it together. But I was waiting. I think members would need to get together to decide how they would want to take that forward. It was not for me to tell you how to take forward that first step. But the very fact that we're talking about an inclusive council, I think, would get us there.
I'm quite happy to involve on a political level, each representative from a group.
May I come back? Leader, if we look at commitment 7.3 on page 191 with respect to member involvement on the policy development and review framework, I mean, arguably we should have a framework to deal with what we're talking about, but we haven't just quite got there yet. Because I mean, we're expecting a report, I think, to come forward. Looking at this, underway with the updated framework to come to the Policy and Resources Committee later in 2014. I'm looking for a little bit of help with this. We've got this policy and performance, good progress, etc., with improving the way the council works. But we need the tools, and I just need a little bit of help about what this process is actually going to look like.
Colin, I'll let you in on this.
I mean, there's obviously two different things here. There's obviously the issue around the reshaping of the council, and I suppose management structures are pretty much remitted to the Chief Executive, but I think there's obviously a clear need for members in all groups to be involved through the meetings that the leader calls around leaders. There's also the second part of it around the priorities, which I think taken forward partly through that, but I also think one of the helpful ways forward would be to have a seminar around those issues that the leader talked about at the start, the sort of ballpark priorities of building the economy, protecting the vulnerable, putting children first and building an inclusive council. Nobody here disagrees with that, but I think bring people together to give every member a view on it
at a seminar, then everybody can feed into that. So there's a formal process at the seminar, but I think the informal regular discussions between groups are obviously crucial, and we're adult enough that as members we should be taking them forward during the summer recess. And we have to do it because everybody in this room is signed up, as far as I can see, to what's in this paper. And because frankly we have to do this, no change is just not an option, and we have to be signed up to it, and we have to be adults, and we have to work through this during the course of the summer through leaders meetings, but also have that formal seminar so we can look at the priorities in a lot more detail. Because what strikes me about the commitments at the moment is that they are quite frankly airy-fairy. I can imagine that sometimes the officers have to look at what does that mean, and we have to be a bit more clear as members exactly what we want. And I think every member's got a role in that, and we have to be absolutely specific. What is it we want to see delivered? And by definition, in doing that, it will leave clear the areas that we have to look at that may not be delivered in the future. And I think having a seminar in the run-up to this is obviously one way forward.
We could put that in as explicit in 2.3 maybe. Okay. Finlay.
Thanks, Chair. Just a couple of minor points. Initially, on the report, I think there's a typo on page 39. The Tour of Britain didn't come to Dumfries and Galloway in 2014. The other comment was on commitment 411 on page 41 with regards to the broadband, and it's anticipated the project will cover 95% of premises in the region. Can you remind us of what the project is promising to deliver in terms of speeds? And also, if we look at page 46, it's suggesting the South of Scotland Next Generation broadband, we're at 66% progress with a due date of 31st of March. What is that actually referring to? What's the 66%? And as far as I'm aware, the project runs through until 2017. So some more information that would be useful, because the public are getting a bit impatient because there doesn't seem to be any broadband services available yet. And if it's shown 66%, what's that actually based on? And if you don't mind, I'll just come back on the last thing. I would quite like to see some sort of strategy on how the Chief Exec is going to look at the issues going forward. And I presume he will have some sort of strategy or plan to look at how we can change the council, and that might be useful for members to see that.
Well, obviously, I should be able to provide all members with an update on the broadband situation. In fact, our first meeting in Castle Douglas about demand stimulation, I think, is taking place next week, the first meeting. And the 66% is that that 66% down getting our exchanges enabled to do it. And you can't drive anywhere in Dumfries and Galloway without seeing Openreach digging your road up to get from there. And I think I'm trying to think of the exchange just up north of Dumfries. Abelsfield's going online. Castle Douglas is just going online. They're moving it forward. Stranraer's already enabled, ready to go, and they'll connect out from there. At the end of the project, everybody in Dumfries and Galloway will be guaranteed I think it's a minimum of 2 megabyte. We have to work through how we provide that somewhere. So even though it's 5%, won't have super fast, which when we brought the plans was up to 20, but now in some areas we might actually be able to get as great as 60 megabyte, depending upon where they are in relation to the rollout. Certainly, in my view, and certainly talking to BT as they move through it, with our money, they will be able to deliver more than 95% when they get to the end of the programme. But I'll be able to provide a full briefing to all members. I'd received one on my desk this morning. Unfortunately, I haven't had time to fully absorb it. But we're well on programme, and we were one of the first areas to get through the rollout. But it's for those of you who have not had the pleasure of Openreach, it's coming your way soon. I've had two vans sitting outside my house for about the last, let's call them, we'll know we've had them there for the last 3 to 4 months on the Edinburgh Road. But it is coming, the guarantee. Also, new technologies have come on board. At the last national board meeting in broadband that I sit on, new technologies have come on board from BT, specifically to deal with Aberdeenshire, which has huge infrastructure problems that will be brought down applicable to Dumfries and Galloway. So happy to bring an early report to at the earliest opportunity to update you with the full programme, and I'll get the project lead to come down from Edinburgh so you can go through some of the detailed questions.
Just to confirm that, so we're looking at 95% of premises getting speeds of 20 meg plus by the end of 2017?
Absolutely, yes.
It's okay, thanks.
Okay, thanks very much. Can we go to the recommendations? I think we've considered 2.1, 2.2, and can we agree 2.3, 2.4?
Could we just get the wording of 2.4, because I think there was a change to that wording. I would quite like to hear the wording, please.
2.4, we can minute that the proposals would come back to members. Okay. Sorry, Alistair.
Thanks very much indeed, sir. You know, all you need to put in there if members are apprehensive about it, and I may say, standing assurances I've got, I'm not, but you know, if you want to put some form of record in, and to report would be your phrase.
I think there's a couple of issues, Leader, that have come out. I think how I would intend to minute if it's acceptable to members. I think you're noting the progress made in paragraph 2.1. You're endorsing the Chief Exec's look forward. I think Councillor Smith made it clear there was nobody in the room who appeared to be disagreeing with the broad principles. I think you've also agreed that as part of the review of the priorities and commitments, you do that by way of informal political group discussions, followed by a formal seminar and a report back to the Council in the autumn. And as Councillor Geddes has suggested, sir, I'll add the words "and to report" at the end of 2.4, which makes it clear that the Chief Executive has a remit, but he's got to come back to members. If that's acceptable, Leader.
Okay, Jane.
Well, I want to be completely clear about this. I don't think I've got any difficulty, but I'd just like to be taken along with it. At the moment, if you look at paragraph 6.7, if I've got this right, the Chief Executive could go along and do exactly what is stated in 6.6 and come along and tell us that he's done it. So I just want to be, absolutely clear, and that members are going to, and at what point you're going to tell us and where you're going to tell us. That's all I'm asking for. I just want to be clear.
Right. What I'd be seeking to do, specifically to reshape the council, I'd be specifically looking to come round the groups and discuss with you first the 4 principles of the grouping to understand in there, and then to talk through with you what would be your expectations at a local level for delivery. These are the services as currently grouped. Seek your views about better groupings and shape from your knowledge of committees and of services, and then to look, after all those engagements, to pull that together in a composite report from the findings, but then put my recommendation on the structural answer towards it, would then go forward into a more formal process with members before reporting back, to make sure, because obviously I'd be then pulling together all the different groups, but actually to take account of everybody's views and then make my recommendation on the best operational organisational structure that would be delivered on it.
Thank you, Leader.
So I think I need to sit there with the layout and building blocks to help members understand what we currently have. But what I need from you is your understanding of that locality focus. What fills your inbox? It'd be helpful.
Sederunt.
Thank you, Leader. So it's just, just for my own clarity, so we're agreeing to remit to the Chief Executive to develop detailed proposals for our organisational arrangements, and it's the "and" there, so I'm just, are we getting the report back before the delivering the programme of change based on the recommendations? So that it's just to get that explicit, really. Thank you.
Okay, we'll put it in then. Yep. And then. Thank you. Moving on to item 9. which is developing a financial strategy and 3-year budget report by Director Chief Executive Service. This report is entirely complementary to the Chief Executive's end-of-year report. At full council on the 6th of February this year, members agreed that we would develop a 5-year financial strategy and a 3-year budget. This report provides information to assist members in that process. The financial challenge facing the council and anticipated savings are outlined within the report. As I have already highlighted, as a result of government cuts, we need to save £30 million over the next 3 years, and this is going to be a real challenge with difficult decisions. These figures are high-level estimates and will be subject to change as indications of Scottish Government grant settlement levels are only available for financial year 2015-16. There will be no notifications of funding allocations for subsequent years until well into 2015. The report provides members with initial details of a number of savings options for consideration, including cross-service reviews, and proposes the enhancement of a human resource policy, such as a better approach to long-term deployment and retraining our workforce, and encouraging an increased take-up of ERVS to complement the Council's policy of avoiding compulsory redundancies. I will ask Paul to answer any questions you may have. Jim?
Yeah, thanks, Leader. It's regarding that last point with the ERVS. Since the 2 years I've come into the council, there's been quite a number of staff have left in ERVS. Are we now seriously suggesting that we actually give better conditions to the ERVS in the future? What about the ones that have just left?
I mean, this all depends when, you know, where we're looking at for services, and the ERVS scheme and switch work together, if you want. So we enhance people's, you know, people that have different strengths in different areas don't necessarily have to get, if there's a vacancy elsewhere and they can fit into that without actually just cross-matching, if that's the right words, then, you know, but if that isn't possible, and you know yourself, in all cases it isn't possible to do that, so there may be opportunities to carry out an ERVS.
Yeah, I fully support being able to use the switch to actually redeploy. It's those that wouldn't be able to be redeployed that would be going to the ERVS. By my reading of that, we're actually looking at enhancing the terms of the ERVS. And what about the staff that have just left under the current ERVS, who are possibly not in as good a terms as what's going to be offered?
That would be subject to members' decisions. I'd have to say that you take offers at the time that they're made, but actually the principle we need to look at is a more flexible scheme than we currently have. At the moment, we have a scheme which is primarily based upon a scheme of added years, which has been used in the council in many years past. That, in many terms, disadvantages the low paid, and particularly women that have come in late to the workforce because they have such a small pension pot. What I'm talking about is there's more flexibility I think we can offer members and staff that is beneficial to different grades and different lengths of period, and we need to work that through, but with the same recovery cap as we're currently working to, or we might need to push that. So we're not talking about, you know, suddenly changing the existing offer. We're talking about brand new range of options for different staff that would allow them to go. And also, I think, as the leader says, switch. We have a number of staff who have such crucial skill sets that we have not been able to let go. And that is, you know, and the scheme basically unfair. We need to develop an ability for these staff at the end of long careers, if they wish to go and train through new, younger staff to take them through. So that's the package I'll be bringing to you to make it fad. But we need to be giving our frontline staff more options, and we need to be giving our frontline managers more tools to meet the scale of the £30 million. But it's not based on a predication, I'll just take the bar and raise it higher. It's a package that we want to be able to offer staff.
Okay. And as I said, I think it gives opportunities for staff as well. So, you know, the whole package. Ian?
Thanks, Chair. I would just like to simply extend my remarks that I attributed to the previous paper also to this one for the same reasons. And with reference to the previous remarks there, I fully understand that this council maintains a policy of no compulsory redundancies, if I've worded that correctly. And I fully understand what 2.7 is actually saying, that we agreed to bring back a paper. And I think that's utterly essential as part of the ongoing budget and financial management strategy.
Thank you, Ian?
Thanks, Leader. It's on the same subject. We must have picked up obviously the same points, but recommendation 2.7, and it refers to 613 and 615, and it refers again to no compulsory redundancies. Just looking at that, over the next 3 years, we're looking to extract over £30 million, over 10% of the budget for the council. Are we saying realistically that we'll be able to achieve that without compulsory redundancies? That's the clear question. It was touched on earlier by Councillor Bell, but I need to get an understanding from myself. Are we saying that we can actually achieve that?
That's the intention.
I'll put that question to the Chief Executive or
okay.
I'll put that to an officer, please, Leader.
I don't think you should put the Chief Executive in that position, as it will be a political decision.
Leader, I apologise, but that's a simple, straightforward question. It's mathematics, is it?
I've given you a straightforward answer. That is the intention.
Well, you've answered me indirectly. I can go out with my own conclusions now.
John?
Thanks, Leader. A question in relation to procurement. Are there any instances of departments locked into procurement systems which are delivering inferior goods and it proves to be a false economy?
Not that I am aware of, sir.
You're not ruling out the possibility, though?
I think the procurement system that we've built over the last 2 to 3 years is a much better procurement system than we had in the past. If Councillor McComb is aware of somebody who's getting... I've had complaints about boots being inferior because they're cheaper. That's not necessarily... That's a personal opinion that you get from people. We endeavour to buy quality at the best value. That's how we take things forward. That's how our specifications are written, and I can assure the councillor that, insofar as I am aware, we're not buying shoddy goods. We don't do that.
I'm going to answer then, Ivan.
Very much obliged to you, Leader. It was just to say, in the back, Mr Hazel's basically already said it, but a guide poor show, sir, if we've designed, in my view, if we've designed procurement systems and we've got legal services people who kind of look after the council's interests.
Okay, Ivan.
Thank you, Leader. I actually welcome the fact that we're moving to 3-year budgeting. I realise that come the second and third year this time, we don't have figures for it because of the fact that they're not released yet. One of my concerns was that the end box in Appendix 1, the actual budget setting date, will have a budget plus as part of a firm indicative 3-year budget. Now, what percentage of the budget will be set and how much of it will be sort of indicative for years 2 and 3, or is there ability to actually move that? The other thing was, will it be sort of, if there's a saving that could be taken earlier, but it was scheduled for year 2 or year 3, would it be fluid enough that we could take it earlier because we've identified the saving?
First part, yes, but I'll give Colin.
I thought the answer is it's up to us members. We set the budget, we set the savings, and whatever we agree is what will be implemented. And it's the job of what we've got to do to set a 3-year budget. My view is, hopefully based on the service reviews we've got, the departments work on identifying savings options with member direction. We'll give members that option and those options to choose when we set a draft budget in December. Now, the figures will change and some will need a bit more working up, but it's in the hands of members, basically. It's what we present and what budget we agree.
Okay, Andrew.
Thank you, Leader. Looking at human resources 6.6 through to 611, how soon do you see it before we have to start working with other local neighbouring authorities to assist us to go through with the switch? And is that permissible? Are we able to work with other local authorities on, within human resources?
Lorna.
At the moment, we're not aware of any other council in Scotland that's operating this programme. It's predominantly in England and Wales at the moment, but certainly other local authorities we've spoke to as part of the training development review and part of the benchmarking there have said that they're looking at this kind of approach, and we'd certainly want to work with them. So that would be something I'd ask our HR colleagues to take forward through their professional groups.
How soon do you expect that to happen, though? Because my own personal view is one of I can't see any other way than having to work with other local authorities when we're restructuring, especially when you're looking at the savings that we're having to make.
I think we would do that as part of the development to bring a paper back to members, but of course there's the mobility of staff in terms of the location and that partnership, but we'd certainly be looking for those opportunities to offer them to staff, but obviously there's personal circumstances involved in that as well, and we'd bring that back as part of the proposals to members in a paper around this programme.
Jane?
It's really just a couple of technical points. Point number one is with respect to the service reviews, Leader. The system that we've got at the moment requires officers to come to political groups, A, at the scoping stage, and B, at the stage of providing options. There is a requirement in the service review template to do that. So I just want to be sure that will come to us, and that switch, which I see quite clearly in paragraph 11, is explicitly mentioned as having costs, because there will be costs of using switch. I think we need to see as members the costs of re-engineering. That needs to be taken into account and shown to us in the options proposals. And I would just like assurance that will come through as a clear indication of when we do change something, the costs. Because I can't believe that there won't be a cost to current reduced, depleted management capacity to help people into a new role. There's a double whammy there, and I think we need to know and understand that, so that frankly we don't expect too much from people, I think.
Yes and yes.
Yeah, Chair, it's returning to the ERVS, and undoubtedly there are a number of us that have been approached by ex-employees that see this as they went off on other employment ceased under the ERVS, and here's an enhanced payment. So there is a degree of resentment there. But in terms of what the Chief Executive outlined and explained, in terms of equality, because within the service, then the manual workers, the low-paid workers, have always felt a resentment in terms of how they are regarded for ERVS, in as much as that their job still remains, but they are not treated equally alongside others. So I welcome the explanation and as outlined by the Chief Executive, that we can look at this in a holistic way. And allow those that perhaps are not as fit as when they first come into the service and may want to exercise their right to retire, against that it's not entirely about enhancements for more senior members of staff in that respect. Turning to the substantive issue, if you like, in terms of developing a financial strategy and a 3-year budget. It would be a bold step in moving forward. I can understand the logic as to why the council may want to do it, but I don't think it should be understated, you know, the issue in 2.1, the extent of the challenge. And indeed, if you balance that against 2.3, the subject to change, where we are constantly under change. Indeed, there will be a change come September, irrespective of the outcome on both sides offering whatever they are offering. And that may change on next year as well, in terms of where we've had a council freeze for so many years. And the whole structure may change. So in that respect, it's the rationale behind rushing to a 3-year plan or a strategy, because what we're doing is compelling people that we employ, knowing that, well, my service is going to be by the end of the 3rd year, notwithstanding, I'm not opposing the idea that these would be indicative figures, subject to change on a yearly basis once we know what the settlement is. So I think it's the rationale behind that we really need to think this one through, in my opinion.
Thank you. Nobody else? Can we go to the recommendations? 2.1, 2.2, note. 2.3, note. 2.4, note. 2.5, 2.6, 2.7, 2.8. Okay, there's people looking very hungry, and I'm getting daggers, I'm getting things thrown at me in a minute. So I'm going for lunch. What time back? With 30 minutes, 25 past. We move on to item 10, which is the Police Scotland, Dumfries and Galloway local plan. Members will recall that the first draft of the local plan was submitted to Full Council on 27th of March 2014. While the plan was seen to meet statutory requirements, members made clear that they did not believe the plan was providing sufficient detail in relation to local resources, support staff and local indicators and targets. It was agreed then that further discussions would take place with Police Scotland and an updated plan be submitted to the next meeting of Full Council, and that's what we have here. In addition to that, Brian Collins and myself, we met with the Chief Constable of Police Scotland in early May, and what I can describe was a very robust exchange of views and got certain assurances from the Chief Constable regarding future partnership working. I think the revised plan is more focused in Dumfries and Galloway. However, I'm sure members will still be looking for assurances on a number of areas, and Kate Thompson is here to answer members' questions. Do you have anything to add to the report, Kate?
Thanks, Chair. No, I think it's important to answer any questions that you have, other than saying I obviously took cognizance of the feedback from Full Council. It's an ongoing process, because I know everybody's been at area committees with the Chief Inspectors, and the local scrutiny boards met as well, and there has been some requests and recommendations made there just for that continual improvement of that delivery of performance information, which I'm more than happy to do. There's some core data that absolutely sits round about the plan and what we will deliver to you, but I totally appreciate there's other areas of business that members would be interested in, and if we can work out just that process of being able to manage that effectively, so that with the greatest respect to members, I'm not spending all my time sitting there preparing heavily weighted reports for a specific issue. It would be helpful if we could have a kind of progressive way of dealing with it, but I'm more than happy that where reasonable requests are made, that I will meet them both in area committee demands, local scrutiny, and if required, Full Council as well.
Thanks, Graham.
Thank you, Leader. Certainly, I'm not directing this at Kate, but there's certainly some good points in this document here, good priorities and good objectives. It's nice to see the well laid out. But one thing that concerns me has been raised at area committee meetings, and people in our region I strongly point out to local targets for Police Scotland. I don't want any SNP government target setting or box ticking exercises as they are carried out in various sectors across Scotland. The strong message I'm getting from constituents is Police Scotland should be focused on targeting serious crimes, drugs, antisocial behaviour and public protection. That's mentioned in the document. I welcome this news. But obviously we'll not be getting back to the old style police in the region as now we're one authority in Scotland. As you know, our group weren't particularly keen on SNP government changes in the police force, and we're certainly saddened about the control room closures and the job losses. That was another centralisation policy from the SNP government. But one thing, Kate, can I have reassurances? We'll be looking at local indicators and local policing issues within the area, not dealing with national targets.
Yes, Councillor, that's absolutely the case. All the priorities there are ones that have come through the local community safety survey and also police surveys as well. And they are the areas of business that the residents who live in Dumfries and Galloway have indicated to us that are of greatest concern to them, and that is exactly what we are targeting. These are not set anywhere else outside Dumfries and Galloway.
Thank you for your reassurance.
Okay, Jill.
Thank you, Leader. Just a couple of questions. First question actually is to do with communication between officers and members of the council. So, for example, we used to have regular meetings with whoever was responsible for our own areas. And we also had an ability to speak to somebody on the ground if there was an issue that we wanted to discuss. And I just wanted to understand where we were in the process regarding that, because there's some conflicting discussions going on as to whether or not that has been completely withdrawn, and now that members in a local area can't speak to somebody on the ground if they've got an issue that they want to discuss, and that everything has to go through centrally and you need to leave your messages there. And I just want to know that that link's still there, in particular if it's an issue to do with Mid and Upper Nithsdale, would I have an ability to speak to somebody who was on the ground on that day?
There is a slight change of practice, and it's probably to do with some of the technology that previously allowed us to go through to our own airwaves radios. What that doesn't do is it doesn't allow us to do that just now, but I would reassure the councillor that we're working just now on tidying up, and this is about a localised arrangement to say if you need to get in touch with somebody, we will make sure that you have very clear numbers to contact, which we don't always necessitate you needing to go through 101, but what we can't do is have people giving out their own mobile phone numbers. I mean, a lot of members here probably have mine, and I have no issue about that being handed out. And equally, there are certain members of the community. But to go through to community-based officers through the radios is not really something that I would actively encourage, because those radios are tied up on other transmissions now that they have to deal with in a slightly different way. But that's not to say the messages won't be left for them. I appreciate that's not probably what you wanted to hear. However, that is the situation that we're in just now. When they are out, they are operationally live radios, and putting phone calls through knocks them out, and therefore arguably knocks out that officer from being able to respond to incidents.
Thank you. Just to come back on that then, could you furnish us with a list of who we can contact and what their telephone numbers are? Because obviously constituents may come to members with an issue that they don't actually want to take via a police station. And if we can't speak on a one-to-one basis with somebody, it makes our life and theirs particularly difficult. In particular, if it's to do with crimes that are happening in your local area, some people would prefer to go through a third party rather than directly to the police themselves, and we need the ability to have that communication. So if I could get an assurance on that, and just actually to do with the report, it was really just because I noticed that on page 222 we're missing the council forward, and it said it was to come forward at a later date, and I just wondered whether or not we had done anything about that. I think that might be a question. On page 222 it says that the council forwards to be supplied at a later date, and I just wondered whether or not that was available.
This will be how what's put in it decided today.
Sorry, my apologies.
Just on the final point, yes, you can have assurance. I'll make sure that that's circulated to all members of the contact details of the individuals, the names of the individuals, and how to follow that process, and I'll get that done as a matter of urgency.
Okay, John.
Thanks. It's just to maybe to rehearse what I said a few minutes ago. If you look at Vic Emery's foreword, it talks about Scotland being a country reducing levels of crime and a strong bonded trust between the police service and the Scottish public. Now, your document on page 230 talks about a request may be made to the local police commander for staff to assist elsewhere in Scotland. It talks about putting resources at the right area at the right time. I hope that's not to the detriment of local areas, and because I've had a couple of occasions, I raised it with local officers and they tell me it's not the case, but with a couple of occasions, which is unusual, for members of the public come to me and say there's a distinct absence of a police presence in our area currently. Now, I think that may be a perception that we don't want to continue, and I would hope there would be a constant presence of police officers in all areas of Dumfries and Galloway. And the last thing is, Dumfries and Galloway remain committed to the concept of community policing. That's one of the cornerstones, I would suggest, of why crime is so low, because we've got community police officers that engage with the public, that attend schools, community councils, whatever else. It shouldn't be a concept, that should be an undertaking that we will continue community policing, because it does undoubtedly give public confidence and it sorts out issues before sometimes they escalate. So I'd be hoping that you can give me an assurance, Kate, that we will have police officers consistently in all of our areas, and that community policing is maybe not a concept but more an undertaking.
On the second point, Councillor, I was probably just trying to be posh when I said the word concept, but you're absolutely right. We are absolutely committed to community policing, and that won't change. So hopefully that has assured you. In terms of visibility, please be assured that I think it is perception, but you're absolutely right, and I'll make sure that all our inspectors and chief inspectors across the region are aware of the risk of that perception. They are already, but it may just be that certain incidents and certain demands placed on them mean that they're more visible, sadly, in another area that people are not seeing. But there's an absolute commitment to ensure that the resourcing levels that you have previously seen and you currently see are there, and what my job to do is to make sure that when necessary that is absolutely enhanced. There will be times where our staff will be required elsewhere, but those are in events or incidents that you would expect me to support colleagues elsewhere, so it would be that exceptional set of circumstances that would be easily explained, and if there was going to be any change to the current arrangements, I'm all too aware that I would be having conversations with this group to make you aware of what those changes were, but as of this time, and I'm quite happy to give you that assurance that it will be maintained.
Thanks for that, Chairman. With your indulgence, can I just maybe suggest that the Commonwealth Games is an example, Kate, where we wouldn't want to see nobody in Mid and Upper Nithsdale simply because they're a perceived need elsewhere. We would expect there to be some level of cover. Thanks for that, Chair. Thanks, Kate.
Thank you, Alistair. Andrew.
Thank you, Leader. I was very much a part of when the police were drawing up this report, this plan, I should say, and I do welcome it. However, I recall at the last full council, it was rejected because the content did not meet the councillors' approval, and therefore I would have to ask the question as to where the changes are within what's been presented today and what has been or was presented at the last meeting of the full council.
What has changed is primarily the order that it was presented, because I think there was a concern expressed that the order and the priority numbering was not in accordance with what members viewed as being their priorities. So I was requested that I took out any kind of suggestion of top priorities to bottom priorities, and also in relation to the order in which they came, which must be more reflective of what the members saw as being some of the issues in their own communities which have done. We have had subsequent dialogue in relation to the request previously, and this is about the content, which is rather than having a general statement about reduce the number of, is to have specific targets. And we've discussed that over the months at various stages, and also with the leader, where we've had discussions around. I'm very anxious, and I've probably made my position quite clear that to set a notional target when you haven't got a clear baseline and what you're benchmarking it against is quite dangerous, because there's no substance, there's no evidence base to it, and then you're not quite sure what you're benchmarking against what else. So what we've agreed to do is leave it as it is in talking about reduction. So initially it will be year-on-year reduction, but once we get tangible statistics, as in you'll start to see a 3-year comparison, because we know that we are measuring like for like, which is not where we were at previously. So I think we've come to probably an uncomfortable compromise, because I know what members would like, but this is about what we can deliver and make sure that is absolutely meaningful.
Andrew?
Thank you. Then can I suggest that, in view of the fact that the wording has not greatly changed and the priorities are still there, albeit they may not be numbered, and taking into account the fact that it does not, in actual fact, meet the members' request for relating to local issues, can I suggest that when we look to the recommendations that we note it rather than agree it?
Thanks. Colin?
Thanks very much, Ronnie. Obviously, one of the big concerns members had the last time was around the closure of the police control room, both obviously the manner in which it was done, but also the fact that it was a move towards more centralisation. The concern people have, and it's in the report that you have a priority of road safety. The concern is that centralisation will continue when it comes to the issue around safety camera partnerships. There's no secret that Police Scotland are pressing effectively for a more central approach to that, and a smaller number of safety camera partnerships, and certainly in the south of Scotland we would see that as being further centralisation. Clearly, one of the big issues around that centralisation was the loss of jobs from the police control room. Now, on the 13th of March, the Chief Constable attended a Unison Scotland police staff event along with the chair of the Police Authority and the Justice Minister. And at that meeting, he made a statement that he was working hard to bring jobs to Dumfries. Now, that was on the 13th of March. When are we likely to see an announcement being made on what jobs Police Scotland are actually going to bring to Dumfries? We've obviously seen a loss of jobs through the closure of the control room. What alternative employment is going to be brought to Dumfries? Because the reality is you can only have a Police Scotland if it actually reflects the whole of Scotland. And that's not just about the number of constables on the street. That's about making sure there's reasonable allocation of jobs throughout the whole of Scotland.
The simple answer is, as soon as we conclude all of the processes, and just where we are just now is we still have members of staff who are sitting in a supernumerary pool from the ACR, our control room. They are working with us just now. What I will commit to is bringing a paper to this committee as soon as all that detail is available. I do have information about certain posts, some of which I'm just waiting for the final ones to be ratified, that I can assure you are jobs that previously sat centrally that have been located down with ourselves. So I can give a more detailed approach just once we deal with some of the staff issues, that it wouldn't be appropriate to discuss some of those at that stage, but I would absolutely commit to do that as soon as I possibly can, which will hopefully be within the next month.
Okay, Ian.
Thanks, Chair. I'm just referring to page 229. Now, I can't recall an awful lot of the draft, but am I right in saying that the initial paragraphs here, which identifying our priorities in Dumfries and Galloway, is that different? Because it states that we contribute towards priority 5 of the Dumfries and Galloway single outcome agreement. Is that different from what was in the draft? Is that something about what we were looking for?
No, that was in the original draft. What we tried to do is make sure it matched across all the areas of business so that members could see that we had actually looked at the local priorities within the SOA as well as any national priorities as well.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
It's absolutely fine. No, that's all right. No, it's the mistake's understood. In regards to, we scrutinised the local performance area and an Estill committee recently, Kate, and what we picked up on is, we're looking at, I'm on page 231, there's a box in there just below the Dumfries and Galloway single outcome agreement of priorities, and it prioritises road safety at the top, then it goes down to substance misuse, antisocial behaviour and alcohol related violence, crime, then public protection. I think, certainly from my point of view, I would have turned them right upside down, and it's quite evident that the resource was being, by the way the performance was related and it was being produced to us on the day, that the performance of road safety was way above the rest. It was outperforming certainly the rest of the services that are being supplied there. So, I mean, at a local level, I think we would have turned that round and would have put public protection in front of them, antisocial behaviour, crime and such like. Road safety is still very, very important to say the least, but we wouldn't have had it at the top of the list. That's quite disturbing to me, so I wonder if you've got any comment in regards to that.
Absolutely. It was an error on my part when we rejigged the whole report that actually that initially reflected how we'd laid it out to begin with. So I just hadn't got to the end of the report and realised that I'd done it in that order. But you're absolutely right. What we haven't done is disproportionately, I know what the figures say, but we haven't disproportionately bolstered road policing response to the detriment of anything else. When you look at some of the figures and some of the serious crime and some of the instances of dishonesty and the sexual crime that we've seen. But what we had to do is, and I didn't think it was appropriate, is say we had 13 deaths on our roads last year, some of which related to poor driver behaviour, bad practice, distraction. Therefore, we must send out a very clear message that we are going to tackle that antisocial behaviour nature of the driving, because if we don't, they are contributory factors to accidents that are happening on our roads. And given the number and the distance that we have on our roads, the rurality of them, the very nature of them, any distraction to the slightest has pretty horrendous consequences. So I absolutely understand your concern. We will continue, as we have always done, even prior to Police Scotland, is focus very much on our road policing, because I want people to be able to drive through our roads safely and be safe on them. And last year was a particularly harrowing year, I think, for the families of people who lost their lives, but also all the emergency services and all the local communities who did lose their lives, and we must do something to try and stop that distraction or that behaviour that maybe results in very serious accidents.
Thanks for that. I mean, accept that as an explanation. So why is it the road policing in Dumfries and Galloway is outperforming? Are you saying that they're not? Because at a local level area committee last week, or the week before, I think it was last week, it was by the information that was there, they were saying that road policing was outperforming the rest of the actual services within the police force. Are you saying they're not?
In terms of the year-on-year improvement, they had significantly outperformed, but what that does is it's not about purely the road policing, it's about the community-based officers taking road safety as one of their priorities as well. It's not their main priority, it's one of many. So it's about making them much more accountable at a local level to ensure the road safety. It doesn't just sit with road policing and the patrol officers, it's actually pushing out and making them much more accountable for their local areas. And you can imagine, if I told you what my interests were in policing, you know, road policing might not be top of the list for me. But I'm paid to do a job, I am paid to police a community, therefore I can't just pick and choose what I want to do. And when you see the number of accidents in their area, for any officer coming to me and telling me that they have not done any reports on anybody or issued tickets or issued warnings or been visible to road users, I would want to know why, because they are there to police the communities. So it is high, it looks very high, but it's actually high everywhere across, because we must do something to address that driver behaviour.
Okay, well,
Thanks, Ronnie. I think Colin has touched on it. I think it was a sad day when we actually saw the closure of the control room, the area control room in Dumfries. I think what is more important is the point that Colin made, is an early report back in terms of the job replacement proportionately to the police in Scotland in that respect. But just on that subject, and perhaps my question would be better directed at the next report, but you know, it's the local dialect, and it was an issue that we did raise during the time of the proposed closure, and how from Glasgow they would be directing or redirecting or directing into wrong places because they may not be familiar with the lingo, etc. And it was, you know, to one that I heard just this week, and it was more to do with the fire service, where the Stranraer office was called to attend a fire in Sanker. And it got to the stage of you refusing to go, and the guys were saying, but it's all miles away. Why are we being called? And that was on the basis of centralised call centre, not picking up, indeed, that was the wrong place for it. And I don't know where the first call came in. So I just wonder, I don't expect Kate to say, you know, there is a problem here, no doubt, as we heard from Irvin Watson, there was not a problem area. So it's that, whether there's a problem.
I'll ask the fire service when they come up for the next report on that particular incident.
But it's relating back to the police and the issue that we raised then in directing people to the wrong place, whether that is manifested itself in a real problem. That would be my first point. The other one was in the local policing, and I'm not entirely sure if you know, the communities haven't seen an effect. I know one area in terms of the local area organising a sponsored walk, and it was always the case that there was a police presence, but now that has ceased. And Kate did say about, you know, redirecting and everything, so that there has been an effect in terms of community policing to past practice. And it would be remiss of me, you know, and I've spoken to Kate just before her presentation, in terms of priorities and objectives, particularly to antisocial behaviour. I'm conscious of the fact that there is a review ongoing. I have made my representations and presentations to our own Chief Executive on this one, and I think there are huge omissions in the strategic document, particularly at the beginning in terms of statutory powers and responsibilities, and then the omission of effective policies and procedures. And, you know, I referred to a case, and I will share that with Kate, but I would like to see a more concentrated effort into timelines and to resolving those affected by antisocial behaviours, that they're not months and then years, some 4 to 6 years, still with the same problem of antisocial behaviour and no apparent resolution. There must be in the strategy a recognition of statutory powers and responsibilities, so that people can see and understand.
Okay, there's a few points here if you want to put questions out that.
I note the last point, and we have agreed to meet, so we'll do that off stage left. In terms of the local police and the change to police presence of sponsored walks, what we've done is said that where we are satisfied that the organisers of the walks have looked at the health and safety of the people taking part in the walk and have sufficient coverage, we allow it to run. Where we can put in a police presence, they absolutely will be there, but obviously that's indicative of other incidents going on where the police are required. So a lot of it comes down to, there's a lot of people make a lot of arrangements around charitable walks, etc., and they're actually very proficient at it. They operate them very safely, and we allow them to run. But absolutely take cognizance of your point in terms of a police presence that you've previously had, probably on most occasions. We probably are looking at that slightly differently, and actually I think as people have become much more capable of running these safely, they actually have taken previous advice that we've given them about safety and they've implemented it. In terms of the control room and the redirected, Chair, I'm just wondering if it would be an idea at the next meeting of the full council, if it would be helpful if we did a summary paper that covered a number of the issues that have been touched on here in terms of that transition from the control room in Dumfries to where we are just now, in terms of not just the posts, but actually some of the initial feedback about that transition, about calls and drop-offs. So some data around about that, but also some contextual information that members would have a chance to then probably look at in a lot more depth, so be a lot more focused. Might be helpful.
Members, what do you think? Yep. Okay. Well, you can hear them doing well at first. Thanks, John.
Thanks, Leader. It's just a reminder, I think, as well, that we didn't refuse the plan at the last full council. We deferred the plan. It mentions in here that I went to the COSLA meeting in April, and they'd already been told by somebody in this authority that the plan had been refused, and me and the officer had to explain that no, it had been deferred for further discussion. Just locally, to start with, I've been listening to my colleagues and have the same concerns with communication and visibility, police in the streets. In my area, we've had a big difference with having a bobby going about on a bike, and it made a massive difference. And now he's been taken away. We're getting antisocial behaviour and vandalism escalating again. And I've discussed this with Kate, and she's aware of that. But I agree with what my colleagues are saying. In a rural area, these things are vitally important. The communication and the visibility on the streets. As I say, it mentions here about the COSLA meeting. And it also mentions that Vic Emery gave an apology at that meeting. He may have given an apology, but he wasn't very apologetic. And two statements that I recall him making was when I challenged him about the loss of jobs, and it was quite interesting to go to that meeting because there were other local authority representatives there as well that had the same issues as ourselves. But he quoted at one point, and we're not in the business of creating jobs, which I thought was a disgrace when he knows the situation that we were in. And on the consultation, we don't have to consult. So this is a challenge that we've got working with this new force, unfortunately. One of the things as well that come up the other week there with the changes, we're in groups like the A76 Action Group and Community Safety. Appears to be that we're not getting very much in the way of data on accidents and whatever, and believe that's because people have retired and left, and the people that did that before are not there now to give that to groups. When you're in safety groups, I think it's absolutely vital that we have that information. Again, on the presentation at COSLA, we were there hoping that it was going to discuss scrutiny and the way forward with the National Board. But all it was a celebration of the first year. In the presentation in the afternoon, they mentioned three things. I can't remember what the third one was because it was discussed at by that time, but they mentioned the Clutha incident and a murder in our local authority that wouldn't have been handled the same if it had been before the single force. Now, if that's what they're picking up to sort of justify this force, I think we have a long way to go to have confidence in them. So, probably another thing, and I mean, naturally, with Police and Fire Committee, we've discussed a lot of this today with Kate, but it's just an assurance that we can get. The key is the ability to provide detailed reports on things like stop and search, the jobs issue and that regularly to this, well, either to this committee or the subcommittee or whoever's organising it at the time. But I think it's really important that we keep on top of this because, again, I'm going to go on about the 101, the communication, because my first experience of that when, after the closure, was an absolute nightmare. They didn't know where Killahome, I had to spell out my name, Syme, Killahome, Kirkconnell, Spoke to Kate about it since. She says the women had a bad line, but I could hear her okay. I had to spell out Kirkconnell and Sanker, so hopefully that was just teething troubles and we're not going to get a repeat, because it was an act of vandalism, but it could have been something more important than that. So I'll just ask Kate for putting it in for me a question. Do you think you'd still be able to come with detailed reports on the local issues that we're coming up against? And I'm glad that a priority is reducing drugs deaths, because in rural areas we have a drugs problem like never before. And I can name quite a few drugs-related deaths just in your small community. So I think it's really important that that is high up in the priorities. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, would you answer the question on the data?
Okay. In terms of the road traffic analysis, yes, absolutely. We'll be working with Mr Speedy as well in the Road Safety Partnership, because it forms part of that bigger picture to get that real contextual information. But we will be working with them to support that in terms of that analytical work that will in turn allow us to support a lot of the community groups. So that will be ongoing. In terms of anything to do with 101, I have listened to the calls where specific issues have been raised. I have listened to that one personally, and that's why I had the conversation. So be assured that I'm asking for that. Where there are any concerns, is that I actually hear the calls so that I can obviously speak to you from a better place, having listened to the calls and listened to any issues. Like everything, there are the occasional teething problems, and I think we just have to accept that. Don't have to like it, but I think we have to accept it. But I'm certainly on top of it, and where there have been any issues raised, I've personally made sure that I understand what the nature of the calls were, what the problem was, and if action needs to be taken, make sure that it is taken with whoever, whether it's one of my own staff or whether it's staff within the control room operating out with Dumfries and Galloway.
Okay, Phil.
Thanks, Chair. Just two brief points. We've been aware of an increase in the number of rural break-ins in the Stewartry, which is very concerning. It's in the topic of conversation in most community councils now. The specific question is, and I don't know how far you went to answer it with Councillor Dempster, but with the Commonwealth Games coming up, how many police are we going to lose off the beat during that period? If they're helping policing the Commonwealth Games. And in some, connected to that in some way is that last year we saw a disproportionate number of police officers at the Wickerman Festival. There was obviously additional cost to that. Do you have any concerns with regards to the cost that a national policing strategy might have on disproportionate police numbers at events like this? When we're being reassured that the policing is based on response to local needs and demand?
I'll start with rural housebreakings. Rural housebreakings, we've actually got a number of officers who are tasked with that. We've had some early successes that we're working on just now, and I probably wouldn't want to say any more than that in terms of identifying individuals, some of whom who live in our area, many of whom travel, but there's been a lot of success. I would attribute a lot of that success to the public, I'll be controversial, calling 101, and notifying us very early of suspicious activity. So when we've put out the request to the public saying, please tell us about any suspicious activity, they're actually phoning in, and that's allowing us to catch people either just following the incident, or if we're really lucky and get on it really quickly, then prior to it actually happening, which has been good. So hopefully as time goes on, I'll be able to update members specifically on some of the housebreaking challenges. It's not just the Stewartry, they are across the whole region, but I'll be able to break that down for the area committees as well as the main committee. Commonwealth Games policing. Members might be aware that there is no annual leave during the Commonwealth Games for police officers and some key police staff. So where we would lose normally a percentage through annual leave or abstractions in training, there is no training, there is no annual leave. We have to share that out over the rest of the year. So there will be the same local policing response, but we obviously then have an additional percentage of staff that we previously might not have had because they would have been on leave or been away on courses are obviously going to be allocated. It is significant, and it's probably timely to tell members that for the 16 days of the Commonwealth Games, I'll be assigned to be the overnight commander, so we'll command all the Commonwealth Games staff between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. in the morning. So you can be assured if it's a quiet night, I'll be sending them down to Dumfries and Galloway to patrol if there's anything. So we are getting involved. We are being asked to contribute to this, but it's in a way that's manageable, that the 2 superintendents who work within Dumfries and Galloway division are going to be located here during that time, so there will still be coverage. What we've tried to do is make sure that you won't see any less staff on the street. In terms of the Wickerman, which is the last one, I absolutely understand the concerns that have been raised about this. However, in terms of Dumfries and Galloway Constabulary, we did not apply the charging arrangements that were probably previously in place in Scotland to the same degree. When we join Police Scotland, there is a requirement, quite rightly, to have corporacy so that you make an assessment of individual events and then you police it according to the threat and risk that's there. So if I look at Tea in the Park's way bigger than Wickerman. However, Rock Ness, as it was, is about a comparable event. We were charging they were having to charge the proper rate in accordance with what had previously been agreed. We underplayed it. And therefore, what you're seeing is, I know some people talk about the significant percentage of rise, but it would be grossly unfair to our colleagues in Northern if they are charging people at a certain rate and we're charging at a different rate. So what it's trying to do is bring that corporacy. And what we will do is we will downsize the number of officers, providing we are satisfied that the health and safety requirements of the Purple Book are met and they are Scottish Government guidelines for the policing of such events.
Come back in.
Yeah, just very quickly, it wasn't actually, it was the overall cost to the force. I'm not really interested in how much it costs the Wickerman, if you like. And it's not just specifically the Wickerman, it's all sporting events, whether there's an additional number of police officers having to be present at Palmerston or wherever. What I was concerned about was that the previous policing in Dumfries and Galloway was being overwritten by a national policy with little input from local officers, and that certainly appeared to be the case in the Wickerman last year. I just wanted some assurances that you did play a big role in assessing the risk, and that wasn't always overridden by national policy.
All events here are overwritten by me, so I see them all before they go. They can make recommendations, but as a local commander, it's my responsibility to either sign them up or amend them as I see fit. So what I try to do is bring my knowledge from where we were previously, but make sure I accord to all the guidance and guiding principles that we have.
Okay, John, on the same point.
Sorry, just on that last point, Kate, where you said that our costs were now in line with the rest of Scotland. I mean, I know that at local galas, etc., across the whole of Dumfries and Galloway and smaller events, we sometimes have an increased police number on the streets. Are we saying that if that is the case, that the police are going to actually charge the smaller events online with what the base rate is in Scotland? That would be my question, because that would mean that Dumfries and Galloway were being detrimentally affected about the change to Police Scotland.
I absolutely understand your concern, Councillor, and we probably haven't got enough hours left in the day as I try and explain the process that I have to go through to make that assessment, because community-based events, which are not for profit, are very much part of the community, and we will police them accordingly. And you know, local police officers, community officers will be there. I wouldn't charge any event for that. Where it is for profit, that is because it's purely for profit. So what we have is a scale of assessment that we have to be satisfied. Do we understand what kind of event it is? It's actually exacerbated as well if you have then, if they want an alcohol licence, public entertainment licence, anything like that, that'll then affect how we score it. So it's all about a scoring matrix that has to be justified, has to be very clear what it's doing. So what that does is it allows us still to make sure that we have done that process, but for a lot of community-based events that we've done for years, there will be very little change to it. But what we would do is have conversations with the organising committees and say, if you are insistent, particularly those that wish to enhance them year on year, there might be implications of that enhancement. Here's what it is. Here's how you can mitigate it yourselves without us having to put in additional police resources. But we would have those conversations. And so far, I can say there's been very little change, to be honest.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. To go back, we deferred this, actually agreeing this plan at the last council meeting because of not providing sufficient detail in local resources, support staff and local indicators and targets. As Councillor Wood said, those concerns, as far as I can see in the report, have not changed. There's been no addition in regarding that. So I would be quite happy to second Councillor Wood in changing, when we get to the recommendations, to change and agree to note. However, I can't let it go by. I noticed the Chief Superintendent neatly sidestepped the attempt by a member to get involved in a political matter. I can tell him, using my baggage as it's been referred to, they are not SNP targets, they are police targets. I think from a personal opinion, if you want to blame anybody, you blame the Chief Constable, because the Chief Constable brought those targets and stop search, etc., from the Met, where he was a senior officer, and introduced them in Strathclyde. And now he's the Chief Constable of the whole of Scotland. He has introduced them to the whole of Scotland. They are not SNP targets, and I congratulate the Chief Super for avoiding the trap of getting involved in politics.
Jane, first speaker. No? Okay. Stephen? Steve?
Thank you, Leader. Just on page 232 of the local scrutiny engagement section of the plan, obviously it's important there when it refers to the continuing to demonstrate the commitment to local policing by cultivating, nurturing and maintaining effective partnerships. We had a Community and Customer Services Committee recently where we agreed to no cold calling zones. This was touched on a wee bit in the Police, Fire and Rescue Subcommittee, so it was just really to ask what sort of divisional resources are you able to commit to support partnership initiatives like that?
Obviously we benefit from that, so in terms of resourcing, I know there's been a specific request around funding which I'm looking at just now, so I wouldn't be in a position to give it anything other than that. You know, you absolutely have our commitment to such community-based events, because ultimately it assists us in doing our role and it allows for a consistent approach to these areas to tackle the people that would prey on the vulnerable. So I'm more than happy to be commit resource to it, but to have a dialogue and actually brief you in more detail just once I've had a chance to look at some of the funding aspects of it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Leader. It's a very brief point. I appreciate we're dealing with police just now and fires coming along next, but it's just really to act as a prompt. Councillor Scobie mentioned a misdirected fire service vehicle in Stranraer due to the centralised control room. As far as I'm concerned, the control room in Dumfries and Galloway is still open for business, and I would just like to prompt the fire service to maybe cover that point when they come in the next item.
Thanks, Chair. Kate mentioned earlier on that because of the Commonwealth Games, some of the training will be stopped, and leave will definitely be stopped in the area to make sure that the resources available for that and for local areas. Just bringing that in a wider context then Kate. Training and skills for police officers in Dumfries and Galloway Division. Are you getting better opportunities for police officers within Dumfries and Galloway? And a measure of concern, I think, was raised at Langham Community Council at the last one, where a police officer mentioned that if a police officer sees an event or an incident, they cannot respond to it unless you're actually be told by the control room up in Glasgow. Now, I think that was a bit of scaremongering rather than anything else, But just a bit of clarity on that.
I would suggest that's absolutely inaccurate. What they should be doing is attending, but actually there's some very quick work they can do on their airwave radio that lets the control room in Glasgow know that they are committed to an incident and that they require either assistance or they are dealing with an incident. That's all it is. It's nothing more than that. To even suggest that they couldn't attend unless they got permission, it's maybe a conversation we need to have away from here, because that certainly is not the case. And if I can tell you, the feedback from our colleagues at the Glasgow dispatch arrangements is that the officers in Dumfries and Galloway have embraced the new set of tasking arrangements better than anyone else in the west of Scotland. So therefore there have been very few issues. They have done exactly what it says on the tin, which I'm sure members would expect them to do, but goodness, they've done it well and they've adapted to the new processes exceptionally well. Training is, yes, we get, I now have a regular meeting where we look at priority training. To make sure that the right people are getting the right training at the right time, and it's not just an unnecessary wish list of attending. So that's continued, and I meet regularly with the head of training for Scotland to make sure that that priority setting means that we are getting the right access, and so far we definitely are getting the right access to that training.
Okay, Ewan.
Thank you, Leader. I want to raise my concerns on road safety. Last year we had 13 deaths in Dumfries and Galloway, and that is caused by various factors, and that is very deeply regret. I want to say that I've seen more and more overgrown hedges and tree branches and potholes in our region, and I would like to have the assurance from appropriate council officers to liaise with Police Scotland to achieve our agreed local plan, which is our goal, on the road safety challenge, and I would like council to take this into consideration on budget development.
Chair, if I can say that we do liaise regularly with colleagues in Council with regards to the state of any roads, particularly where they are at risk, and also where there are specific issues that are either born out of road traffic accidents or when officers are patrolling. So there is regular dialogue back and forward between our two departments.
Could I ask on top of that, and the 13 accidents that was talked about there, do you know if they were caused by potholes or overhanging branches? Or?
No, they weren't, to the best of my knowledge, no.
Thanks, Leader. We all got a very good presentation at the area committee because it was broken down into wards. It just so happened the area committee was the day before the police and fire, so it was fresh in our heads when we came. And we mentioned this to Kate at the time. I know some members have a different view, but we're here to discuss a plan, what we want in that plan. And one of the things that was clear was the way we scrutinise compared to the way we used to scrutinise. And I mentioned the fact that we sometimes don't know about complaints, and it was relating to the stop and search. So I would like to firm up on what John Syme was saying, and either amend the plan at the very least, or have it minuted that members should be entitled to receive reports of any area of performance that may not be in the document. And I'll give an example, like say complaints against the police. Now they're done nationally and they're supervised nationally, but if we could get the data broken down to Dumfries and Galloway, we can see if the interaction between the police and the public is still, it used to have a high acceptance rate, that's the right terminology, but positive, you know, we used to get letters of praise as well as complaints. So if we could put that as a suggestion, Chair, that we at least have it in the plan, and if we can't get it in the plan, we'll have it minuted that this council would like to have these specific reports at time through the appropriate committee.
In relation to the point about complaints and probably about Councillor Wood and and Councillor McClung's points about resourcing it. I'm more than happy that at every meeting there is a section which actually covers resourcing, covers complaints, and arguably the satisfaction levels that you see before. They will be included in the report submitted to you.
Right, Andrew, your second time speaker.
Thank you, Leader. It's really to do with the fact that both of these documents are still of the same nature, same composition.
Just talk about please.
What I'm trying to come to here is that we've also had Councillor Smith rightly pointing out that there was discussion about the control centres and job security for the force, local force. However, I also recall very much at the meeting that we got very good reassurances from Kate on all points that the local members made. What I don't understand is, if we were to pass and agree this document today, what has changed that's allowing you to agree it? And that is why I have to state once again that this should be for noting and not agreement.
I think if we are just agreeing the same report, then frankly nothing's changed and we shouldn't be just agreeing the same report. We need to go back to what members specifically made, at the points they made at the time, and I think there was 3 issues. There was local indicators, there was resourcing, and there was the whole issue around police staffing. Now, I don't know if we've got the authority today to amend the report, but presumably that needs the agreement of the police. But I would certainly like to see an amendment around the issue in relation to the location of central and national support services and the importance of Police Scotland actively engaging with this council over that particular issue. I don't know if that can be reflected within the actual plan itself, but I would certainly like to see that because that was a major issue for members the last time. I think Councillor Ogilvie has asked for assurances around local indicators, and I think I'd like to see something at the very least reflected in the minutes, if not the actual report itself, that members on the police committee or full council can request and receive reports on performance that aren't necessarily reflected as far as national priorities and national targets are concerned and in this report. So if members want a report on a particular level of performance in a particular area, then we get the assurance that that will be given, because that was the big point the last time. And I think information on resourcing being regularly reported to the police committee, I think that's the 3 key points that we want to see. Ideally, we could have them reflected in the actual plan itself. That would certainly be the best way forward. I think there's a danger we do have a game of ping pong for the next few months. And the interesting thing is, of course, the legislation doesn't deal with that. When Police Scotland was established, the government didn't actually take into account that there might be a disagreement on the plan. So frankly, we might never agree the plan and nobody will actually know what we've got to do as a result of that, because the government didn't get it right when they actually set up Police Scotland in the first place to resolve that particular issue. So we could just forget about the plan altogether because it doesn't really matter. But actually, I would quite like to see progress being made, and I think if we can get those assurances, ideally an amendment in the plan to reflect members' concerns, that would certainly give us a powerful way forward.
Kate?
Absolutely, Chair. I'm more than happy to actually list in the plan, if that would help, text around a narrative around about scrutiny items which are out with the local plan, and if members would wish, if you want standing items, would be around complaints, satisfaction surveys, and also numbers. I'm more than happy to stipulate those and any others, maybe just have a general catch-all, any others that are relevant at that time. And in terms of the second part, which is that commitment to partnership working, I'm more than happy, Chair, to add a part which identifies that we are actively engaged in discussions with the Council to support the location of central and national support services in the region where that's appropriate.
Thanks, yeah, perhaps a helpful way forward is where the council forward is missing at the moment. That can be actually encouraged to be put in there, and that would take the plan a bit forward.
Okay, fair.
Thanks, Chair. There's one item that's not included in the plan, and I wonder whether it's appropriate it should be, and that's recruitment. There was a question asked this time last year whether there was a national recruitment strategy or a local one, because obviously a concern that comes across the chamber time and time again is local knowledge. Is there a strategy on recruitment now in place, and where does Dumfries and Galloway fit in that?
What happens is there's a national recruitment set of arrangements both for regular officers and for special constables as well. And what we've found is there continues to be a significant number of people from the local area who are actually applying for that process. What happens is, because of our, as we used to do in our legacy force, what we used to do is make sure that we understand what our resourcing needs are and make sure that we have our posts filled, and that has continued. So every month so far, I've attended the Scottish Police College where people are joining at the start of their training process, and I meet with all the recruits, and so far some of them have come from just south of the border, Carlisle. Quite a few have come from the local area or have moved back to the local area and live in Dumfries and Galloway itself. So that continues to have a fairly high profile, and we're tapped into that at a fairly high level to make sure that our posts are filled. But I can assure members that actually interest in joining the police from a local level continues to be very, very high.
Okay, members, we've got a motion on the recommendations to note, but we've got we've got assurances from the Kate regarding the request for detailed reports. Police Scotland out with the local plan. We've got commitment to active engagement in national service for additional services in the area. I mean, from my words that I picked up there was the Police Scotland will actively engage in discussions with Dumfries and Galloway Council to support the location of central and national support services in the region where appropriate. Is that being moved, is it?
I mean, I think agreement, but subject to those 3 points being detailed within the report, and that wording that you read out around the staffing in particular is an important one for us. I mean, I want to see them reflected in the report.
Absolutely, I'll agree to put that narrative in as outlined.
Councillor Ferguson.
Thanks, Chair. Just so I'm absolutely clear, this is the only chance we get to agree. No, I'm not talking about your scrutiny, Kate, to agree the plan. After the plan becomes agreed, then the operational control of that reverts back to the Chief Constable and his board. Am I right?
No, once you agree it, Councillor, what I'd propose to do is have a review of it every year. So even though it's a 3-year plan, we would bring it back to members because this is a local plan. Yes, we sign it off, but I think there has to be proper audit and scrutiny of it, and you would look at it after a year to make sure that it was still current and reflective of the needs, because there's no point in writing, whilst I believe this is a strategic plan that will be able to withstand that scrutiny, I'm not arrogant enough to believe that circumstances might change, and what you would want to be reassured of is the currency of that. If it's all going as you would wish, I would imagine it will be a very quick discussion. If there's a significant change that you would want reflected in it, there is nothing in that to say that you could not make that adjustment providing it's properly minuted and covered. But it is a strategic document at the moment, but would be subject of annual review.
Can I come back on it, please? Yeah. So what happens then if you take up your new amended plan to your boss and up through your hierarchy, and they say no, that's not acceptable?
They won't do that because it's a local plan, therefore it's got to be acceptable to me. They will just note it. So they've actually seen the draft outline. So whatever we add today does not fundamentally change how we are going to deliver policing. So therefore it allows you to sign this off, agree it, note it, whatever it is that you would wish to do today, and it's for me to implement this plan for you. There is nobody sitting there telling me that they are not, that I can't implement this the way it's outlined just now.
Okay, Jill.
Well, I heard what Councillor Dryburgh had to say and some of the other members as well, and I think it's important that we just add some detail into the forward that we put in the document that's in front of us today to take into to recognise what we've discussed in the chamber, and I think that would probably suffice if we put those details in there.
Yeah, sorry, I can't see you.
Okay, Leader, just the point I made earlier, Kate, in regards to that box, if we could see that reflected at local level, I would appreciate that as well.
Okay, do you want to sum up? Leader,
I think I'm taking the liberty of thinking that members are going to agree the local plan subject to the addition of a narrative around 3 areas. One is in partnership working, the second is the location of central and national resources locally, and the third one relates to a number of areas of scrutiny that members would wish to add to the various issues that will be brought forward on a regular basis. I think Chief Superintendent Thompson has also given members an undertaking to bring forward a report on the, I'm using the word, effects of the closure of the control room in Dumfries, and also those areas where efforts have been made to bring national resource to a local level to date, or to when the report comes forward to members. So I think it's agreed, subject to 3 main areas of change and a further report to the next meeting of the Council. Well, it won't be the next meeting, it'll be the September meeting probably, of the Council regarding the knock-on effects of the closure of the control room and how these have been mitigated by Police Scotland.
Councillor Wood and Councillor McLean, you put forward a motion to note. Is these acceptable, or do you wish to carry on with noting the report?
It's acceptable to me. If the mover's quite happy, it's acceptable to me.
Well, the only point I would ask in that is, what comes first? Is it police and fire or full council? It'll be...
You'll need to look his diary now.
Because it might be, the sooner it comes to a committee, the sooner I think that members would be happy to have it heard first.
My understanding was that the Council wanted to consider this, but if you wanted to go to Police and Fire Subcommittee first, we can arrange that, that's not a problem.
No. Okay.
Okay, I'm fine.
Okay, thanks. Moving on to item 11, which is item 11, Scottish and Fire and Rescue Dumfries and Galloway local plan. This is a report by the Assistant Chief Executive. It's this is a fire and rescue local plan which was considered by the Council in March 2014. Like the local police plan, members made clear that fire and rescue plan do not provide local information. Officers have had further discussions with the Fire Authority locally, and a revised plan is now submitted to members' consideration. I would specifically draw members' attention to Appendix 2, which shows a local action plan. We have Jim Loch and Alan Fairburn from the Fire and Rescue Authority here to answer any questions that members may have.
Thanks, Leader. Obviously, it's covered a lot of the plan has covered a lot of priorities, actions, and outcomes. I'm glad to see that it's obviously come to area committees. Area committees have scrutinised this document fairly hard. It's interesting to see that there's a reduction in various types of fires across the region. These are good indicators. I'm quite pleased to see that. Local risks have been taken into account. But what concerns me is there going to be a review in 2015, a fire service review in 2015, which will be taking personnel into account and station cuts. I'm quite concerned about this as a local elected member. I've heard about this, and I'm very concerned about this. Hopefully there'll be public engagement on this one. I've heard there's going to be a review. Is this right or wrong? 2015?
I'm not aware of any review planned for 2015 to review our stations and appliances.
Well, I hear there's going to be a review. It's maybe a rumour, but I'm quite concerned about this. If there is, we certainly want public engagement. Obviously, we didn't have it over the police control room because that was another centralisation policy. But if we are having public engagement, we need a lengthy process and feed-in time because local elected members would want to feed into the process. Obviously, there's severe outcomes, if there's cuts across the region. Obviously, the Scottish Government's got to make cuts somewhere along the lines. So I'm quite concerned about this, that if it does come forward, members should have input and community council members as well. So all I'm flagging up at this point, it's quite an important issue.
I absolutely note the members' concerns, but again, I would reassure them that there is no plans to cut the frontline services. If anything, the organisation has taken a strategic direction to protect the frontline organisation. So there is absolutely no plans for any closures or diminishing of the service at the front line.
You're absolutely sure about there being no closures, you think? That
Sorry again, can you come through the chair?
Sorry. Can I have clarification about absolutely no closures across this region in 2015-2016?
There is no plans for any closures.
Okay, Ian.
Yeah, it's just on the same point. I think there may be some confusion. I think that there is a review going on of specialist equipment, and that may be the review that's confusing the matter.
You're absolutely right. At a directorate level, there is a specialist review going on across Scotland about where our flood prevention, our flood responses, our urban search and rescue, line rescue, road traffic collisions, hazardous materials, all those things have been replicated on the whole 8 times over Scotland. So quite rightly, the organisation is now taking a strategic review of where its resources are best placed, where there is over-provision, where there is under-provision, and taking the opportunity that the national organisation gives us to make it some sort of determination and make some recommendations of where resources should be best placed in order to give full coverage across the board, across all our communities in Scotland, and that will include, absolutely, the communities of Dumfries and Galloway.
Thank you, Leader. Once again, I find myself in the same position as the police local plan, in that we deferred this at the last meeting of the full council. The content of both documents are the same, and therefore I would ask that we note the actual local plan.
Can I just say, I did notice there are some key changes in the Scottish Fire and Rescue plan. I mean, there's no longer any references to national targets is when they're relevant to the local plans. I think that's one of them. There is an inclusion of an operational plan which details how and what the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service will do to deliver improvements across the region. And there's also provision of current performance for 2013-14, that's for benchmarking, which was presented to the Police and Fire Rescue Service on the 19th of June to enable scrutiny of performance with the local plan's commitment to improve performance against the previous performances. So there are some differences. I wouldn't like to say that everyone's the same. But anyway, can I... Willie Scobie?
Yeah, Chair, I'm sure I don't need to repeat my remarks. The two gentlemen will have heard, or at least I hope they heard, they were in the room at the same time, and in relation to Ian Blake, the control room, and clarification on the dialect and Stranraer, if it is an anecdote or how factual it is in terms of Stranraer attending a Sinker fire, and you know, if there are problems in terms of that dialect.
To answer that question, I have no information regarding an appliance being misdirected from Stranraer, and I can give the guarantee that at the present time the control room in Johnston is still servicing the west or the former Strathclyde area, and the control room in Johnston is still live and mobilising their appliances and resources across Dumfries and Galloway as they see fit. So that local knowledge is absolutely there.
Okay, Ray.
Thanks, Leader. This is the Dumfries and Galloway plan, and it's quite robust and there's plenty of information in it. What strikes me is that there's no mention of scrutiny or relationship to the council. If you go to page 256, it lists a whole lot of organisations there except the council. And equally on the partnership reference holder, there's lots of partnerships and the council's not mentioned there, nor any scrutiny role. And it makes me wonder, because the Community Safety Partnership, the first meeting was a proposal from the fire service to get rid of councillors. Now, I wasn't at the second one, so I don't know what came of that. It wasn't in the document. So, are we detached? You know, you don't make any reference to the council here. We have a police and fire committee, and it's not captured anywhere in your plan, which I think is an omission.
To answer that, I would disagree in entirely what you've said. On page 4 of the actual plan for 2014 to 2017, there is an absolute golden thread of where the national assessment was undertaken of the national priorities, how that was undertaken in an equality assessment, and then how that then feeds subsequently to align directly with the single outcome agreements which we have all signed up for via community planning arrangements. We are absolutely, let me make this clear, we are absolutely an engaged partner focused on community outcomes. We will assist other agencies as we can. We will look for assistance from other agencies so that we are jointly looking at improving outcomes, that it's not merely about inputs. But to answer that question again, all our plans and priorities are absolutely aligned with the single outcome agreements as determined by the Council and the partners involved in that process.
Page 15 and all.
Okay, Archie.
Chair, thanks. Just to clarify something, I kind of lost between the two conversations. The reply to Councillor Bell was that there won't be there's no plans for reduction in the service across Dumfries and Galloway. However, does that not include some of the special services? So, for example, the specialist water rescue unit that's currently in Dumfries and Galloway, that's under review at the moment, so you're not ruling out that that may actually move from Dumfries and Galloway?
Nothing has been determined as we speak. It's been reviewed, and if it comes out during analysis and from intelligence and demographics and looking ahead to climate change, flooding is a key concern across Scotland, not only in Dumfries and Galloway. So if it comes out in the wash via that review, there's more requirement, there is an additional burden or an additional requirement or resource placed in here, that will absolutely form part of the discussions as well.
Jim?
It's just on the back of that. Is it not the case then that if we have assessed a need for flood safety equipment to be located in Dumfries and Galloway, it would be the same officers that would make that assessment? How on earth should that change? I mean, if you need another flood assessment or another flood rescue appliance, piece of equipment, another location, surely you should provide that, because that then brings back the concerns that we have raised on many occasions. And as a former retained firefighter, I can tell you, we used to get second-hand kit brought to our station from elsewhere. And what I wouldn't want to see would be a dilution of the quality equipment that our staff have currently because it might be perceived to be better used elsewhere. That's what I wouldn't want to see.
I can't comment on what the previous service and taking second-hand kit from whoever it may be. I wouldn't certainly allow that in my own service. I can absolutely assure you that the emergency response aspect of our whether it be flooding or whether it be waterborne response, is absolutely clear. We are confident that we have the right resources. Where there may be a bigger discussion is that if in the area there is a more pronounced and identified need for greater flood defences, we would be part of that discussion via community planning partnerships. Also on, just in the second part where you mentioned appliances coming down, I can just reassure, and I will focus on outcomes. I'm focused absolutely on outcomes and not inputs. You will see in the local plan that there is no reference to any numbers being given here. We won't provide X amount of these or give X number of those. But I would highlight to members that just recently we provided 4 brand new appliances into the Dumfries and Galloway area at over £1 million. So there's absolutely no diminishment in the service. There will be an equitable distribution of resources across the whole of Scotland, and Dumfries and Galloway will get its fair share.
Thanks for that, Chair.
Second speaker.
It was just seeking clarification. You said that from my last question that there were changes, and I'm looking through both the documents and I failed to see it. If you could just highlight what pages I should be looking at, it would be helpful.
Councillor Wood, I can absolutely clarify that, because the only one that was presented previously was the 2014 to 2017 annual plan, Operation Local Plan. What has been supplemented and you're now seeing, which wasn't previously given to you, is brand new. It's just been devised over the last month or so in conjunction with the staff and management team, is the action plan. That is a comprehensive action plan that's been put together for a couple of purposes. Firstly, as an outwardly facing document which will give members assurance that resources are being matched to management structures and aligns appropriately. At the same time, that allows capacity to be identified, for ownership to be built upon from our staff and management team, and ultimately performance management structures to be put in place. Secondly, for the purpose of the document, is to actually start restructuring the area in terms of how our staff are managed, what references are taken on, to ensure that no one is being overburdened, because that previously there wasn't that clarity of each other's role. We are now defined it, and this document in the action plan, or the form of an action plan, serves both those purposes.
Ian? Ian? Third time, Andrew?
Right. What we're here to discuss was the local plan. I have two local plans in front of me. Then you're discussing, you're taking into account the, you're looking at the new action plan, right? We're not here, I'm not discussing the action plan. I'm trying to identify if there are any differences between the local fire and rescue plan 2014-2017, which was presented at the last full council, and the one I have in the council papers, today's papers, which is identical.
I can answer the councillor's queries. Previously, if you are specifically looking at the action, the local plan for 2014 to 2017 that was deferred at the last members' meeting, that has not changed other than some of the national targets have been taken out. Where the action plan has been given as is to supplement that plan, and that was given based on members' comments that some of the resources weren't an understanding of how resources were going to be applied in the local area, and also to supplement and give an indication of other areas of activity that could be subsequent to scrutiny of members. I hope that the action plan and the direction and the specific outcomes that are given will give members an informed position in order to scrutinise this properly. But also, in addition, at local district area and at full committee, we will have quarterly reports on our key indicators in a standardised format, and that was previously presented to Police and Fire Committee.
John?
Yeah, thanks, Leader. Much the same as the last one in the police, and I hear what you said, Leader, regarding the local indicators and targets, and I take that on board. We deferred the plan, the local plan, because not sufficient details in relation to local resources and support staff. I hear what you're saying regarding the action plan, and I totally agree with you, but that is actually telling you what the resources are going to do. We deferred it because, as far as I'm aware, we didn't know how many resources we had. So if my understanding of why we deferred it was absolutely correct, which was the same reason we deferred the police one, regarding the number of local resources and the number of support staff, the answer that we've been given was the last plan hasn't changed any. We've been given an action plan, and I totally agree with you, the action plan is great, but it tells us what the resources are going to do. It doesn't tell us what resources we've got and what we're going to have. And in that case, if Councillor Wood was making a motion to note and not agree, I would second that.
To respond to that, I would assure members, and if they look at the statistics provided at the Police and Fire Committee, that there's been no diminishment in our operational establishment. Our uniform establishment is absolutely none changed, other than some retireals, and we are actively recruiting as we speak, both for whole-time firefighters and subsequently for retained, so much so that we are running a local recruitment campaign for our retained staff, because we can do it quicker locally in Dumfries and Galloway area, as opposed to having to send any applicants on a basis up to a more central resource. So there's no diminishment in those uniformed staff, and I give the assurance again that there's no change to we are protecting the front line. The only changes that you will see is in our support staff and our control staff, but members will be aware that there is human resource management processes, whether it be voluntary severance or early retirement processes and packages have been put in place. We are taking a very pragmatic approach in how we deal, because we are constantly cited on that this is an emotional issue for many of our staff, that the changes that are going through. So we are taking a pragmatic approach. We are taking staff with us. We are putting in appropriate support and alternatives and options for all our staff. But really, there is no change to your operational staff, which would allow these plans to be resourced to their completeness.
Archie.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm looking at the local plan, and the officer said there isn't much change to the first part, but there's the action plan there. And when you look at the action plan, there is something there that you can now scrutinise the area committee. There are targets here which we can actually scrutinise, which is a good thing, I think. In that case, it has changed, because at the last full council, we didn't have anything we could scrutinise apart from national targets being taken into a local plan. This is an action plan that we can scrutinise as members at area committee and at the police, fire and rescue committee. So based on that, I would go with the recommendations, Chair.
The one thing that is coming out is about the scrutiny as well, you know, and it was the same with the police. And we won't be able to, you know, request any reports that we, you know, further detailed reports of local.
The performance reports and the template that members might not have seen because it went through the Police and Fire Subcommittee gives 10 key indicators on a trend line. It gives it in various formats to allow different interpretations of the same data. But comprising that will be a narrative which gives the local performance from a professional judgment perspective of actually what is going on. That will be graduated at local area committee, but the same template will be provided to the full council for scrutiny. So over and above anything in the action plan that we've already stated, you will get these key performance indicators. Over and above that, if there is any request from any members wanting additional information, if they're needing reports on any particular incidents, if they're looking for any trends, that can, sometimes it's not easy to extrapolate that data easily, but if there was a request came in, it would certainly be looked on favourably, and I have no hesitation in giving the sort of assertion that I could provide that information. But it will be done on an ad hoc basis, other than if members feel that the template that's been provided doesn't give enough clarity. And again, if you want more indicators to be provided, that is open for discussion.
Can I ask, can that be incorporated therefore into the plan, and that would potentially reassure members around the local indicators? It's similar to the police report previously. There was the three things. There was the resourcing issue, there was the local indicators, and the fact, sorry, too many bits of paper here, I think. Too many action plans and reports. I think what members were concerned about is local indicators, resourcing, and the issue around support staff, and the importance that the fire service and the same way of Police Scotland have to ensure that the support staff is fairly distributed across Scotland, and that is a key priority for this council. If we can get within the plan similar text to the amendment previously in Police Scotland around the fact that members could receive additional performance reports around local priorities, that there is clear information provided to members around resourcing, and that we have that dialogue around the location of support staff, which I say is a priority to this council, then I think that would certainly reassure me, and that may mean a slight amendment to some of the text within the plan to give us those three key points, which you seem to be indicating you're happy to give verbally, and I think if they were added to the plan, I think certainly I would be reassured, and it certainly would find us a way forward.
On both the points where there's a request for additional information, I can give that absolutely. That can be put into either the action plan or the local plan, whichever you wish. With regard to scrutiny arrangements, again, if you want wider or lesser, that can be discussed. With regard to our support staff, I would like to think that the Scottish Fire, and I can actually champion that the Scottish Fire and Rescue Service is looking after its staff. So we are the ones who are looking after them, and they are our staff who we are looking after. So I applaud the members' assistance with that, but we can absolutely guarantee that options are being made available to all our staff and we're supporting them fully through this process. An example of that is if there is individuals who are living and working in Dumfries and Galloway who have subsequently been successful via recruitment processes for the new organisation where posts have been established, and previously they may have been expected to be located at a more central location. As long as the IT infrastructure can support things like that, those staff are working, and we have examples of that in our headquarters in Dumfries at the moment. There is staff who live and work in Dumfries and Galloway who are absolutely aligned to performance management, and that team is located in Edinburgh. So I can give you assurances that that type of dialogue, that type of consideration has been given to all our staff.
I think you know, we are seeking reassurance because of the way things work with the control room, and you know, and the lack of engagement in that. And we did have a meeting regarding that before, and the councillors here do seek some reassurance that, and it is just actively engaging, you know, with people in discussions, you know, with Dumfries and Galloway Council to support the location of Central and the National Support Service in the region where appropriate.
I was made aware of this form of words, but only very recently, and we gave it real consideration. And now I'll give you our take on this and why the rationale that we wouldn't accept that form of words, and we proposed a separate set of words. We think there is too much possibilities for misinterpretation of supporting local and national support services into Dumfries and Galloway. That would have to be replicated across 31 other additional local authorities. I can give the assurance, though, in another form of words, that we will actively engage in discussions with Dumfries and Galloway Council to explore opportunities for partnership working to deliver better outcomes. Now, this is, for me, this is all about trust. It's about building trust. It's about establishing trust. And that needs to, by putting in a form of words where there is scope for interpretation, I think only leads us to possible conflict later on down the line, and that's why we wouldn't sign up to that form of words. And if we are on a basis, moving forward on a trust basis, I don't think there should be any need for that form of words, because it's implicit that we will engage for improved outcomes for the communities of Dumfries and Galloway. But I would propose that we, if required, now I will explicitly put those form of words that I've just discussed into the plan, but whether they go in there explicitly or otherwise, that is our default position. We will actively engage with the Dumfries and Galloway Council for better outcomes in the communities.
Yeah, I think it is a matter of trust and building trust, and you know, the way that the Dumfries and Galloway Council was treated the last time, I think that's you know, the building of trust has to come from elsewhere, not the councillors, I think. And that, you know, and I think you've got to, we do trust the fire service, we do trust the people on the ground and the services you deliver. But you know, it is very important on that basis for to try and have as much opportunity to persuade, to engage with, you know, trying to get support for the location of central and national support services in the region. And the reason for that is exactly the same as the Police Scotland, and it's Police Scotland is the whole of Scotland, and not, you know, and the same with the fire service, and we look at it as the same as the fire service, and we're here to represent, you know, the Dumfries and Galloway as you are, to keep things, you know, on the ground, and that is where we were coming from. Councillor Smith.
I think, to be honest, you've summarised the point. You can only call yourself a fire service for Scotland if you provide a service across the whole of Scotland. That's about the role that the officers deliver, but it's also about the issue of the location of support staff roles. You cannot have centralisation where the majority of support staff roles are taken away from certain localities, and we've seen the outcome around the control room in Dumfries, the lack of consultation around that. We want an assurance that Fire Scotland are looking to ensure there is a fair distribution of support staff in every part of Scotland, not just the north, the east or the west, but including the south. And that's the absolute assurance that we're looking for, that we're not having a centralisation. I think the fire service do look after their staff, but it's about the location and the number of jobs in the locality is important to the economy in this area. And I think you can only call yourself fire service for the whole of Scotland if there is a fair and equal distribution of those jobs in the whole of Scotland.
sorry.
Yeah, I thought a minute ago we actually we had an agreement in the way forward, given Councillor Smith's words before, and with agreement of my colleagues who had suggested initially to note, but then to go on the basis of what we did with the police report. I'm not so sure now, but surely we can go forward with the relevant expressions which were added to the police local plan, the relevant ones I would add, and agree a report on that basis. Am I?
We agreed it would be included in the plan, and that's where the sticking point is just now. About
I can't understand why.
Everything but the I know, either can I, but you know, if it's included in the plan as support for the location of Sentinel National Support Services in the region, I think that's what the discussion is we're having just now.
Yeah, it's just on back of what's been said about the information or possible lack of information. We had a full discussion on this, and I appreciate not every member here is on police, fire and rescue. On Thursday we had a full and frank discussion about that. There were specific questions asked from the fire service on staffing levels and on targets. Can I say that these were responded to fully by Monday, and that was from Thursday to Monday. We got a full breakdown of the staffing levels for full-time, retained and auxiliary, and along with a variance in the targets. So it's just to ensure that we do have a good working relationship there.
Members, where do you want to go? No.
I would like a response on how the fire service are committing themselves to ensuring that there is a fair distribution of central national support services. I think that's the assurance that members are probably looking for. How will that be taken forward?
I think on the other two, you know, the fire service was willing to include them, but it's the one they're not willing to include is the one about actively engaging in discussion with Dumfries and Galloway Council to support the location of Sentinel and National Support Services in the region, where appropriate. So that's the one that the fire service isn't willing to put in the local plan.
Chair and members, it's merely a form of words. We will support where it's required and where staff are to be located. If there is a need for a resource to be here, it will be fully agreed. Where we see the possibility is just that form of words may be two different perspectives. The expectation may be that if the organisation nationally is creating one additional post in the whole of Scotland, would the expectation be that we consult in that form of words could allude to that expectation? Why is that post not down in Dumfries and Galloway? And that's the discussion. We do not want to get into sign up to an agreement with a key partner that could, at some point down the line, lead us to a misunderstanding and breaking of relationships. So we want to avoid that, and by giving a separate form of words that we will engage actively with the council to look and seek for opportunities for improved outcomes. And I'll again specify, we are focused on outcomes. Nothing else. We're not focused on inputs. We're focused on outcomes for our local communities.
John?
Can I just clarify? We currently have part of the performance team for the whole of Scotland based in Dumfries and Galloway. That's correct, isn't it? Okay. Because I don't think we want to do anything that might be detrimental to the services and the people and personnel that we have based here at the moment. And I think we just need to be careful about what we talk about when we say equal dispersal across the whole of Scotland. I just want to be clear with what Councillor Smith's saying, that we actually are being extremely careful that we do not lose staffing out of our own area. It's about the wording.
Okay, Councillor Smith.
Well, due respect, that's nonsense. I mean, what we're saying is a fair distribution of jobs across Scotland.
It's not very respectful, actually.
Well, you're telling me what I'm saying, but I'll tell you what I'm saying. The issues around a fair distribution of jobs across Scotland. The concern I've got with the wording you've just said is that you're talking about outcomes. So if the best outcome for the fire service, in the fire board's opinion, which frankly we have no input into whatsoever, is that the best place to locate jobs is in Perth, that's an outcome. That is not an outcome that's good enough for this region, though. What we are talking about is a fair distribution across Scotland of support and that central and national support services. And that's a big issue for this region, because it's about jobs in the local economy as well as support and services in Dumfries and Galloway. And the problem I've got with the wording that you're saying, you talk about partnerships, you make no reference at all to central or national support services. So frankly, you could come back in a year's time, you talk about trust and say, well, the best outcome for the fire service in Scotland, with all due respect, I never frankly believe some of the decisions they make are in the best interest, but the Fire Board may make a decision that in their opinion, the best outcome for them is to relocate jobs into the central belt. That's not the best outcome for this region. And with all due respect, your wording about partnership doesn't really reassure me that that will not happen. And that's the sticking point. We've already seen it around the control room. You talk about trust. Well, there's a big loss of trust in the way that was handled, I have to say, and the announcement was made, and we kind of find out through the media. I think there needs to be an issue around a fair distribution across Scotland of support staff.
I agree. Fair distribution is fine. I'm happy with the wording on that.
One of the reasons we wanted to capture wording when we deferred the last one was to send a message up to the boards that we were going to be watching this. I remember that conversation we had, and if we don't have it written down and these plans they've got to get ratified at the centre, we'd have to rely on you to portray our feelings. If we've got it written down like we did with the police, then at least they know it's written down. And they can say, well, Dumfries and Galloway's got that part of its plan. So I think we have to agree some form of words that we can put in the plan that goes up there and sends a message that doesn't undermine you and gives us the confidence.
There's a suggestion that we add in the word strategic instead of individual. So in other words, it's Scottish Fire and Rescue Service will actively engage in discussion with Dumfries and Galloway Council to support the location of strategic central and national support services in the region where appropriate. Do you want to add in the fair distribution there?
Well, I'm quite happy with that wording. I mean, I think the idea that we're expecting the fire service to say every time a vacancy arises, they're about to advertise, they have to have a meeting to discuss whether they get recruited in Dumfries and Galloway. That's not what we're saying. What we're saying is that there are a number of different services that are located in different parts. You know, they decide they're going to build a new headquarters in X amount of place. They've made that decision. What we are saying is that when they're making those decisions, that they cannot simply forget Dumfries and Galloway.
Ian?
No, I agree with that wording, Chair.
Right, we now asked the fire service if they agree with that wording.
Could you repeat the wording,
It's to include, rather than individual, it's to Scottish Fire and Rescue Service will actively engage in discussion with Dumfries and Galloway Council to support the location of strategic central and national support services in the region where appropriate. So we're adding strategic, and so there's no ambiguity about what we're looking for.
Again, what does strategic mean?
I say that, you know, we don't appear to be getting anywhere here. So if there was a motion in to note the report, so do members agree that we note the report? Okay, thanks. Thank you. Moving on to item 12, which is the South West of Scotland Transport Partnership SWESTRANS appointment, report by Director of Planning and Environment Services. This report requests appointment of one member to the SWESTRANS board following the resignation of Brian Collins. There are 5 council members in the SWESTRANS board, each having a substitute. Our current membership is Councillors Brody, Councillors Moore, Councillor McCautry and Councillor Syme, with the substitute being Councillor McComb, Nichol McCutcheon, Thompson and Geddes. Could I have any nominations, please? Archie.
Can I nominate Councillor McCutcheon for that full position?
Happy to second.
Yes, sir.
Can I point out, sir, that as I understand it, you know, given that I was a substitute for someone who has chosen not to be a member any longer, I am no longer a substitute, sir. And that's not meant to be any, you know, sort of less than cooperative in my part. I think you know exactly what I'm saying.
Okay, no, that's a good point and noted. I think that's fair. Do we have any other nominations? No, so Marion be the sorry?
Yeah, I'd like to nominate Councillor Crullers.
Full member or
full member.
Right, okay. Do you have a seconder?
Happy to second.
We might as well have a vote in this, eh?
So we've got an amendment to that. We've got another nomination, which is Councillor Carruthers, Ian Carruthers. Do we have a seconder?
I just seconded it.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Sorry, apologies. Right. So who was it that seconded? Tom.
Can I remind members the terms of standing orders that where you're voting for an appointment, you normally do it by ballot. I would need a majority of members to tell me if you didn't want to do it by ballot, you need to vote on that. But the normal course of action is to do it by ballot.
Leader. Leader.
Can I remind members that the motion is that Councillor McCutcheon be appointed. The amendment is that Councillor Ian Carruthers be appointed.
As I was in the room, is it safe for me to take part in the ballot? I was not in the room when it was being discussed.
So the right motion or amendment or name?
Can we go for the names, please? It's probably easier counted. Leader, with your okay, I don't think that there was much said when you were not in the room, sir. It's a very simple matter, but it's for you to determine in the end of the day.
I'm a very simple person.
Leader, there have been 26 votes cast for the motion, i.e. Councillor McCutcheon, 11 for Councillor Carruthers, with 1 abstention. There are 38 members present.
Thank you. That's Marion. Now, that then leaves, actually, I don't know whether we want to do that now or whether we can. You know, it now leaves a substitute. Yep.
Leader, you can appoint the substitute today if you wish, rather than bring a report back to a future meeting. It's, I'm in your hands.
Okay.
Chair, I wonder if Councillor Carruthers would be interested in being a substitute and stop going through that way again.
Anyone else? Anyone else? No? Okay. Stephen?
Thank you. It's just a point of information really, but I see Marion was already a substitute and is now a member, so does that mean there's 2 substitutes required?
Oh, sorry, Alistair, yeah, Alistair is given, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Councillor Collins was the member, with Councillor Geddes being the substitute. Councillor Collins resigned. Councillor Geddes could not substitute for Councillor Collins if he's not there, so the council have agreed to appoint Councillor McCutcheon as the main member, and that Councillor Carruthers, Councillor Ian Carruthers, will be the substitute.
So, yeah, Marion is the one.
So we need another substitute.
We need another one, yeah.
We need one more substitute.
So, any nominations for a substitute? Any other nominations? I'll nominate Archie then if there's...
I'll second that.
Okay, right. Does anybody need another comfort break? Or we just move on?
Move on.
Could be a long day, yeah. Okay, item 13, which is the 4th periodic review scheme for the establishment of community councils. Following the completion of the 4th periodic review of the scheme for the establishment of community councils in Dumfries and Galloway, this report outlines an amended scheme for the council's consideration. This follows a public consultation exercise regarding proposals from Logan Community Council for proposed boundary changes in the Dumfries area. The results of that are set out in Appendix 1. There is agreement for the minor change in the boundary of Longworth Community Council, and we are being asked to agree the boundary maps for the 107 community council areas. The review of the scheme has been a huge piece of work, and I wish to place on record our thanks to the officers involved. There will now required to be by-elections, and it is proposed that the next ordinary election of community councils be held on the 22nd October 2015. Alex will answer any questions which members may have. Members? Alistair?
Thanks, Leader. Like you, I commend the report. It's an admirable piece of work, and also the scheme contained therein. However, I would take issue with a couple of the recommendations. I am uncomfortable with recommendation 2.8, which says that the periodic reviews should take place once every 8 years. I feel this is rather a lengthy period of time, and I would be more comfortable if we went for 5 years. I also feel that 2.9, wherein we agree that amendments to the scheme may only be considered during a periodic review, is somewhat unnecessarily prescriptive, and I would be happier if that was deleted. I'll listen to what other people have to say, but I'm minded to move that as a motion. I'll listen to what other people have to say first.
What comment on that? I'll call you.
I'm happy to take member advice on it. Can I point out to members it is a huge piece of work. The changes that eventually came round were not great changes, I've got to be honest with you. The amount of administrative and procedural work was considerable. As I say, the changes weren't that great. I'm suggesting 8 years. If members want 5, I'm not going to hold the line on that, Leader.
Okay, Councillor Wood.
Thank you, Leader. Within this report, there have been some substantial changes. Can I have a reassurance that the community councils have been consulted prior to this coming to the committee?
To death.
Councillor McLaren.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. It's regarding the actual scheme. It says at 14.5 inadequate number of councillor numbers, and then it refers you to section 5. And then it goes on to explain what your maximum permitted numbers are and what half are rounded up, etc., etc. Would it not be an idea on Schedule 1 of the scheme to actually put another wee box beside maximum number of community councillors with voting rights to put another one minimum number?
What page is that, Jim? Sorry.
Sorry, if you look at it's page 14.5 is 304 or 386 and section 5's 294 and the Schedule 1 is 306, 307 and 308. Would it not be just as easy, because I don't know about other members, but I've been asked on numerous occasions, can we actually hold a meeting because are we quorum or not? Would it not be easier just to put a minimum number of community councillors with voting rights boxed in the side of Schedule 1 so that they're quite well aware of what their minimum number is?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith first. Yep.
The only concern I would have with the 5-year period is that, am I right in saying that community council elections take place every 4 years, so you'd be quite out of sync if you had a review every 5 years. I mean, parliamentary reviews take place, I think, every 2 terms at least, I think. So I was slightly concerned you'd end up with a situation where you'd have 5 community council election periods and 4 reviews within those 5 periods, so it'd be quite out of sync. So that's the only concern I would have with that. A general point, I have to say I'm disappointed that we're in a position where there has been a huge amount of work and we'll still be in a position where large swathes of the region will not have community councils. And frankly, some of the boundaries are still in a way that there's a reason for that. You know, we have some boundaries in urban areas that are very small number of people, and others that are very large, and that hasn't really been resolved by this particular piece of work for a variety of reasons. So it's disappointing we still have large swathes without community council membership. But I would be slightly concerned with the 5-year, because it does seem a wee bit kind of, you know, it's out of sync, frankly, with community council election period. If I'm right in saying it is every 4 years, I suspect that can't be moved.
Yes, it is every 4 years. Councillor McCortry.
Thanks, Chairman. I think with regard to recommendation 2.2, we asked to consider things. I would change recommendation 2.2 to merely within Dumfries maintain the status quo. Spent a lot of time and energy going through consultations with every community council and every part of Dumfries, and basically folk are saying leave it as it is. So I think recommendation 2.2 should be within Dumfries maintain the status quo.
Andrew White-Balkin.
Thank you very much. If we agree this report today, are the recommendations all set in stone, or can you confirm the process, the due process, for any change that might occur thereafter?
No. Sorry. Are you asking me? Are you asking the officer? I'm losing what we live here. Andrew.
Right. The report in front of us, if we agree it today, is it set in stone? And if it's not, can you confirm the process for change?
If you agree with the recommendations today, it's subject to review at the review date. I would prefer not to just keep changing it. Obviously, if a community comes forward and 20 people in a community come forward and say, we would like to establish a community council, then we go through the process of establishing that community council. So there is room to meet Councillor Smith's comment about the dearth of community councils in certain areas of Dumfries and Galloway. There is a possibility of a new community council being established. But the scheme itself subject to administrative change, would remain as is until it's reviewed again. Can I say, sir, and maybe this is a plea, the point that Councillor Smith made is a very valid one in relation to 8 rather than 5 years. It would put a considerable burden not only on your council staff, but also on the community councils, who I say, and I apologise for being flippant, are fully consulted when this happens. In fact, I think we went out to public consultation or community council consultation on 3 separate occasions before this document was finalised.
Right, we've got Tom, you...
I would move the recommendations with that amendment to 2.2 within Dumfries maintain the status quo and all, move all the rest of the recommendations. I think a great deal of work has been done in this over the last 2.5 years, and I think not only the work that you see in front of you here, but the amount of work that some of our area staff have had to carry out to do these consultations with community councils, and I don't think we want to burden the staff with any more of this stuff for quite a few years.
Yeah, we've got, sorry, Jane. No. Alistair.
Thanks very much indeed, Leader. As far as I'm concerned, sir, it's absolutely imperative we take a decision today to ensure, in fact, that this revised scheme is implemented with immediate effect, because we're in real danger, notwithstanding the sterling efforts of the workforce or our officials. We're in real danger, Leader, in my view, and more importantly, in the view of a number of community councils in the Mid-Galloway context, of losing credibility over this issue. I don't think Mr Hazel was too far off the mark when he said consultation to death. And at the end of the day, it's imperative that we get this agreed and get it pushed on. Saying so, Leader, there are certain aspects of the revised scheme which I am somewhat disappointed in, and I think Mr Hazel knows what I'm about to say, but with your leave, Leader, will say it anyway. I personally feel that, for instance, the draft code or the code of conduct is much more anemic than I personally would like to have seen it, but I'll live with it because it's better still than we've got at the moment. Let's be pragmatic about it and let's get it pushed on and do it. I do have a significant amount of sympathy for what Alistair Woods is saying. 8 years seems an awful long time. I do accept, on the back of what Colin Smith has indicated, that 5 years might not be the best alternative, so perhaps maybe a 4-year alternative, if that's not, in fact, causing even more pressure. Or, as I say, if that's not the feeling of the meeting, I'll go with 8 years if, in fact, that is the view of the majority. I've no other option, let's be honest about it. 2.9, again, I certainly agree with Alistair Woods. The amendments to the scheme may only be considered during a periodic review. I think that's unduly prescriptive, Leader. I think there may well be certain circumstances where, at the end of the day, it would be appropriate to carry out or to implement amendments to the scheme. And you shouldn't have to wait, particularly if the periodic review is going to be only once every 8 years. You shouldn't be having to wait, sir, in my view, to get that done. So that's my comments.
So you're saying that if it was 8 years, then if you take out the next paragraph, it would help for... Yep.
Yes, indeed, sir.
Okay, is there any other amendments to it, or Tom's moved the status quo for the Dumfries area in 2.2? Is there any amendments to that? And can we take out 2.9?
Could I ask a question in 2.9? Because it just occurred to me, if you read some of the backup stuff there, if you want to amend the scheme, do you not have to go out to consultation because it's a scheme for community councils, right? It's not a matter, it doesn't belong to this council, it belongs to the community councils. And therefore, if you want to amend the scheme, do you not have to go out to consultation with all the community councils that are there? Because it is their scheme. Would that not be the case?
Yeah. Leader, that would be the case.
Well, that means if you take out 2.9, that means you could be reviewing this every week of the year. And I think you've got to have your 8-year review, because otherwise, if somebody tries to amend the scheme, you've got to go out and consult every community council.
Who would decide that, Alex? Who would decide?
It would be the council would require to determine that, sir. That would come to the council.
Leader, surely, I mean, this is our scheme. We arrive at the scheme in conjunction with community councils. And at the end of the day, if in fact, there is 2 years down the line or 3 years down the line, sir, reasonable cause, as it were, to seek, to amend it, we do it on that basis, but we institute the amendment process. Or there may be certain instances, of course, where certain community councils would wish to institute an amendment process to an extent. Well, they've got that right as well. If it's been a long, hard day.
Leader, the determination as to whether to amend the scheme or go through the process to amend the scheme rests with this council. If you get a request from a community council to amend the entire scheme, I would bring it back to the members and say, do you consider this to be reasonable? Leader, we're in severe danger on picking ourselves here. Can I make a compromise suggestion that we leave the periodic review at 8 years and say that if good cause is shown for an amendment between 5 and 8 years, then that would be considered by the council?
As a proposer, well, I didn't propose, I was minded to propose as who I raised it first, and I'm quite happy with Alex's comments there. So I'd be happy.
And you're quite happy for the status quo at
yes,
2.2 and...
well, I've heard it loud and clear as a fellow Dumfries member, we would be unwise not to dabble in that. That's dangerous waters there.
Okay. Right, okay. Right, item 14, this is a notice of motion to allow Waterfront Regeneration. The first thing we need to determine here is whether or not we intend to withdraw delegation. In line with the view that the Labour's Group has expressed in the past in relation to the removal of delegation, I shall move that delegation be withdrawn. Do we have a seconder? Yeah. Right. The notice of motion relates to a previous decision in principle to ring-fence the capital receipt from the disposal lease for ground at Stranraer seafront for reinvestment in the seafront. As you will see from the report, in 2012-13, the Council received a capital receipt from the sale of the former knitwear factory in the region of £99,000, which has now been allocated. However, during the following year, around £1 million was allocated by councillors towards the regeneration of Stranraer, and for 2014-15, a further £1.5 million has been allocated through the Economic Development Capital Budget. Notwithstanding that, I'll now ask Jim to address the motion.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. It's on a point of process. I would move that the consideration of this report be deferred until the next meeting of the full council on the 9th of July 2014 due to the contents of the report being deficient in several areas. For example, the sum received for the sale of the land and upfront two-year rentals mentioned in sections 3.3 and 3.6 total 130,726. However, a double check of the capital receipts received during the financial years for 2010-11 to 2013-14 reveal that the sum of 99,990 was received in financial year 2013 for the former knitwear factory, as is stated in the report. In the other financial years, there has been no notification of any capital receipts being received from the areas concerned. Therefore, it's unclear to me where the remaining 30,736 has been unaccounted for, especially as I have been informed that, and I quote, the money from the sale and total rent was paid into the account where capital receipts for assets are held. I am also aware that a recent invoice was issued to Scottish Water for outstanding rental of the land. I am aware of the sum, I will not mention it publicly. Nowhere in this report is that fact mentioned, or more importantly, the sum involved. Within the report, it does state that it is anticipated that Scottish Water will vacate the areas of land rented from the Council in December 2014. What is not mentioned is that there will be a final invoice sent to Scottish Water when the sites are finally vacated, nor is it mentioned what that sum is likely to be. At 3.7 in the report, it states income received from previous financial years, i.e. up to the 31st of March 2014, has already been accounted for and cannot be allocated to Stranraer Waterfront retrospectively. While I will accept that in accountancy terms, what the report doesn't explain in plain English is it why we cannot allocate it from somewhere else. The report fails to actually supply alternatives to where this money could be sourced. And personally, I'm not content to meekly accept that all or even any of the money received for Scottish Water is no longer available to Stranraer due to, quite frankly, the Council not abiding by decisions that were made by committees in 2007 and 2010. Given the above, I feel that any decision made today by elected members on the contents of the report as it sits, which does not contain all the relevant information, would be unsafe, and therefore I move that consideration of this report be deferred until the 9th of July 2014 in order that my points above can be clarified in the rewritten report.
Jane.
I'd like a question answered before I address that matter. 16.2 of the standing orders make it quite clear that any member may request the proper officer to arrange for a report on a policy issue to be submitted to the Council or one of its committees. Such reports shall only be submitted after due consideration and appropriate consultation. In the event that the proper officer determines that the submission of such a report is inappropriate, then the final decision as to the need or otherwise for the report shall rest with the Council. Now, I looked at the terms of the motion. I think I need to know where we are with respect to that report, Leader, because it was up to a request was clearly made in terms of the notice of motion, and I need to know what happened at that point, please.
There are two separate standing orders invoked there. The standing order 16.1 and 2 relates to a member requesting a report in writing. What I received was a notice of motion, clearly stated to be a notice of motion, signed by 2 members.
Councillor Geddes.
Thanks very much indeed, Leader. My understanding, sir, as a seconder of the motion, in fact, that Councillor McClung endeavoured to go through the process that Councillor Maitland has alluded to, and in fact did not get the information he was seeking and was entitled to as an elected member. And it was on that basis, Leader, as I understand it, that, you know, he submitted, well, he certainly spoke to me about the difficulties he was experiencing, indicated he was proposing to submit a notice of motion, and asked if I would second it, and I made it perfectly clear in the circumstances, sir, that I had no compunction in doing so.
Okay, can I defer? Moving on to item 15, this is a notice of motion for the new Slipway and boat storage area. Again, the first issue will need to require addresses a withdrawal delegation for the EI committee, and I would move. Okay, the report sets out the history of decisions taken by this council in relation to the provision of a new Slipway and boat storage area at Stranraer Seafront. I will give Councillor Foster the opportunity to move his motion and have it second, and then I'll open the matter for debate.
Thank you, Ronnie. I will be brief. We've had a long and tiresome day. In fact, if we don't finish soon, I think you and son will be starting school. Anyway, every councillor around this table, we're all elected to represent the people within our own area. We have 2 choices how we do this. We can either listen, ascertain the majority viewpoint and represent it, or we can adopt the attitude that we know best. This motion is an attempt to represent the viewpoint of the majority of the Wigtonshire people. My stance on this issue is widely known. I've received a lot of support for it. I've only received 1 email and 1 phone call to the contrary. So from my experience, I believe I'm backing the right horse here. Wigton Area Committee was denied the chance to debate the Slipway. Of the 9 members, only 3 from Wigtonshire had an input at the PHES Committee in January 2013. Although not breaching governance, this is morally wrong. I acknowledge that the proposed boatyard did come before the Area Committee, and probably largely due to Labour forming part of the previous administration. I also acknowledge that it was approved by a majority at the Area Committee. This, however, begs the question as to what would have happened if the Slipway had not been previously approved. To put a boatyard beside a Slipway is reasonably logical, but if the Slipway had never been approved, we wouldn't have been agreeing the boatyard. If the Council can revisit decisions on graveyard maintenance, the future location of secondary education in Dumfries, both as a result of public pressure, surely the Slipway in Stranraer is worthy of further consideration. And lastly, I would just like to add, I had concerns when I read the tenure of the report, but I expected no less from Mr. Speedy and his officers. 3.6 of the report states, the marketing material issued advises that there will be a West Pier slipway provided based on previous council decisions. Now, let's be perfectly clear about this. Planning for the slipway has yet to be granted. I hope this is not an attempt by the council to preempt any planning decision, putting the council at risk. And apart from that, the presence or not of a slipway will have minimum impact on any future supermarket, hotel or housing interest at the West Pier. Councillors, the motion is straightforward and simple. I seek your support on it.
Members? Sorry, Councillor Scobie.
Yeah, Chair, and happy to second the motion, and Graham has covered most. Chair, I think it would be folly and wrong of the Council to go ahead with this particular slipway. And, you know, given that a huge majority of people with local knowledge and experience of the sea regard it as being in the wrong place, it will be subjected to all sorts of wind patterns, and indeed it will be tidal as to where it's being proposed. So the use of it will be restricted, indeed not only by the weather and the tide, but also in terms of its size. And it's not what the majority of people envisaged in the first place. There is a requirement for a boatyard, but it would be much better in the inner harbour if that is to be developed. And indeed there was one that could have been modified at a much cheaper rate. And indeed, as the motion states, there is one not so far, only 4 miles away, and by sea I'm sure it's less. So, you know, the Labour group in the past indeed voted with Graham at the Service Committee to consider that, and I think that's still worthy of consideration. And in that respect, that is why we're saying in the motion that it is a shovel-ready project, but there is alternatives, and the money could be used more wisely in that respect. And indeed, as Graham said, it's got the support. It has not got the support that this slipway by the people of Stranraer. So we are being consistent, as Graham says, in terms of other decisions, then I would hope we would go with the people of Stranraer and agree the motion. Second it, Chair.
Okay, Jim.
Yeah, thanks, Leader. Following work carried out by several consultants, it was concluded that following the move of Stena Line to Cairnryan, that Stranraer required to redevelop the waterfront to provide a platform for wider economic regeneration. This waterfront regeneration identified potential to develop facilities for waterborne competition and training. Boat launching and storage facilities would be an essential part of this, and that there was scope to develop residential water sports centres which would attract visitors from the outside area and extend the tourist season. This report also made it clear that the Slipway facility for craft launching and recovery would be an essential to cater for the proposed mix of leisure activities. An appropriately designed parking and storage facility was required. After consultation with the public, the proposals were published with much fanfare as a framework to redevelop the whole of the waterfront. The proposals were also notified and agreed with by members of the Area Committee and the relevant Service Committee. Within the document, fully endorsed by all members of the group who were tasked with producing it, was the plan to create public access to both the harbour for marine leisure and recreational use, and identified the need to improve marine infrastructure, including the provision of a slipway and boat storage. To illustrate where these facilities were to be placed within the relevant zone, a map was produced which clearly shows the boat storage area and slipway where they were to be constructed. Helpfully, this glossy brochure also provided a map which clearly showed the relevant positions. The Wig Bay slip was considered, but inquiries with the owner identified that repair and maintenance would have to be carried out, and the owner was, quote, probably not interested in putting the use of this slipway on a business footing. If this all seems frighteningly familiar, I should point out that this glossy brochure report I am speaking about was published in 2006, some 8 years ago, and was produced following the excellent work carried out on behalf of a group called the Rins Renewal Action Group. An interesting point about this group was that it was set up as a result of a request by the then Scottish enterprise Dumfries and Galloway, and contains SEDG members and 2 elected members, one of which was my good colleague Councillor Scobie, with Councillor Foster being a substitute member. It's also of interest that the proposals that this group included the full support of Councillor Scobie included 2 new slipways to be built in exactly the same area as the current proposal. The expansion of the Marina and associated infrastructure to develop Stranraer as a marine leisure destination and also to use Loch Ryan for water sports was part of the transport interchange money that was allocated in June the 12th from a motion that was put forward by Councillor Scobie. It mentioned, as I say, specifically the marina and associated infrastructure to develop Stranraer as a marine and leisure destination and Loch Ryan water sports. To turn to the specific notice of motion being considered today, this motion states that there is a lack of support for the proposal, which in some quarters is true. However, the Wixenshire Chambers of Commerce have intimated that the new slipway and hard-standing boat cleaning area and boat extraction facility will support business development opportunities and fits with the delivery of the master plan, and that, in their opinion, the possibility of job creation, especially in relation to the boat cleaning and extraction facilities are concerned, are high. Should the decision be taken today to once again put on hold these projects being delivered, I worry about the reputational damage this council will suffer, given the fact that these projects were being developed as part of the marketing information in relation to the redevelopment of the East Pier. It's disheartening enough to see the continual negative comments that appear almost weekly in the local press, which, if I was a developer considering investing in Stranraer, would make me think twice about committing any finance to the town. But if developers cannot even rely on this council actually undertaking agreed projects that they have already decided to undertake and continually put projects on the shelf and call them shovel-ready, while at the same time diverting the funding allocated to these shovel-ready projects to be allocated somewhere else to a yet unknown and uncosted project, what hope is there for attracting much-needed investment by developers in Stranraer? As to the mention in the motion yet again of the Wigby Slipway, the use of this was rolled out in 2006 and again by the PHES committee when the slipway was introduced at a late stage in the process, although it should be borne in mind that the condition of the slipway has deteriorated between 2006 and now, increasing the cost if we were to consider using that. I am of the opinion that it would have not been of good use of public money to repair and maintain private property in 2006, and given the current financial climate, it would be even less acceptable now. It is my opinion that given the work undertaken at some considerable cost, I should add, on the suitability of the Wigby Slipway in both 2006 and more recently in 2013-14, which identified that this slipway would not be sold by its owner, was unsustainable economically and would not attract any additional visitors to Stranraer Waterfront, the time has come to once and for all rule out further consideration of the slipway at Wigby as any sort of alternative to the slipway currently proposed. While I agree that the Wigby Committee should be consulted on the projects that should be progressed, as the redevelopment of Stranraer is, whether we like it or not, a strategic project, it is for the relevant council committee to make the final decision on the progression of projects, taking into account the recommendation of the area committee. As regarding the sum that is mentioned in the motion, the 1.074 million, I'm sorry, but I don't actually recognise where that comes from. The slipway is given as costing 1.05 million, and in the previous report that we didn't actually take, the boat storage area is given as 100,000. My math says that's not 1.074 million. I would move that we actually just bite the bullet and do what was actually proposed to be done in 2006 by the Rins Renewal Action Group and Councillor Scobie.
Thanks very much, Leader. I've become a bit of an expert in what one-year-olds are saying. I suspect Jens, wee one at the moment, is currently saying, oh no, not another debate on Stranraer Slipway. I mean, I have to say, I mean, the first point is, from the Labour Group's point of view, is we have consistently believed that major strategic projects should be consulted first and foremost by area committees, and in relation to Stranraer Slipway we voted in that particular way. And in fact, that's why we changed standing orders to make sure that major projects were consulted. I have a big problem, however, with the wording of the motion in a number of ways that's before us today. I think the first point is that the motion doesn't just talk about the slipway, it talks about the boat storage area. Now, I chaired the meeting of the EEI committee in January, in which members agreed the funding towards the boat storage area, and that came as a direct result of consultation with Wigton Area Committee, and they recommended the funding towards that. I remember Graham's very words at the meeting in which he said, I didn't agree with the decision of Wigton Area Committee, but I'm one who consistently says we should listen to what area committees do, and that's why Graham supported that particular recommendation at the EEI Committee. So I'm a bit concerned that we're actually now being asked to reconsider a decision that was supported first of all at Wigtonshire Area Committee and then at the EEI Committee. So I've got a bit of a problem with the issue around the boat storage part of the motion. I've got a major problem with the reference to the slipway at Whigby providing a suitable alternative. Again, the Labour Group voted to bring forward proposals to look at the Whigby as an alternative, and those proposals made it absolutely clear that substantial investment would be required, but actually the owner wasn't prepared to sell the slipway anyway, so it was not an option. Yet the motion here does talk about Whigby providing an alternative motion, so I've got a real concern around that. And the third part of the motion I've got a concern with is around the fact that it actually doesn't even give Wigtonshire Area Committee the right to determine whether it wants a slipway or not. It actually says the money should be allocated to other projects. So in fact, it doesn't ask for the Area Committee to be consulted. It simply says this full council will decide that the Area Committee shouldn't be consulted. So I think that in terms of major strategic projects, they should go to Area Committee, and they should then come back to the relevant service committee to be considered. But that's not, frankly, what the motion says. I think there's a significant investment by this council in Stranraer Waterfront consistently, particularly our recent capital investment strategy. I think Jim's actually right in terms of the importance of that investment and the positive promotion of Stranraer to encourage private sector confidence in relation to the development opportunities at the East Pier. That's currently being marketed at the moment. I'm pleased to hear that there does appear to be significant interest around that marketing, and I hope that we'll be in a position whereby we have somebody to take that forward, or businesses to consider taking that forward in the near future, because frankly that's the key to the development around Stranraer as far as I'm concerned, is bringing in private sector investment. This week, in addition to that, I met with John Swinney along with my counterpart in Scottish Borders as part of a South of Scotland Alliance group, and we put forward what we regarded, and the Council and their partners in South Scotland Alliance regarded, as those strategic projects that are probably above the Council on its own to develop, but we actually need significant external funding in order to really meet the ambitions we've got for the region. So we need to get in private sector investment in there, and we need to get, frankly, Scottish Government investment in there, and we need to be working with national partners such as Scottish Enterprise. Now, one of the two projects that were put forward from Dumfries and Galloway was Stranraer Waterfront. We presented the case to the Minister around the marina infrastructure and the need to develop that business case, to bring forward funding for additional breakwater, and to look at the expansion of the marina. And the other part of that we presented to the Minister was that if we are able to secure a developer that's willing to bring in significant investment to the East Pier, there may require to be investment by other partners in making sure that that site is ready for them. So, for example, making sure that the way from the East Pier up to the town centre, because it's about more than the town, is actually developed in such a way, and if there is site clearance required, that there is investment put in there. It's only that is significant investment, and that's frankly what we need to see in Stranraer Waterfront, is significant investment. We can't do it all ourselves as a council, and what we're doing at the moment is we tend to be simply going over old ground instead of actually trying to figure out a way in which we're really going to bring forward the ambitions that we've got for Stranraer Waterfront. So I'm all for the Area Committee discussing the slipway at their next meeting if that's what they want to do, and bringing a recommendation to EEI. And I think there should be regular reports to Wigtonshire Area Committee around the whole project around the waterfront, because frankly I will be guided by what the local members say and the local community say, and that's what way I voted when it came to recommendations from Wigtonshire Area Committee in the future. So happy for the Area Committee to discuss it, but I have real problems with this particular motion as it stands at the moment, because frankly I think there's so many errors in it that I simply couldn't support it as it currently stands.
Well, considering I'm considering I'm the author, I'm not surprised there are a few errors in it. I don't think there are as many, just as what Colin alludes to. However, from what I'm hearing, and if I would get the support, I'm quite happy for the whole issue to come back. We've had a long day, as I say, bring this back to the next meeting. Well, Wigton Area Committee meets on Wednesday, so it would be oh no, we don't meet in August, that's the problem. We could have a special meeting. If the council are minded to have the Slipway come back to Wigton Area Committee and be dealt with, hopefully with a different result, but with a similar manner to the boat storage area, I would quite happily accept that. The reason I brought it forward today was not to be obtuse, awkward, or anything else. There is a real groundswell of feeling out there, and as my motion, something I did say that was correct was, and the risk of further alienating the public against the marina development. Make it quite plain, I am not against the marina development, but the people in Stranraer saw 2.4 million coming towards them, and there's 1 million going in a slipway in a boat storage area. The vast majority aren't happy about it. Jim referred to the Chamber of Commerce. There are not many members of the Chamber of Commerce. Somebody else referred to other people. I mean, on the ground, I'm the local member. People aren't happy about it. Bring it back to the area committee, discuss it, have a public forum, public meeting, get them to it. I'm on for that. And then let the 9 councillors who are elected to represent Wigtonshire decide. I mean, as I said, governance-wise, we were not wrong in taking the decision on the 13th of January in 2013, but morally we were wrong. And once Labour came into the administration, they saw the error of those ways, and they did put the boat storage area to the area committee. It didn't give me the answer I wanted, but at least it was democratically and fairly carried out. I'm quite happy to alter the motion or to call a halt to this now if the council would agree and give me the backing that the whole issue is reverted back to Wigton Area Committee for future discussion. And not to rule out the Slipway. Personally, I would back the public feeling that they don't want the £1 million spent on it at the moment. There is a perfectly adequate alternative meantime. But put that on the bill too and let the 9 councillors vote for it at the area committee, and I will accept that and go away home quite happy today.
Okay, well, over the seconder.
Yeah, Chair, and I seem to get a great significant prominence paid to me by Jim, dating back to 2006. I hope at times Jim will look back at some of the decisions we're taking and he'll take cognizance of some of the other decisions as well, that he seems to put a great deal of prominence on me in terms of the RINS Renewal Action Group. Issues change, Chair. I think I've alluded to that in my presentation. The slipway, in the motion it's referring to shovel ready. If the area was awash with money, that would be great. As Colin rightly said, there has been 2.4. It's nothing near to what is required. Indeed, there was, when Stranraer was one of the 7 major projects under the previous Scottish Labour-led administration, and we had Scottish Enterprise, there was an £8 million that Stranraer could have tapped into on any projects, but that was taken away as when Scottish Enterprise was devolved down to the local authorities. Equally, Jim's referring to previous decisions. There was also a second breakwater that I supported and recommended and supported, that you couldn't have one without the other. But that second breakwater was to come from private investment. And indeed, that has never come to fruition. So Jim should really look and not be selective in what he picks out, although he's entitled to it in support of his own motion. So, but I would suggest to him he really needs to look at the whole thing. I'm pleased to hear Colin coming forward with what is required, because there is massive investment required, external investment, public sector investment needed for the East Pier. But it's not the East Pier, it's still dealing with the £2.4 million that this council put up as investment in the waterfront. And what is being suggested is literally 50% of that £2.4 million on a slipway and boatyard.
Councillor Scobie, can I suggest what I was asking you back in for was to see whether you wanted to, go with what Graham's saying and what
I'm happy to go
Will's
with it,
saying.
Chair.
Because, Colin?
I mean, the reality is this, frankly, is about more than just the slipway. I think this is about the message we send to potential developers. It's about the work we need to do in relation to working with Scottish Enterprise and working with the Scottish Government. So we need to send a very clear signal. I'm quite happy to put forward an amendment to the motion, and I've got copies here that I'm happy to circulate as well. I'll read it out, it's quite long, but I think it is important that we send a signal, and it's important that this information gets to the community in Wigtonshire through the Area Committee to make it absolutely clear the major commitment this council has towards the regeneration of the waterfront, because frankly that message is not getting put across at the moment. So the amendment would be this council notes the agreed investment of £2.4 million for a range of projects at the Marina, Agnew Park and Loch Ryan, and the importance of this investment in the positive promotion of Stranraer to encourage private sector confidence and investment in the development opportunity at the East Pier. Agrees that regular reports be made to Wigton Area Committee on all projects and the views be reported back to the Economy, Environment and Infrastructure Committee. Notes the agreed additional investment of £1.15 million of capital funding for Stranraer as part of the Economic Development Capital Project for 2015-17 for the following projects, and to further support that overall approach. And I've listed the projects there at £600,000 for Stranraer Townscape Heritage Project, £250,000 for Agnew Park and £250,000 towards East Pier regeneration. We should also note that representatives of the South of Scotland Alliance met with John Swinney on the 24th of June 2014 to request support for a range of projects across the South which are of national significance, including the Stranraer waterfront, and agreed to continue to develop the projects in partnership with Scottish Enterprise and the Scottish Government with a view to seeking further support. We need to send that clear message of the work this council is doing, the fact we're actively trying to pursue private investment and we're actively trying to pursue investment from the Scottish Government. I'm quite happy to circulate that as an amendment to the motion.
Clarification in the motion. I didn't hear you make any mention, perhaps I missed it, Colin, that the slipway comes back to the Area Committee for discussion.
I said all projects go to the Area Committee are listed here, and the Area Committee is invited to give their views as they see fit.
And the slipway would have been included, just for clarity, so that I know what you're saying.
Well, read the motion, you'll see all the projects.
Can you read it, because I haven't got it.
Well, I'm passing that around.
Okay, I'll wait and read it.
Sorry, can this be circulated anyway? But
Yeah.
Jane,
No, that's absolutely fine. I'm just happy to read the proposal Colin's coming forward with.
Joe?
Thank you, Leader. It was just, I'd be happy to have it circulated, and then if we could maybe get just 10 minutes just to read over and come back, or 5 minutes even. Well, we need to see what it says. You can't ask us to make a decision without reading it. It's just.
Jane, for 5 minutes or 10 minutes? 10 minutes?
The Area Committee and all projects. Now, to put it down to the most simplistic terms, this means that Wigton Area Committee are quite entitled to call, for example, the slipway back to be discussed at the Area Committee, to take a stance upon it, and for that to be reflected back to the EEI Committee, I believe it's called now. If that's the case, I'm quite happy to withdraw my motion.
It's not for me to say what Wigton Area Committee want to or what don't want to do, but frankly, I think all projects should go there, and the Wigton Area Committee's views should come back to the EEI Committee, and the EEI Committee will make a decision.
I presume if it went to the Area Committee would be entitled and enabled to take a decision upon it first, and then that would be reflected back to the EEI Committee, as was the case with the boat storage area.
Indeed, and that's a very good point. That was exactly the point with the boat storage. The Wigton Area Committee took a decision on it, and EEI, including yourself, endorsed that decision.
To withdraw the motion, Chair.
Well, are you happy to withdraw?
On that clarification, Chair, yes, I'd be happy to withdraw and support the amendment.
And we've also got Councillor McClellan. You haven't got a seconder as yet, but
I'm quite happy to withdraw mine without a seconder and go with the counter amendment by Councillor Smith.
Okay.
Yeah, and on that basis, sir, you know, as kind of second to Councillor McClung's motion, I have no problems whatsoever supporting.
Oh, sorry, I didn't get it.
Yeah. No, that was a way of getting them in.
Right. Okay. Okay, so we've got an agreement. Okay, and next. Is the notice of motion venue for Planning and Applications Committee. This is a notice of motion submitted by Councillor Scobie and Councillor Foster regarding the holding a Planning Applications Committee in Stranraer. I'll ask Willie to move the motion and have Graham second it and then move to the debate.
I wasn't sure whether Graham, he said at one moment that Jens' son had gone out to enrol, so I'll not keep the meeting any longer, Chair. The meeting's self-explanatory in the interest of good governance and to enable the Council to demonstrate, if you like, openness and transparency. It has a bearing on the people of Stranraer that we do consider application 14P 10251, the Stranraer Harbour Slipway and adjoining hardstanding, that be considered in Stranraer, as and when it comes before the Planning Committee. I hope it would take some cognizance of the decision we have just taken as to its timing.
Members? Archie?
One thing, when you follow Willie, there's not much left to say. Happy to second.
Chair, obviously the motion says in the interest of good governance. Now, as part of the Planning Applications Committee, I believe there is good governance on the Planning Applications Committee, and it's up to the proper officer to determine the location of the committee. And I think it's really important, of course, that the committee decisions is actually made and recorded as such. I mean, I've been in the position myself where ethical standards have called in a particular decision that we made. But I also think in the interest of good governance, perhaps a non-aligned group would actually take their position on the Planning Applications Committee to come along to the Planning Application Committee and make sure that their governance with regards to that particular application goes forward as well.
Councillor McClellan. Right. There's Jane first and then Ian.
Thank you. I disagree with the suggestion that that this should go down to Stranraer or for that matter anywhere else. The reasons that I think this is correct is that we have decided to have our meetings recorded, and the arrangements currently are that we should be able to hear things subsequent to meetings and that the public can understand why we take decisions through the benefits of technology. And so for that basis, I would suggest that we leave things as they are currently, which is that planning meetings are held in Dumfries.
Ian.
Thanks, Chair. As a local Stranraer member with a form of asking for meetings in Stranraer, it'll be no surprise that I would be happy to accept this motion, and if the mover and seconder would consider a very small amendment. After the word that, insert the Planning Applications Committee meeting considers the planning application. Sorry, wait a minute, I've got my words wrong here. Yeah, that the Planning Applications Committee meeting considers that specific application. In other words, the entire planning meeting is held down in Stranraer. Now, there's precedence for this. The North Winds Wind Farm was held in the Ryan Centre. Partly, if I recall correctly, that there was likely to be a big turnout. So I don't see any reason why, and in fact, actually, there was a subsequent one about 3 years ago that was held in the Ryan Centre, I don't see any problem with that. I'm not going to make any additional request under the particular motion, but if I recall, when the Unitary Board was, or the Unitary Committee was set up, there was a suggestion that it could be and would be moved around the region, and it has been, I think, since then only on one occasion. But if the mover and seconder would be quite happy to accept that, I would be happy to support it. In other words, it's not just that one planning application, it's the meeting.
Councillor McCorby, Tom?
Yeah, I'm happy to second Councillor Driver. I think it is for the proper officer to determine on the amount of business that might come before. We did go to Stranraer on another occasion because there was 3 or 4 applications in the Stranraer area, and therefore it seemed sensible to hold the meeting there. And I think if we leave it to the proper officer, there's this application, if there are others for Stranraer and say the West, then fine, hold the meeting there. But I would agree with Councillor Driver that we have a procedure in place now for recording these planning decisions. I think it would have been different if it had been a major hospital development or a major school development, something like that. I think it might have been important to go there, but I'm happy to leave it in the hands of the proper officer, dependent on the workload, to determine where the meeting is held.
Jane?
Could I have clarity, please? My belief is that we should not make policy on the hoof, and I understood that we had arranged that we would actually hold our meetings in Dumfries. Now, if that is not the case, then obviously members are quite free to pick things around and change things. My understanding was that we had a policy during the course of, since the course of this council, that we didn't move things around. As you know, actually, I'm a believer in disseminating information and having planning put out to areas, but I don't believe in making policy on the hoof. I believe in following our own procedures. So if I could have some advice on that, please.
I will ask advice, but first of all, I just want clarification in with Archie and Thomas. Yeah, I'll come. I said I'll come back into Bonnie. I just want clarification. So what you're saying is that it goes back to the governance issue where the proper officer determines where the planning application, where any meetings are held, which is through the proper governance.
That's good governance. That's correct.
Okay. Well, why?
Yeah, Chair, in an effort to be helpful and answer the question raised by, or the inference raised by Archie and Tom, the first request was that the proper officer did determine, and the request was made in that vein, that the proper officer determined that it was appropriate to move the thing. So that request was made, and we were not getting an answer within the stipulated time to submit a motion, and therefore that is why you've got the motion before you, because the answer was not coming back from the proper officer, whoever that proper officer may be. In terms of Ian and the two, the first one was the wind farm, the next one was an issue in Portpatrick that was considered and moved to Stranraer, where the planning committee did hear both applications in the Ryan Centre with representations being made as local as possible, and that's the reference in the
Well, I'm going to ask Alex in here because it's getting the governance stuff here. So,
can I just make it clear? I did receive a request from Councillor Scobie and Forster that I move the committee meeting. And my understanding is that committee meetings of this council are held in Dumfries. I advised Councillor Scobie and Forster that I did not think I could determine that, and that the correct course of action for them to take was to submit a notice of motion to the council. So to suggest that I refused or didn't give an answer is not quite correct, sir. I realise that it's a late afternoon. Can I say, members, if you tell me that I'm to do it as the proper officer, I will hold the meeting in Dumfries, because that is the council's normal policy. That is what I have got to adhere to as the council's governance officer. I am giving this council the opportunity of instructing officers that they want this particular meeting, or a meeting involving Stranraer applications or Wigtonshire applications, to be held in Stranraer. If I don't get that instruction, I've got to make it quite plain, and I'm not being obdurate or awkward. I wanted this to come out because I felt it wasn't my decision to make, and I've got to be honest with that. If you wish, I refused to use my delegated powers and came to the main body of the council, which holds all the powers.
Does that answer your question, Jane?
Yes, actually, I think it does. I think it says that council policy is that we hold planning application meetings here in Dumfries, and it's not clear to me why we would change that on an ad hoc basis. So I actually continue to think that we should go along with having it here, and if we want to revisit the policy, that's quite separate.
The council can change that. Yep, but okay, William.
Yeah, just a couple of clarifications, Chair, and what I said was that we did not have an answer by the date as to when it was necessary to submit a notice of motion. I did not say that there was any refusal, and indeed Alex did give us that in writing, in an email, so I was not saying that it was refused. It was not given in the time that was required to submit the notice of motion. So the proper officer was requested that we move it to, and it was within, or for that proper officer following what Archie and Tom's saying, to give us a definitive answer, which we did not get, and hence the motion is before you. In terms of the clarification, because again, Alex said that meetings were held in Dumfries, and we hear Jane saying that planning meetings are held in Dumfries, then there are other meetings held out with Dumfries for all types of reasons without the audio tape and recording and everything else. So, you know, I'm not sure if it's being suggested that the policy is...
I think it was a planning meeting that was mentioned. Jim, you go ahead.
My apologies, Chair. I think what Alec was saying was, we can move meetings if we want, but it's common practice to hold them in Dumfries for a variety of reasons. So whilst it's no council policy to hold meetings there, it's common practice. And the problem we'll experience is, the first time there's an issue in Kirkconnell and Sankey, we'll want a meeting held there, and we'll finish up running around the region. And unless Alec feels it's absolutely essential to hold a planning committee meeting in a specific place, I think we should hold them in Dumfries. But I am absolutely relaxed about what the members might think. I just think we have to be sure that they can be held anywhere, but it's common practice in Dumfries. For sound reasons, it's held in Dumfries. And the risk of changing it is you'll get applications for them to be held everywhere in the region if you don't continue on the vein we've been doing at the moment.
Right, if I can just, I've got scheme of administration of delegation is place and time of meetings. Meetings shall be held at such place and on such days and times as determined by the Director Chief Executive Service. Alistair?
Thanks. I do recall they were held in Stranraer prior to the election of 2012, and I have some sympathy with them being held there, but only not for one in particular. If we had a group of applications and bundled together, and were concerned with the West, I don't recall why we stopped, unless Councillor Maitland is correct in that it was because we wished to record them, and the recording facilities are not available in Stranraer, which surprises me because I thought we can do video conferencing from Stranraer, but we can't do recording of meetings. So I would like to know if that is conceivable in the future, and then we could adhere to the wishes of the members in the West and also the people that come to the meetings. It would make some sense if at least we had some of the meetings in Stranraer, but I would need to know what Technology Solutions said about the possibility of them being recorded and how far away we are from that.
I'll bring Alex in. I think we need an awfully big tape recorder, an awfully big tape or something like that for this one, but anyway.
Can I say, sir, one, we could not record meetings out with the council chamber. The kit in here cost an awful lot of money, and I would not want to be. We can have mics, and we can have appropriate accommodation. That's not an issue. Can I say that the delegation to me is quite clear. What has happened since the last election, when we installed the recording equipment, is that there is a convention that all service committee and council meetings are held in the council headquarters in English Street. Area committee meetings are held out with. I accept that. What I'm saying to you is, I would be deviating from a convention, and I want members to tell me, yes, that's okay. Because I can suit 2 members and hack off 45, or I can hack off 45 and suit 2. I really need to know from members if that's what they want me to do. I have no issue with it being either in Stranraer or Dumfries. Can I remind you, it's a planning committee. You will be dealing with planning issues. You'll be dealing with planning policies. You will not be dealing with whether the Slipway in Stranraer is right or wrong. You will be looking at it from a planning applications point of view. So you have already agreed that you're going to take the matter back for Wigton Area Committee to consider, and I will ensure that that consideration is given and views reported back to the EEI committee prior to the planning application being determined. It wouldn't make logical sense any other way. So I'm quite comfortable. If you want a meeting in Stranraer, I'll organise it. I will not organise a single item meeting in Stranraer. However, I will take the advice of members, and if there are 8 or 10 applications in the Wigtonshire area, I'll do them all in Stranraer.
Jill?
Thank you, Leader. I think if Councillor Maitland put forward an amendment to suggest that the meeting should take place in Dumfries, then I'm happy to second that. I just think we're going round the houses here, and I think we need to move on.
Thank you, Leader. It's just a point of clarity. The motion states about enabling the council to demonstrate the openness and transparency. Well, I don't know the details of this particular application, but it looks as if it may be required to be going through the process as a major application, in which case there would be public consultation, which would take place within Stranraer. And so therefore the openness and transparency would come out from that before it heads through to the actual decision-making by the committee.
Did you want to enter? No. Yeah.
Chair, if I can interject, I would hope there's openness and transparency in every decision the planning committee makes.
No, I'll make Ted in.
As a former vice chair, so would I.
It's not often that I would disagree with local members on issues that affect their area, but Planning Application Committee is about policy and it's about procedures, and I actually can't see the advantage in actually holding it elsewhere. You know, the policies and the procedures are there anyway. People stick by them, and there appears to me no absolute good reason for one application to go to one area. I think it would lead to a duplication of requests from all parts of Dumfries and Galloway for any kind of local matter to be held in that area, and I don't think that's reasonable or acceptable.
Right, I'm going to bring this to a close now. Willie, I'll let you have the last word.
Yeah, just on the last point being made by Ted, I think that I would hope we would concede and accept that there is a particular local interest in this issue, and so that anyone who wishes to avail themselves of the meeting that was made accessible to them, and that's one of the reasons that we have asked. I'm quite happy, as indeed I was when I submitted the request to the proper officer. In fact, as Alex said, he brought it and wished it to come to the full council. I'd have been quite happy for him to determine, then we could have, and depending on how he did determine, then it would have left to us to react whatever way we wished or felt appropriate. So it's to allow access for the local people. I would still argue that's good governance and democracy in work. In operation, so I would hold to the motion, and still happy to have other applications before it if the proper officer deemed that they could collate the business for that day, I'm quite happy with that, as Ian suggested, but I'm holding to that we hold the planning application meeting in Stranraer on this issue.
I said Willie's last word, but Andy, no.
Okay, thanks for letting me in, Leader. I totally understand where Willie's coming from in this, but we can't make policy on the hoof, it's been said already. We are, that's exactly what we're talking about doing here. We've also got governance advice. I would also suggest there's local interest in every single planning application. Does that mean we'd have every single planning application in this locality? No, I don't think we would. Right, so we've got it in the centre. Can we just move on and get the vote, please? Yeah.
Right, you can see what a firm chair. I'm going to let George in because he's no spoke.
Leader, I was just going to say, if you've got a motion and amendment, let's go to the vote.
I think there's a motion amendment and a counter amendment, I think.
Chair, just on the motion of the proper officer, now Alex has given a response as to why he wants that to come to full council, and I'm happy to withdraw that motion because he's already said why. It's not taking away his responsibility or accountability as a proper officer, but I'm happy to go with the other two motions or amendments.
Tom?
I mean, at the end of the day, the standing orders are clear, and I think in future the proper officer should just...
You're happy to withdraw all that in our speech.
I think, if you'll permit me, Leader, I think Councillor McCaughey from the debate in here will be aware why I didn't take the decision on my own shoulders. Leader, you have a motion from Councillor Scobie, seconded by Councillor Forster, and that is in the papers on page 385. The amendment is now by Councillor Maitland, seconded by Councillor Dykes, that the planning applications committee meeting be held in accordance with normal practice in Dumfries. Is that correct?
Point of order, Chair. As amended, I think the proposer and seconder had accepted.
But yes. I'll take that on my own shoulders. The motion is as written down, but I will include such applications as are deemed appropriate on the committee. The motion is for the notice of motion as slightly amended. The amendment is that the Planning Applications Committee follow normal practice and be held in Dumfries. Leader.
Amendment.
Councillor Bell is no longer present. Councillor Blake.
Amendment.
Councillor Ian Carruthers is no longer present, nor is Councillor Karen Carruthers. Councillor Carson. Councillor Davidson.
Amendment.
Councillor Dempster. Councillor Dick.
Motion.
Councillor Dryborough.
Amendment.
Councillor Dykes. Councillor Ferguson.
Amendment.
Councillor Forster.
Motion.
Councillor Geddes is no longer present. Councillor Yen.
Motion.
Councillor Hislop.
Motion.
Councillor Lever.
Amendment.
Councillor McCaughey.
Amendment.
Councillor McClung.
Amendment.
Councillor McComb.
Amendment.
Councillor McCutcheon.
Motion.
Councillor Maitland.
Amendment.
Councillor Marshall.
Amendment.
Councillor Martin.
Amendment.
Councillor Ogilvie.
Amendment.
Councillor Peacock.
Amendment.
Councillor Prentice.
Amendment.
Councillor Scobie.
Motion.
Councillor Smith.
Amendment.
Councillor Stitt. Amendment. Councillor Syme. Councillor Tate is no longer present. Councillor Stephen Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Ted Thompson.
Amendment.
Councillor Tuckfield is no longer present. Councillor Witts.
Motion.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. The amendment is carried by 23 votes to 7.
Okay, moving on to the item 17, which is the minutes for approval and noting, and nobody's going to speak on them. Right. If the ad hoc subcommittee review schemes 6th of May 2014, can I have a...
I'm quite happy to move.
Can I have a second? Okay. The DG First Management Committee 25th of March 2014.
Happy to move both that and the 27th of May.
27th of May, right. Seconder.
Happy to second.
Excuse me, Chair, are you allowed to ask a question on the minutes?
No.
She's got a diploma in governance, she should know better than to ask questions.
Touché.
Sorry, education. 27th of May.
Happy to move.
Employment Appeals Subcommittee on the 21st of March, 28th of March, 3rd of April, 25th of April, 30th of April, 1st of May and the 2nd of May.
I'm happy to move all except the 25th of April because I wasn't here.
Okay. And seconder for them ones that... So
I'll second the rest.
Right, somebody needs to move the 3rd of April and the 25th of April.
I've got 27th April, happy to move, Chair.
25th.
Excuse me, I was here on the 3rd of April.
Okay then, that's fine, thanks. Licensing and panel 1st April 2014.
Second.
Local review body 9th April.
Happy to move.
Happy to second.
The 14th of May.
Happy to move. Happy to second.
And 11th of June.
Happy to move.
Second.
Thank you. No other business.